Chapter 101, Reverse Operation, the Demented Third Generation Project. Roar. The roar of nine tails resounded throughout Konoha. Everyone was terrified of this behemoth. At the same time, they pinned their hopes on their strongest Hokage. Facing the look of anticipation. Third Hokage really can't say anything to admit it. Had to be hard. Shouted with a scalp. I'll take the lead. Working together with me, we will definitely be able to defeat Nine Tails. The Konoha people took orders one after another. Follow your orders. Lord Third Generation. That's it. Third Hokage led the Konoha crowd towards Nine Tails. Shadow Clone Technique. Third Hokage first summoned 5 Shadow Clones. Let Shadow Clone lead the crowd in the front row, and the main body stands in the back row. This operation. It's really not 877, you deserve it. 99. Senju Kyunyu's face was speechless. Fire style Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. Earth style Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style Water Rush. Lightning style Thunder. Wind style Cyclone. 35. The 5 escaping ninjutsu are activated at the same time. The seemingly fancy attack hit Nine Tails. Boom. 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 But like scratching the itch, it didn't cause as much damage. Instead, it aroused the anger of Nine Tails. However, everyone in Konoha didn't know the truth. Mistakenly thought that Third Hokage succeeded in suppressing Nine Tails. One by one, they pounced on Nine Tails, making melee attacks. Stupid humans. Death to me all. Nine Tails took a bite. Lived a Konoha Jonin. 9 thick tails swept like steel whips. Drain all the Konoha shinobi who are approaching. Pfft. The sharp fangs directly bit the Konoha Jonin in half. Third Hokage's shadow clone was also wiped out in the chaos. This is the complete Nine Tails. Monster. The body of Third Hokage, behind a dirt wall in the back row. A look of horror appeared on his face. Kushina. Look at me, wake up. As Uchiha Mikoto approaches Nine Tails, Shiishin wants to wake Uzumaki Kushina. But what greeted her was a giant claw of Nine Tails. Bakudo number 8. Rebuke. Clang. Senju Kyunyu bumped her away. Instead of Uchiha Mikoto, Nine Tails slapped it out. Kyunyu. Uchiha Mikoto let out an exclamation. Don't worry, I'm fine. 95. Senju Kyunyu responded in midair. The transformed light shield in his hand cancels out most of the attacks. It was just the remaining impact that knocked him out. Of course, this was also his intention. Not good. Third Hokage secretly said a bad luck. Because the direction that Senju Kyunyu flew upside down was exactly where his body was. Nine Tails went crazy and ran towards him. What? Lord Third Generation, why are you hiding here? Senju Kyunyu flipped a somersault in midair and landed smoothly. Looking at the Third Hokage who was hiding behind the dirt wall with a surprised look on his face. I'm thinking of a secret strategy against Nine Tails. Third Hokage's face changed for a while, and soon he took on an unfathomable attitude. The speed of that face change is simply amazing. As expected of the strongest Hokage. Forgive the younger generation for being powerless. Senju Kyunyu said, and of course hid behind Third Hokage. You are so powerful, of course you are in the front. Third Hokage's face is as uncomfortable as eating flies. You young man, you don't talk about forbearance. How dare you let the old man be in the front row? $3 billion. Who told him to brag about being the strongest Hokage at every turn? It is also written in the textbook of Konoha school. Senju Kyunyu is so honest, it seems that he has been successfully brainwashed. Third Hokage has no doubts about it. Because he believed in his own son. Sarutobi Shinashuk lurked beside Senju Kyunyu and spied on him for so many years. The conclusion is that Senju Kyunyu is an excellent ninja with good character. The fact that the other party rushed towards Nine Tails without hesitation just now was enough to prove it. Although there are still some details to delve into. But now is clearly not the time to think about it. Facing the Nine Tails 0. Third Hokage had to go head to head. Ape Demon. Go all out to grow. Chakra, who concentrated his strength, poured it into the ninja wishing stick in his hand. In an instant, the Ruyi stick becomes long and thick. Turned into a huge lever. Violently attacked Nine Tails. Boom. Have to say. Third Hokage got serious. There is still something. I saw the top of the wishful stick on the belly of Nine Tails. The huge force actually stopped Nine Tails from moving forward in an instant. Drink ah. Third Hokage held a wish-fulfilling stick in both hands, with bulging veins on his forehead. He let out a furious roar. Get away from me. Ruyi sticks continue to grow. In the end, it was abrupt, pushing Nine Tails several kilometers away. After doing all this. Hoo. Third Hokage only felt weak and sore in his arms, gasping for breath. Sweat drenched his whole body. Third Hokage one stick. Barrel. Walk Nine Tails hacky move. It finally saved him a little bit of the strongest Hokage face. 18. And many more. That direction, isn't it the center of the village? Sarutobi Shinashuk suddenly let out a terrified cry. What? The crowd reacted. I saw that Nine Tails was pushed by 3rd Hokage to the Konoha Center 3.0 residential area. It's the most densely populated place. This. Impossible. I clearly pushed Nine Tails out of the village. Kyoka Suijutsu confuses his vision. 3rd Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. But the fact is in front of him, and he can't justify it at all. So ever. In the eyes of the people, 3rd Hokage is a stick. The reverse operation of pushing Nine Tails back to Konoha is completely Sheila Z's performance. Even Sarutobi Shinashuk couldn't help but cast his eyes full of incomprehension and blame at this time. Father! How could you do that? 35. But just when everyone was at a loss, Senju Kinyu stood up again and appealed in a righteous manner. The first priority now is to evacuate the people immediately. Chapter 102. The first priority now is to evacuate the people immediately. Senju Kinyu's calm and measured words. In an instant, the people who were at a loss were awakened. Kinyu is right. I'm going to the police force now. Uchiha Mikato's eyes narrowed and he took the lead. We are all family in the village. We must hold back Nine Tails. Yui Mako thought of her young daughter. A look of determination flashed across his face. For our family. 35. You guys are fighting with Nine Tails. The Konoha Jonins shouted in unison. They all acted independently. No need for 3rd Hokage to order. Or rather, they simply don't want to listen to 3rd Hokage's orders again. The operation of this strongest Hokage fan is really disappointing. Everyone listen to me. 3rd Hokage has a heart to explain. As a result, no one paid attention to him, and each acted spontaneously. Including Sarutobi Shinashuk. Get to the scene of the disaster as soon as possible. The other side. 01. Pushed by 3rd Hokage into Nine Tails in Konoha Central City. Under the anger, it is natural to be furious. Boom. 99. A paw overturned the ground. The Nine Tails dance in disorder, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, swaying and leveling the surrounding houses. Ah! 39. Why are you here? The panicked people fled everywhere. Pft! 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 39. The boulder lifted by Nine Tails smashed into the crowd, leaving blood and flesh all over the place. Boom! Tsunade smashed the falling ceiling with a punch. Several children were rescued. What the hell happened here? Why Nine Tails are here? Did something happen to the Jonin exam? Tsunade frowned. Have absolutely no idea what happened. I thought even if Nine Tails ran away. But with 3rd Hokage's ability, they should at least fight Nine Tails out of the village. How to do the reverse operation and push Nine Tails into the center of Konoha. Teacher Sarutobi. What the hell are you doing? 35. Orochimaru just came out of the Underground Research Institute. Also confused. But he took immediate action. Summoning technique. 9. Orochimaru summoned the 10,000 serpents. Summoning technique. Tsunade summoned Katsuyu. The two are tacit teammates who have worked together for many years. Needless to say, Orochimaru led One Snake to hold Nine Tails. Tsunade led the Katsuyu split and escorted the wounded to refuge. Konoha Police Force. How to do? It's chaos outside. 35. We have to maintain order. You are crazy. Didn't you see that's Nine Tails? Anyway, Captain Fugaku isn't here, so let's stand by. No command, plus the fear of Nine Tails. Everyone in Uchiha chose not to hide. Boom. Suddenly the door of the police force was kicked open. Startled everyone. Only to find out that the intruders were their Uchiha clan. Police force, obey orders. Follow me to rescue the people. Uchiha Mikato was full of momentum and commanded the crowd as soon as he came up. As ordered. And many more. You are not the captain, why should we listen to you? At first everyone was intimidated by the other party's aura, and agreed reflexively. But soon they reacted. Uchiha Mikato is not a member of the police force and has no right to command them. Sharinan. Uchiha Mikato opens 3 tomos Sharinan. The arrogant aura stunned everyone at once. I'll say it again. Follow me to rescue the people. The suppression from the blood made everyone swallow a mouthful of saliva. In the police force, Uchiha also has Sharinan. The elite of the clan also possesses the Sharinan of 3 tomo. But somehow, when they met Uchiha Mikato's eyes, their aura was reduced. This woman's Sharinan. Why is Tongli so much stronger than us? Uchiha everyone looked at each other. In the end, he chose to succumb to Uchiha Mikato's Sharinan. Ninosuke, let's go together. Okay, Kinyu. Senju Kinyu, Shadow Clone, and Sarutobi Shinashuk fight side by side to face Nine Tails head-on. Water-style breaking torrent. 99. Wind-style great breakthrough. 95. The ninjutsu of the two cooperated tacitly. Formed a turbulent waterspout. Crash. The huge waterspout once overturned Nine Tails to the ground. Nice job, Kinyu. Sarutobi Shinashuk shouted excitedly. This is the power of the bond between the two. Let's go together. Ui Mako is the most senior and prestige ninja among the Konoha Jonin on the scene. I saw him rushing to 9 tails in the lead, which greatly boosted the morale of everyone. Countless Konoha shinobi. With his own flesh and blood, he blocked 9 tails. The battle went on quite brutally. 9 tails deserves to be the leader among the 9 tails. Not only the fighting power is amazing, but also the skin, the rough meat, the thick. Facing the focused fire attack of the Konoha shinobi. With its extremely powerful flesh, it can be immune to most attacks. Ninjas below the Jonin level are basically difficult to cause substantial damage to it. Damn Konoha shinobi! You have been imprisoning me, using me. 35. It's time to taste the real fear. 9 tails unscrupulously vented the anger in his heart. Stand where it stands. The hatred for Konoha is understandable. It itself is a giant beast living in the land of fire. 877. One day, a man named Senju Hashirama. Say it's dangerous. Then he touched the fox's head with wooden golem and sealed it. Since then it lost its freedom and became the chakra weapon of Konoha shinobi village. 9 tails freed today. I will definitely take revenge on Konoha. Rumble rumble rumble. Konoha shinobi's battle with 9 tails, causing havoc. Especially here is the central town in Konoha. Hokage's office building, a bustling commercial street. Now it's all in ruins. It's such a beautiful sight. Senju-Kinyu, the main body, stands on the rock face of Hokage, the iconic building of Konoha. Overlooking the ground below, Konoha shinobi village was ravaged. This is a familiar scene. Just like what he saw in the land of rain, it was exactly the same. Invade other countries and ravage at will. Destroy the lives of the people of other countries. Konoha thought that such a day would come? Certainly. Senju-Kinyu is not doing justice for the rain country either. The strong dominate the life of the weak, this is the rule of thumb in the ninja world. But in his view, Konoha, like him, is black. So black eats black, isn't this normal? Senju-Kinyu has no psychological burden for destroying Konoha. He can conduct experiments with complete peace of mind. Because this is not home. Chapter 103. Sigh. The 10,000 snakes wrap around 9 tails with a thick and powerful snake body. Trying to strangle 9 tails. But this is obviously impossible. Roar. 9 tails manipulated his tail and slapped one snake fiercely. Beat 10,000 snake skins to open flesh. It hurts? No way. I quit, Orochimaru. One snake loosened the scarred snake body and decisively released summoning. What this uncle hates most is the loss of freedom. Go to hell. The angry 9 tails locked his murderous gaze on Orochimaru. Summoning technique Rashomon. Orochimaru summoned a demonic iron gate. Bang. 35. 9 tails ripped violently with one claw. Orochimaru was knocked out. Cough cough. The power of 9 tails. It's really powerful. Orochimaru vomited blood again and temporarily lost his ability to fight. How so? Even Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, was defeated. Everyone in Konoha was terrified. Don't stop everyone. To protect Konoha, we must fight. Senju-Kinyu shouted righteously. Water-style water dragon bite. Boom. Make a huge water Uzumaki with chakra, hit it with an upward stream of water, and hit it hard on the chin of 9 tails. Immediately after that, the rising water flow gathered into a turbulent water dragon, and one bite grabbed the head of 9 tails. Well, that's awesome. How to use such a powerful water style in a place where there is no water? As expected of the grandson of Lord 2nd Generation. The heroic battle of Senju-Kinyu, Shadow Clone, rekindled everyone's fighting spirit. Nice job, Kinyu. Sarutobi Shina shook frantically output ninjutsu with everyone. Indiscriminate bombing at 9 tails. A Jonin attack might be tickling. But so many Jonin attacked together. 9 tails is still a little uncomfortable. However, there is still a certain degree of difficulty in defeating it. Who? 9 tails roared and shook the water dragon. It was followed by a fierce fight. With extremely cruel means, several Konoha Jonin were killed. The ferocious claws shot at Senju-Kinyu. Illusion tree bound kill. At a critical time, Ui Mako used illusion. Forcibly imprisoned 9 tails for a second. Senju-Kinyu was able to escape. However, the price is... Pfft. 9 tails' tail twitched heavily on Ui's back. The huge impact knocked him out dozens of feet away. Bakudo number 4. This rope. 99. Senju-Kinyu waved and threw out a spiritual rope, pulling Ui Mahong back. Senior Red. I saw Ui's really red face as pale as paper. Abnormal twist and dislocation of the lumbar spine. You're also a medical ninja, you should understand. I'm helpless. Yuri said with a real red air, Uruosi. He can't feel the body below the waist. The bones and nervous system are completely smashed. Feel sorry. Senior Zhenhong, you did this to save me. Senju-Kinyu said regretfully. Actually, what he meant to say was. He's just a shadow clone. Ui Mako suffered a fatal blow to save his shadow clone. Kinyu. You are the best ninja I've ever seen. None of them. As Ui Jinhong spoke, he couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The breath became weaker and weaker. But he still forcibly took a breath and continued talking. To protect the excellent next generation. I die without regrets. However, I still have concerns. That's my daughter. Her name is Hong Ui, please. Ui's eyes were bright red, and the master, who was standing with blood, held his hand. Made a solemn end of life care for orphans. 99. Senju Kinyu listened. A strange look appeared on his face involuntarily. Senior Zhenhong Min, let me take care of your daughter. 5. Is that really okay? You sure? Number 71. As a father, are you sure you are not cheating on your daughter? Ui Mahong nodded earnestly and replied. Although we have known each other for a short time, we can be regarded as comrades who have fought side by side on the battlefield. I trust my vision. 99. Kinyu, you are an excellent ninja with both morals. During the Second Ninja World War, the two fought side by side on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Senju Kinyu himself didn't care much. But for Ui Mako, he deeply remembered him as a young genius ninja. Pleasure. Pleasure. Things have become pleasant. Pleasant. Senju Kinyu reached out and raised his slightly reflective glasses. Okay. Senior Zhenhong, you can go at ease. I will definitely take good care of your daughter. Just listen. Yuri Zhenhong breathed a sigh of relief. A serene look appeared on his face. Consciousness starts to become slack. Yet at this moment, the scene that appeared in front of him made him instantly regain his sanity. Bang! Senju Kinyu's body turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Eh? Ui Jinhong suddenly widened her eyes. He gave up his life to protect the object. Just a shadow clone? How slippery is this? Funny. And many more. This guy has a problem. For the fight against Nine Tails, only shadow clone was sent. This in itself is a great disrespect to the bloody teammates. Qian Zhao Zhao, Senju Kinyu. UBD. Ui really red opened her mouth wide, trying to shout. It's just that his life has come to an end. Can't say anything. In the end, he could only leave the world with a deep sense of unwillingness and regret. The eyes that lost focus seemed to be telling his death. Red, my lovely daughter Yo. Don't be fooled by this man. Shadow clone lifted. Experience feedback to ontology. Hee. Ha 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 ha. 35. Senju Kinyu couldn't help but hold his forehead, raised his head 120 degrees, and laughed heartily. Fun, it was so much fun. I didn't expect this to happen. Okay, I accept. 35. The sunset is red. Heh heh. Chapter 104. Orochimaru is incapacitated to fight. Ui really red died. Over 50 Konoha Jonin died at the claws of Nine Tails. Such a heavy loss is no less than a war. For Nine Tails, this is not entirely without cost. Although the chakra of Nine Tails is huge. But the physical capacity of Jinchuriki is limited. Cut. Annoying Konoha shinobi. Forget it, today is enough. After Nine Tails vented, he planned to close it as soon as it was good. Turn around to escape from Konoha shinobi village. It's now. Third Hokage, which has been lurking for a long time, takes action at this moment. He followed the original plan. Let your Konoha shinobi subordinates consume a wave of Nine Tails first. Finally jumped out and ended. Good luck, Long. I saw a giant iron rod with a length of 100 meters and a width of 10 meters. It fell from the sky and hit Nine Tails' head heavily. Bang. 95. Nine Tails rolled up the tail behind him, forcibly blocking the attack of the giant iron rod. The enormous force pressed its limbs to bend, and the ground beneath its feet sank. You bloody monkey! Nine Tails was outraged. Swipe your powerful tail and forcefully bounce off the opponent's giant wishful stick. Third Hokage was blown away by the huge force. His face looked extremely heavy. Up until now, there is still such power. Roar. Unforgivable. 9. Nine Tails opened the blood. The basin had a big mouth, and the dark red and dark blue chakra particles quickly condensed. That is chakra representing yin and yang attributes respectively. Blended together in a 2:8 ratio of 877. Solidified into the ultimate nirvana of the tailed beast bomb. This chakra. Not good. Third Hokage's complexion changed greatly, and he took a bite. Thumbprints. Summoning technique Mi Rashomen. 35. From the forbidden technique on the Book of Seals. 5 Rashomen invented by First Hokage. Of course, Third Hokage certainly can't do that. He can only summon Third Gate at most. Yuck. I saw Nine Tails swallow the tailed beast bomb in one bite, spitting out the terrifying energy from the swollen mouth. The first gate that takes the attack, the second gate that reduces its power, and the third gate that spreads its power. According to this triple gate with different functions, the power of all attacks has been greatly reduced when they come to the caster. The amazing destructive power of Tailed Beast Bomb destroys the triple Rashomon in an instant. A ravine was torn open in the ground. The rest of the shock wave also penetrated half of Konoha Shinobi village. Father! Sarutobi Shinnashook hurried over. When he found the figure of third Hokage, he was crawling out of the pit in embarrassment. Wow! Zhang! Mouth spat out a lot of blood. Third Hokage was covered in green smoke and looked seriously injured. How so? Isn't Mr. Third Generation the strongest Hokage? 39. The Konoha crowd suddenly fell into despair. Let me ask, who can conquer the peerless beast Nine Tails? Boom! The sky exploded. I saw a figure like lightning landed on the head of Nine Tails. Abda! Everyone in Konoha focused their attention on the lightning-like figure. The Uchiha clan. The back is printed with the striking flame fan family crest. In the environment of the fishing reel operated by the high-level Konoha, Konoha Shinobi's comments on the Uchiha family are generally not very friendly. But the only indisputable is, in the eyes of everyone, the Uchiha family is the first door of Konoha. A moment of crisis in the face of the Nine Tails disaster. Everyone pinned their last hope on Uchiha. A daring human being, how dare to stand on the head of this uncle? Nine Tails slapped it with an angry paw. Zitsaizu! Uchiha Mikoto wields the Ming Yule, bursting out with a powerful thunder force. Blocked the giant claws of Nine Tails. A pair of three Tomo Sharinon, looking directly at Nine Tails' huge beast pupil. Kushina! Wake up! With Sharingan's pupil output, Uzumaki Kushina dominated by Nine Tails' chakra. There seems to be a tinge of reaction. But soon, Nine Tails unleashed another overwhelming chakra that quickly neutralized Sharingan's pupil power. Humph! Just rely on the pupil power of your ordinary Sharinon. Do you still want to suppress this uncle? The giant claw swung hard. Uchiha Mikoto was brute-forced and sent flying. Hateful! Sure enough, it still doesn't work? 35. Tick-tock! I need more powerful pupil power. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto had a strong desire to become stronger after a long absence. Triggered Hogyaku's reaction. Oh? Have you finally broken through the bottleneck of power? My tool man is back. A happy smile appeared on Senju Kyunyu's face. Hogyaku unlocks 65%. Uchiha Mikoto widened the Sharinon, and the three Tomo began to mutate. In fact, during the Second Ninja World War, Uchiha Mikoto awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon. Because she was too young at the time, Senju Kyunyu believes that Mangekyo Sharingan's double-edged sword properties will seriously damage Uchiha Mikoto's health. So he used the power of Hogyaku and interrupted the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharinon. It is because of the first evolution. When Uchiha Mikoto awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon this time, it seemed very smooth. In her eyes, 3 Tomo became 6, and a ring connected Tomo together. I can feel it. A steady stream of power from both eyes. This time, for sure. Uchiha Mikoto once again focused his vision on the eyes of Nine Tails. This pupil power. Impossible. Nine Tails' complexion suddenly changed. Only then did it find out. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes. I don't know when, Sharingan's pattern has changed. This makes it recall the pupil power that once dominated it. Uchiha Madara's eyes. Nine Tails. Give me Kushina's body and bring it back. 35. Uchiha Mikoto channeled Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power to Nine Tails. No. Stop it now. I saw Nine Tails' body tremble, and then the chakra on his body began to leak out uncontrollably. The originally huge body, like a deflated airbag, is rapidly shrinking. The flesh of Nine Tails gradually faded away. Revealed Jinchuriki's body. Kushina. Great. Next, just turn off the sealing technique. Uchiha Mikoto can see clearly through the pupil power of both eyes. 8-sign seal on Uzumaki Kushina's belly. No. 35. How could this sealing technique be destroyed? Uchiha Mikoto was shocked. Because she discovered the spell of 8-sign seal, which was forcibly destroyed by some external force. If the seal cannot be re-repaired, then the chakra of Nine Tails can still be released through the gap in the seal, thus occupying the body of Uzumaki Kushina again. Reseal, 35. I don't have enough chakra anymore. Uchiha Mikoto's teeth are clenched. Bite. Using Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power for the first time, she successfully suppressed Nine Tails. But at the same time, the chakra in the body was almost completely consumed. She was simply unable to impose a new seal. Just when she was at a loss, a familiar and soothing voice came from his ear. Mikoto. Enough is enough. Next, leave it to me. The figure of Senju Kyunyu suddenly appeared behind her. Kyunyu. You came just fine. Kushina will be yours. Uchiha Mikoto's face relaxed. She has 100% trust in this man in front of her. Humanity. Is this the experiment you want? The voice of Nine Tails came from the seal. Yes. Thank you for your cooperation, Nine Tails. Senju Kyunyu holds Hogyaku in hand. drives the hollow power within Uzumaki Kushina. Humph. 99. Insidious humans. Nine Tails grunted viciously. But there was no needless resistance. Not only Mangekyo Sharinon suppression from Uchiha Mikoto. Even Senju Kunyu himself is enough to give Nine Tails a crushing deterrent. Tailed beast space. The sealed door closed again. Replaces the broken 8-sign sealed door lock. It is a strange white mask. That's the heart of Hollow's power. This vile feeling is such a disgusting power. Nine Tails looked at the mask with fear. It feels slow though. But the mask seems to be sucking and eating its chakra. The experiment went very well. The purpose of Senju Kunyu is to combine the power of Hollow and the power of Nine Tails. As time goes by, the power of the two will devour each other. Finally a whole new force was born. Kushina, don't let me down. Chapter 105. The terrible Nine Tails disaster is finally over. In the central area of Konoha Shinobi Village, more than 2/3 of the buildings were destroyed. Even the Hokage building was hit by the tailed beast bomb and has now been razed to the ground. As far as the eye can see, there is a rubble everywhere. Fortunately, suffered such a catastrophic disaster. The casualties of Konoha civilians were not too great. All thanks to the duo. Tsunade's Bai-Hao technique plus Katsuya split, keeping a large number of wounded. Police forces led by Uchiha Mikoto, orderly evacuated people to take shelter. Especially Uchiha Mikoto, after completing the task of evacuation population. Be the first to rush to the battlefield of Nine Tails. With Mangekyo Sharinon, I successfully overcame Nine Tails. Uchiha Mikoto became the brightest hero in this event. By comparison, the strongest Hokage that people are looking forward to. Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance is really disappointing. Not only in terms of combat power, but Nine Tails cannot be suppressed. One more stick pushed Nine Tails into the central city of Konoha. Caused a lot of loss of life and property of the people. Third Hokage's prestige took a nosedive. Some radical villagers even shouted the slogan to let the third generation down. This annoyed Sarutobi Hiruzen and dispatched Umbu. Come to the door to check the water meter. Severely cracked down on unfavorable fishing reels. This has kept the people of Konoha village silent. For this matter, although most of the Konoha shinobi were silent, there was no sound from their mouths. But everyone has a weight in their hearts. I think in this Nine Tails disaster, Third Hokage's countermeasures are very clumsy and can be called incompetence. Konoha shinobi fans discussed in private whether they should be replaced by Fourth Hokage, a powerful and highly respected one. However, these discussions were only conducted in private. But the pervasive roots have collected a lot of relevant information. Heitake Sakumo, Senju Tsunade, Uchiha Mikoto. These three are the most mentioned Fourth Hokage candidates. Shimura Danzo informed Sarutobi Hiruzen of the information collected. Although he is in competition with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's nice to see the other person's reputation tarnished. But he is more reluctant to let other people get involved. Refers to the big position of Hokage. What Fourth Hokage? 35. I'm still strong. Very strong. 35. Third Hokage was so angry that he almost crushed the pipe in his hand. Less than 50 years old, although the body is already in decline. But it's not time to be old. The ideal of Third Hokage is to continue to hold Konoha for 30 years. How could he be willing to abdicate early? Who said these illegal remarks? Check. Look who dares to mess around. Yuditen Koharu said viciously. Do not impulse. Ninjas are not civilians who can need at will. Hard to come is definitely not acceptable. 5. Midokado Homura objected. We must not make Tsunade Fourth Hokage. Because First Hokage and Second Hokage are both from the Senju clan. If you let the Senju family be the Fourth Hokage again, then Senju's prestige will be unbreakable. I'm afraid there will be no place for me to stand in the future. The country. Shimura Danzo said sternly. When it comes to power struggles, there is absolutely no room for maneuver. You can rest assured about this. As for this disciple, I still know her quite well. Tsunade has a free-spirited personality and has no interest in politics at all. So she shouldn't accept the Fourth Hokage appointment. Third Hokage said seriously. What about Uchiha Mikoto? That woman became famous in the Second Ninja World War and the Nine Tails incident this time. A strong jealousy flashed across Yuditen Koharu's old face. Also a woman. How can you be so handsome? Easily achieved what she could never have done in her entire life. And people are so pretty. I want to destroy her. Have to say. Women's envy. Jealousy is very scary. The most poisonous woman's heart is this. The Senju family has fallen. The Uchiha family is thriving. 55. That's a bunch of wild, hardy guys. Midokado Homura similarly expressed concern. Uchiha Mikoto's problem is not too big. We can start with her age. Building fishing reels can easily run off this candidate. 35. Third Hokage said with an oath. Uchiha Mikoto is 20 years old. No matter how talented she is, she has a good reputation. After all, there is a lack of qualifications. Start with human nature. Most people find it difficult to accept. Let a young girl rule them. So, now the biggest question. There's only one person. Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. Mention the name. The senior officials of Konoha couldn't help frowning. Heitake Sakumo is a first-rate ninja with a long-standing reputation. The Vortex Country mission, confronting Raikage. Invincible position, retreat. During the Second Ninja World War. Face off against Hanzo of the Salamander and withdraw calmly. In the war with Sand Shinobi, single-handedly wipe out the elite Sand Shinobi puppet master. The military exploits are illustrious, and he has made great contributions to Konoha. Heitake Sakumo is indisputable whether it is strength or prestige. In terms of age, he was in his prime in his 30s. If Heitake Sakumo is the fourth Hokage, I believe that in the whole Konoha, except for the high-level people, no one will be dissatisfied. It seems. The plan against Heitake Sakumo. It needs to be done ASAP. The eyes of third Hokage burst out with an unprecedented coldness. Power struggles are the most brutal. Senju Tobirama, the former teacher of Karma, single-handedly promoted Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Midokado Homura to the top. But as the superiors, in order to consolidate the power in their hands, relentlessly oppress the Senju clan. In order to keep the power in their hands today, they can also kill Heitake Sakumo of Konoha. CAI. Chapter 106. The Nine Tails disaster is over. Post-war statistics. Konoha Jonin killed 50, Chunin 136, and Genin 257. 95 civilians were killed or injured. Compared to starting a war with thousands of casualties, the number of people who died this time doesn't seem to be that many. But in fact, the loss of Konoha is quite heavy. Because 50 Jonin were killed, it was no less than 10,000 cannon fodder ninjas. Such a huge loss. Enough to break the bones of Konoha Shinobi village. Even to a large extent, it offset the fruits of victory that Konoha obtained after the Second Ninja World War. Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, who were the defeated side, all started to move. They are not satisfied with the dominance of the Konoha family, conspiring to fight the next war. The Third Ninja War. Of course, this 877 is a matter of a few years later. The sky was pouring rain. It seems to be venting people's sadness and tears. The whole village of Konoha was dressed in black mourning clothes. A large funeral is being held. In Konoha Cemetery, a new memorial monument was built. Engraved on it is the list of ninjas who died in the Nine Tails disaster. One of them was named at the top of the list. Konoha Elite Jonin, the sunset is red. Among the 50 Jonins who died in battle, this was the one with the highest position and the highest prestige. Ui Mako is one of Konoha's top phantom ninjas. Even compared to the Uchiha clan, it's not too conceited. During his lifetime he was approachable and friendly. Takes special care of juniors and young people. This time, it was also to rescue Senju Kunyu. Ui Mako unfortunately had her spine broken by Nine Tails and died on the spot. It's a pity that only Senju Kunyu's shadow clone was saved. Very sad to die. To make up for the others' regrets, Senju Kunyu decided to keep the promise. I will raise your daughter, don't worry about it. True Red Senior, go all the way. In the crowd, Senju Kunyu is holding a 6-year-old girl. Hair is naturally slightly curly, with long eyelashes. A pair of wine-red eyes, like rubies. Flowing. With crystal. Ying tears, beautiful and distressing. That's Senior True Red's daughter. It's so pathetic. I heard that her mother died in childbirth, her father died in the line of duty, and she has no family. Will she be placed in an orphanage? That's not a good place. SHH. Be careful. Everyone was talking quietly. Konoha Orphanage. Takes in many children who have lost their families in war. There are often rumors that children go missing for no apparent reason. Mostly into the roots of Shimura Danzo. It seemed that the word orphan was vaguely heard. Ui Hong Ian. Teeth clenched. Biting her lips. Her petite body trembled involuntarily. Orphan. Living alone. This is an extremely cruel blow to a girl who is only 6 years old. Yet at this moment, a warm breath came from the palm of her hand, which calmed the emptiness in her heart very well. Senju Kunyu squeezed her little hand tightly and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, Red. From today onwards, I am your family. Kurane Ui raised her head and looked at him with teary eyes. Is that true? Brother Kunyu. P.S. During the Battle of the Kingdom of Rain, Ui Mako appreciated Senju Kunyu's talent very much, and invited him to visit Ui's house after the war was over. Back in Konoha, Senju Kunyu went to Ui's house. So with Hong there have been a few times. There are too many pits in the front, and I forgot to write this paragraph. Good boy. Senju Kunyu gently caressed her little head. I think it's another tool person worthy of training. Senju Kunyu led Yuhaka. He personally sent a bouquet of flowers to the memorial tablet. You. Dad. Hong Ui couldn't help but pounce, and got into Senju Kunyu's arms. whispered, sobbed. Pleasure, pleasure. Senju Kunyu looked directly at the name 0 on the memorial tablet. Beneath his serious and solemn face, the corners of his lips rose slightly. The other side. Heitake Sakumo has just returned from his mission as a daimyo in the Land of Fire. It's just that the atmosphere around him seems a bit strangely depressing. Depressed? Have you heard? Sir White Fang's mission failed, 99. Real or fake? Isn't the quest completion rate of Lord White Fang always 100%? 39. It is true. The mission was personally entrusted by the Fire Nation's daimyo, and he also asked Lord White Fang to carry it out. It is said that daimyo's son was kidnapped. Lord White Fang was unsuccessful in rescuing the hostages. Hey, daimyo's son was killed. This is a big event. Yet, daimyo is very angry now and publicly condemns Konoha for his ineffectiveness. Actually, I don't think it can be entirely blamed on Lord White Fang. 35. During the mission, Mr. White Fang's companion was seriously injured. In order to save the life of his companion, Mr. White Fang voluntarily gave up the mission. It turned out to be to save the companion, which is not surprising. No. As a ninja, of course, you must focus on your mission. How did you learn the will of fire? That is, the failure of the mission affects the face of the village. There is still a big name in 3.0 who gets angry and cuts Konoha's funding. What should we do? 35. Ah? No way? What about our wages? I have to pay the mortgage every month. Discussion crowd. Inside is a deliberately rhythmic sailor. They took advantage of the panic of the crowd to deliberately exaggerate the negative impact of Heitake Sakumo's failure. Lord White Fang is too inappropriate. This is seriously damaging Konoha's interests. All kinds of vicious gossip. Deeply stabs Heitake Sakumo's nerves. This is for Heitake Sakumo who cherishes his feathers cleanly. Splashing. Dirty. Water on his back damages his reputation, more than stabbing him with a knife. His body is heavier. Chapter 107. Under the shadowy operation of the Konoha high-rise. The vicious slander against Heitake Sakumo begins to spread rapidly from inside and outside the village. Even the comrade who was saved by Heitake Sakumo by giving up his mission, after being coerced by Gens Gary. It's not the one who stood up and publicly denounced Heitake Sakumo. This blows Heitake Sakumo's heart. In this way, everyone speaks of gold. Heitake Sakumo's fame. From the hero Konoha who was admired by thousands of people in the past, he suddenly turned into a street rat that everyone shouted and beat. The senior officials of Konoha deprived Heitake Sakumo of his elite jonin qualification on the grounds of pacifying public anger. And let him go home and think about it behind closed doors. Heitake Sakumo was also disheartened and could not retire ever since. Anyway, the quest bounty accumulated over the years is enough for him and his son to live a life of worry-free food and clothing. But Konoha executives are still reluctant to let him go. Because in Third Hokage et al. Heitake Sakumo's threat is too great. As long as he survives for one day, it will seriously shake the rule of Konoha's high level. To this end, the high-level Konoha has formulated a series of plans. For example, let Umbu monitor Heitake Sakumo's residence 24 hours a day. Sending people to harass Heitake's house every day. The purpose is to try to provoke Heitake Sakumo, and then take the opportunity to detain a few more charges. To this, Heitake Sakumo chose extreme restraint and tolerance. Did not let the high-level Konoha succeed. But the price paid is. Heitake's house was disturbed. It was a mess. Daily life has been seriously violated. That group of people is just too much. Why didn't Dad take action and drive them away? The young Heitake Kakashi looked at the door of the house that was vandalized by graffiti, and his face was full of indignation. Kakashi, the so-called ninja. The one who can endure all things. 39. Heitake Sakumo was expressionless, carrying a bucket and a towel, wiping the curse words written on the door. But Dad obviously did nothing wrong. Heitake Kakashi looked aggrieved. The mission failed, causing the village to suffer losses. It's also true. Heitake Sakumo shook his head. He really loves Konoha. If he is alone, even if it is self-sacrifice, he must complete the task. But he couldn't trade the life of his teammates for the success of the mission. After making difficult choices, he finally chose to give up the mission to save the lives of his companions. In the end, I can only say that I don't know anyone. Saved a white-eyed wolf. He looked at the watchtower built around his house. Heitake Sakumo knows the fact that he has been watched by Umbu. Everyone is Konoha's companions. As for being like this? A flash of anger flashed in Heitake Sakumo's eyes. But soon he was pressed down again. Because he didn't want to kill each other with his companions. To this end, he kept making concessions. If you don't fight back, you can't fight back when you scold. Thought. As long as you can bear with patience, life can go on after all. If the day comes that I can't stand it anymore. It's a big deal, he'll cut himself off. This tragedy should come to an end, right? A dark look flashed in Heitake Sakumo's eyes. As he became more aware of the darkness of Konoha, the will of fire burning in his heart gradually disappeared. Lost the meaning of ninja. He even had the idea of committing suicide. It's really unsightly. I didn't expect this to be the truth of White Fang's death. Senju Kinyu watched all this coldly. In these days, he has been secretly watching Heitake Sakumo. I saw with my own eyes how the latter was oppressed, provoked and even humiliated by Umbu. Heitake Sakumo didn't want to kill each other with Konoha shinobi's companions, so he chose restraint and tolerance everywhere. He made his mentality explode and was on the verge of collapse. This ending is too boring. I want to see how long you can endure it. Senju Kinyu's figure flashed. Came to the observation deck quietly and silently. Killed Umbu who was watching. Take off the other person's mask and put it on yourself. Kakashi, how is the school? Heitake Sakumo asked casually. Not so good. Hey, they're all a bunch of little brats. Especially the idiot guy and the idiot Obito. Heitake Kakashi squinted the eyes of the dead fish, but when he mentioned the last two names, the corners of his mouth turned up involuntarily. It seems that I have made good friends. Heitake Sakumo smiled reassuringly. I thought to myself, even if I passed away, presumably the son will not be too lonely. Lonely? Dad, do you know Senju Kinyu? Heitake Kakashi asked. Oh. That's my former student, what's wrong? Heitake Sakumo questioned. Really? What about this person? Heitake Kakashi seemed interested. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion, swordsmanship are all grandmaster. An all-around genius. 35. Heitake Sakumo gave the highest rating. Sigh. That guy with glasses, is he such a powerful person? Heitake Kakashi's eyes widened and he was surprised. Kakashi, do you know Kinyu? Heitake Sakumo asked curiously. 880 No, I don't know. 35. It's just that there is a girl in the class, her name is Hong Yui. 35. She took that Senju Kinyu as her teacher and learned a lot of ninjutsu. Beat me in the last test. 35. When Heitake Kakashi talked about his failure, instead of being frustrated, he was quite excited. He has been a genius since childhood, and has never met an opponent of his age. For the first time, he lost to Hong Yui. This aroused his strong desire to win. That's it. Kinyu takes care of Genhong's daughter. Heitake Sakumo nodded. He also knew that Mako Yui died in the Nine Tails disaster. Before dying, the other party entrusted his daughter to Kinyu. Now it seems that Kinyu took good care of Hong and taught him ninjutsu. Kinyu, what a good person with high moral character. 35. Heitake Sakumo suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. If you are not alive, can Kakashi be entrusted to Kinyu as well? Although it's a bit annoying. But look at the relationship between the former tutor and the student. The other party should not reject him. Just when Heitake Sakumo was thinking about Togo. Suddenly, without warning, a lot of kunao shot to Heitake's house. Chapter 108. Whoa! The dense sound of kunao breaking the wind, with a chilling intent, shot towards the Heitake house. Be careful, Kakashi. Heitake Sakumo reacted quickly, and immediately knocked Heitake Kakashi, who was bewildered, to the ground. Swish swish swish. I saw a group of ninjas dressed in umbu costumes and masks. Breaks into Heitake's house. Umbu. What do you mean by that? Heitake Sakumo's forehead is blue, tendons are bulging, and he asks with an angry face. Although these days, Umbu has been provoking him. But it still hasn't gotten to the point of action. He couldn't figure it out. Why at the same time Konoha's companion? The other party would actually kill him without saying hello. Kunao's sneak attack included his son Heitake Kakashi. This is where Heitake Sakumo can't stand it. Heitake Sakumo. Because of your reasons, Konoha has suffered heavy losses. You are the sinner of the village. Must be punished. 35. Umbu said coldly. Nonsense. Dad obviously gave up his mission to save his companions. Heitake Kakashi expressed dissatisfaction. For ninjas, the mission is absolute and must be completed first. 95. In the ninja world, people who don't follow the rules, we call them trash. Umbu reprimanded blankly. Even so. 35. But one person does things and one person is responsible, and my son is innocent. Heitake Sakumo yelled angrily at Umbu. This is a warning. As long as you obediently capture it, then we will let your son go. Otherwise, you'll know our Umbu's methods. Umbu held the knife and pointed at the other side threateningly. Kyoka Suijutsu, launched silently. Heitake Sakumo's face sank. He never imagined that Umbu would act like this. He even took his son to blackmail him. Is this the Konoha he is guards? Heitake Sakumo closed his eyes in pain. After a hard struggle in his heart, he finally chose to compromise. I promise you. On condition not to attack Kakashi. Say it. Heitake Sakumo fell to his knees, expressing submission. Dad. How can you bow your head to such a person? Heitake Kakashi was anxious and wanted to pull up his kneeling father. However, Heitake Sakumo is firm, and he is not willing to kill each other with Konoha shinobi. Very good. As expected of Konoha's White Fang, willing to sacrifice himself for the bigger picture. Umbu skillfully took out the wire. Tie up Heitake Sakumo. Then paste it on the spell that seals chakra. Let go of my dad. You bastards. Heitake Kakashi charged Umbu angrily. As a result, there is no doubt that he was knocked to the ground with a punch. Kakashi. You can't hurt my son. It's been agreed. Heitake Sakumo shouted in a hurry. Snapped. Umbu stomped on his head and pressed it hard on the mud floor. Now, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with us. Stupid White Fang. You've been a ninja for so many years, don't you know? 35. When you give up the fight, does your life no longer belong to you? Umbu taunted recklessly. Relentlessly trample on Heitake Sakumo's dignity. He endured all this silently, then clenched his fists. He warned word by word. Son, it's my bottom line. You can't. Pfft. The blade pierced through Heitake Kakashi's chest. Splashed blood, splashed Heitake Sakumo's face. Pupils suddenly shrink. Ah. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Umbu threw the body of Heitake Kakashi, who had lost his life, to the ground. He also used the opponent's corpse to wipe away the blood stained on the blade. The brain is shaking. Trembling. Your bottom line has been breached. Now, what should we do? Umbu's final taunt. It's like bungee jumping from a tomb. Heitake Sakumo suddenly raised his head. Extremely terrifying chakra. Directly broke the wire on the body. Together with the sealing spell, it was also burned and destroyed. The so-called bondage. For this man, it is completely useless. As long as he wants, he can break free at any time. With Heitake Sakumo at the center, a violent airflow was released. The atmosphere was vibrating, and House Rebel fell. But even so, Umbu didn't seem to stop his provocative actions either. Heitake Sakumo. Are you trying to rebel? 35. However, Heitake Sakumo did not answer. Raise your hand to a certain room in the house and take a look. Come on the knife. 35. Boom. Called by the master's chakra. The saber named White Fang automatically broke through the door. It flew to Heitake Sakumo's hand. A frigid white light bloomed. At this moment, his killing intent is boiling. Heitake Sakumo. I advise you to put down your weapons and throw. This time, Umbu's provocative words were not finished. His throat was cut by a white light. However, the expected scene of blood splattering did not happen. The other party turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Heitake Sakumo was surprised. But at this time, he was already occupied by endless anger. I didn't think much about it. Immediately raised the knife and slashed at another Umbu. Bang. Still shadow clone. Bang. Still shadow clone. Even cut 5 people, it's all shadow clone. Until the last person. Chong. Umbu held the blade and blocked Heitake Sakumo's slash. You are yourself. Take your life. Heitake Sakumo roared. The hand-chinen knife burst out with terrifying power. Forcibly knocked the opponent's weapon into the air. Ding. A weapon similar to a katana fell to the ground. This knife. Heitake Sakumo widened his eyes. If he is not mistaken, this knife is impossible. How could it be him? Water-style water spout technique. Umbu's hands are sealed. A large amount of water flow was summoned on the spot, forming the shape of a water dragon, rolling up Heitake Sakumo into the sky. This ninjutsu. Is that you? Heitake Sakumo had mixed feelings in his heart. Quiet. Both ends of a knife. Split the water dragon. Who? A flash of silver light, an extremely fast instant technique. Heitake Sakumo slashed at the latter's head. Whoosh. Shunpo. Umbu backs away in a thrilling way. Click. The mask on his face was slashed by the extended blade. Fall to the ground. Revealed the true face of this Umbu. Familiar glasses, kind and handsome face. Kinyu, 99. Why? It's you who did such a thing. 35. Heitake Sakumo completely broke the defense. That face, which had always been calm, was now extremely distorted. Surprise or not, surprise or surprise. Mr. Sakumo, I am your student. The most important companion. But I'm killing your son now. 99. Can you forgive me? Senju Kinyu said with a kind expression. Hu 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 hu. Heitake Sakumo gasped heavily. The palm that holds the knife is too hard. So much so that the palm of his hand was broken, and the blood slowly dripped down the white blade. He forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Use the only remaining rationale, money, wisdom. Asked with gritted teeth. Kinyu. Answer me. Who the hell ordered you to do such a thing? In his opinion, Kinyu, who is friendly and has a great personality, it is impossible to harm his family in any way. The only possibility is that someone is behind this. However, next, the other parties answer. But it surprised him. Do not. Sakumo-sensei, I think you have misunderstood. No one ordered me to do anything. So far, all my actions have been done based on my own will. 5. Senju Kunyu replied solemnly. Based on one's own will. Do you know what you are doing? Heitake Sakumo's blood was surging, and his eyes were about to split. There were even 2 lines of blood and tears in both eyes. The student he admired the most, actually killed his favorite son with his own hands. What do you think he should be feeling? Murderous look. What a wonderful power. 35. It's the first time I've seen Sakumo-sensei showing such a murderous aura. 35. Senju Kunyu looked at each other admiringly. So, can there be more? Soft. Chapter 109. Senju Kunyu. Heitake Sakumo was burning with rage and could no longer hold back the killing intent in his heart. Raising his knife, he rushed towards Senju Kunyu. Chong. 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 Clang. 35. The two started a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Senju Kunyu uses Shinigami's slashing technique. Heitake Sakumo uses the Heitake style sword. But for true masters, the style of the move is not the point. The focus is on the user. Sizzle. When the swords crossed, a thorn burst out. The spark of purpose. It's not the first time the two have met. So both sides are very familiar with each other's actions. But all this is completely different from the usual sparring training. This is a real life and death fight. Heitake Sakumo became more aggressive with his sword skills when he was angry. Or should be said, his moves are full of all attacks. Lack of defensive and parry moves. It's a complete set of mutual harm. Pft. Zanpakuto of Senju Kunyu slashed Heitake Sakumo's chest. Pft. Heitake Sakumo's sword also penetrated his right chest. But neither side said a word. After pulling out the knife, once again, he slashed at the opponent's body 880 times. Pft. Pft. Blood stained their clothes. Senju Kunyu. 35. Heitake Sakumo roared and slashed at the opponent again. But this time, Senju Kunyu did not attack the opponent again, but took a defensive action. Chong. The blades of the two sides touched together. Sakumo-sensei, if you use this style of play, you will die soon. Senju Kunyu persuaded seriously. Humph. Today it's either you die or I die. What? So far, are you cowardly? Heitake Sakumo deflected his blade with force. Immediately after that, he stabbed forward at high speed. Boom. Sharp white light emitted from the tip of the blade. The hole penetrated a wall 10 meters away. Whoosh. Senju Kunyu Shunpo avoided and said lightly. You misunderstood, Sakumo-sensei. 35. I just don't want you to lose your life in vain. Heitake Sakumo attaches chakra to the soles of his feet. Whoosh. Instant body technique. With amazing impact, Heitake Sakumo waved his sword against the ladder, and pushed it all the way out for dozens of meters. Hi. Senju Kunyu sank his feet, stabilizing his body's tendency to retreat. I still say such hypocritical things to this day. I must kill you. Heitake Sakumo withdrew his sword and threw the weapon in his hand. The right hand controls the white short sword through chakra. The arc that flies through the quarter fillet. From the back of Senju Kunyu's heart. Heitake flow swallow return. At the same time, Heitake Sakumo put the 5 fingers of his left hand together and made a hand sword. After attaching chakra, slash forward. Heitake style slash without a sword. 39. Strike back and forth. This exquisite combo, like a flash of lightning, happened in an instant. Senju Kunyu must be at the same time, resisting the murderous attack from the front and back. I saw his mouth. The lips said softly. Bakudo number 81 splitting void. A transparent and powerful shield suddenly appeared behind him. The white fang knife hit. On the shield wall. There was a sharp, ear-piercing explosion. Incredible. If the human body is penetrated by this knife, I'm afraid it will pierce a transparent hole, right? But even so, the white fang still failed to penetrate the splitting void's defenses. Solved the back attack. Senju Kunyu met Heitake Sakumo's frontal Taiju attack with his bare hands. Anti-ghosts kill each other. This is a move that counteracts the opponent's Kido with an equal Kido. When used on ninjas, it is to use the same chakra to offset the opponent's chakra. Without the physical skills of chakra bonus, the power is naturally greatly reduced. Senju Kunyu held Heitake Sakumo's knife in one hand. Then he lifted Zanpakuto and slashed at the latter. However, Heitake Sakumo's physical skills are also quite impressive. Straight into the blade with bare hands. One-handed pliers. Hold Senju Kunyu's hand and wrist holding the knife. Both sides grabbed each other's hand. They pulled each other, for a while, and found that no one could do anything. Boom. The foreheads of the two slammed together. It seems to be more ruthless than anyone. No one will give in, even if they hit their heads and bleed blood. That's it. The two stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. The eyes full of murderous intent seemed to be able to stare the opponent to death. At the same time, the two of them used an illusion based on murderous intent. Illusion, Blade of Killing Intent. 35. Illusion Blade of Killing Intent. 55. A complicated and unspeakable meaning flashed in Heitake Sakumo's eyes. Because the illusion that the other party is using now is still learned from him. He would never have thought of it. The good student who was humbly and eager to learn in the past actually became murderous with the teacher. Sakumo-sensei, your heart is shaken. Illusionary confrontation. The test is the willpower of both parties. Senju Kinyu fabricated swords out of thin air. Shot from all directions. Towards each other. Don't get too carried away. 35. Heitake Sakumo also uses consciousness to create a large number of weapons. Ajajajajajajajajajajajajaj. There was a loud crackling sound. The weapons of both sides collided in the air. Then scattered on the ground. Shhhhhh. Swish, swish, swish. 35. Only on the ground. Suddenly two armies appeared. They each drew out their weapons on the ground. Fight each other. Kill them. The faces of these two armies are impressively showing two identical faces. Senju Kinyu and Heitake Sakumo. On the battlefield, the two of them had countless consciousness clones and launched a fierce battle. Swords face each other. Ninjutsu vs. Physical combat. Bring the battle into full play. The two sides fought hard. Very good. 9. What I want is this kind of blood spray. Zhang's life and death battle. Senju Kinyu had an excited expression on his face. He faintly felt it. His power has reached the point where he can break through the bottleneck. Senju Kinyu is enjoying the battle. But Heitake Sakumo didn't enjoy it at all. His battle, with a strong color of revenge. I wish I could just cut Senju Kinyu in half with one knife. The evenly matched fight will only make him more and more angry. Moreover, even without considering the mental changes. Physically, I want to maintain such a high-intensity battle. His stamina and chakra are a huge drain. Illusionary confrontation. Continue to fight, it will only be endless. Heitake Sakumo is not sure of winning. It can even be said that in this illusion confrontation, Heitake Sakumo is totally at a disadvantage. Untie. Heitake Sakumo took the initiative to release the illusion. The figure quickly retreated a distance. His face was pale. As can be seen. In the illusion confrontation just now, he consumed a lot of power. Allah! Is that the end of it? I'm still interested. I still haven't finished it yet. Sakumo-sensei, can you continue to dance? Senju Kinyu holds Zanpakuto. Konoha's white fang, never give up. Heitake Sakumo raised his hand and grabbed it. He took the white fang, which had fallen to the ground before, in his hand again. Chapter 110. Konoha's white fang, never give up. As long as I have a breath, I will fight to the end. Heitake Sakumo waved and threw the white fang sword in his hand. The two sides formed seals, and at the same time took fast steps rushed towards Senju Kinyu. Ding! Senju Kinyu flicked away the attacking white fang sword with a knife. Lightning style go! Heitake Sakumo took lightning all the way and punched Senju Kinyu. Boom! Senju Kinyu raised his hand to catch the opponent's fist. My feet were numb with the lightning style of the other party. Heitake Sakumo's lightning style plus taijutsu is really exquisite. But Senju Kinyu released the incomparably powerful chakra, which easily removed the lightning numbness from his body. With a backhand grab, he clasped the opponent's wrist. Turned around for a back throw. Boom! 35. Heitake Sakumo was slammed to the ground. Cough! A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Sakumo-sensei, is it over? 35. Senju Kinyu immediately slashed at the opponent. I saw Heitake Sakumo's right hand, fingers hooked. With chakra, control the white fang knife and insert it from the side. Chong! The attack of the white fang's knife deflected Senju Kinyu's Zanpakuto, splitting the stone on the side. It's not over yet. Heitake Sakumo made a swipe of his leg. Trip Senju Kinyu to the ground. Immediately after, he bowed his waist with a flick and stood up abruptly. One hand grabbed the white fang knife on the ground. The offensive and defensive trend is reversed. Heido's 58th Tianlan. Senju Kinyu raised his hand and released a powerful storm from the palm of his hand. Heitake Sakumo was blown away by the storm, and many wounds from the wind blade were added to his body. Hateful. Muji ninjutsu, this wind style. The opportunity to counter-attack that I finally saw was wasted in vain. It really can't be careless at all. 99. Senju Kinyu stood up. Come again. Heitake Sakumo looked at Senju Kinyu again. Chong. Chong. Clang. 5. Chong. Chong. Another dazzling hand-to-hand battle. Hurry up. Hurry up. I want to hurry up. Heitake Sakumo forcibly increased the speed of his swing. Try to beat the slow way by going fast. Prompting Senju Kinyu to reveal his flaws. Facts have proved that his extensive combat experience is correct. Under his unusually fierce offensive, Senju Kunyu revealed a flaw. The battle-hardened Heitake Sakumo keenly captured this. Right here. Heitake Sakumo stabbed to Senju Kunyu's heart. Sizzle. Senju Kunyu also reacted quickly, avoiding the fatal injury. There was a long slit in the shoulder. Come again. Heitake Sakumo took out a kunao from his sleeve in his left hand, injected lightning-style chakra in an instant, and stabbed Senju Kunyu's neck fiercely. Deadly attacks, one after the other. Pfft. Heitake Sakumo's chakra kunao, along with his left arm, fell heavily to the ground. Excessive pursuit of one's own ultimate speed makes it impossible to see the opponent's counter-attack. 95. Sakumo-sensei, you are on your way. Senju Kunyu's Zanpakuto sheds blood. Whoosh. Heitake Sakumo clutched his broken arm, and the blood spurted out like a spring. Having lost too much, his already poor complexion became even paler at this time. Heitake Sakumo, who was hit so hard, didn't even snort. I saw that he made a seal with one hand, and a small fireball condensed from his hand. Fire-style fire lantern. Senju Kunyu immediately became interested. Oh. So Sakumo-sensei has such a sense of humor. If the opponent uses this level of ninjutsu to attack, it would be really funny. But obviously, Heitake Sakumo is not a humorist. I saw that he moved the fireball in his hand to his broken arm. The flames burned the wound. There is a disgusting smell of meat. Heitake Sakumo bite. Tight teeth, hard. There is no pain. Did the continuous bleeding stop with the burn? This kind of self-mutilation emergency method has nothing to question except admiration. Doubt. Senju Kunyu expressed admiration. Base. Heitake Sakumo clenched the knife with one hand. Without saying a word, he charged at Senju Kunyu again. Obviously his physical strength has dropped significantly. Obviously his chakra has been consumed more than half. Obviously he was seriously injured. However, Heitake Sakumo's offensive was far from abating. Instead, fight more and more bravely. The power of a one-handed swing of a sword overwhelms Senju Kunyu's Zanpakuto. Chong. Heitake Sakumo suppressed him with a knife, and even put the blade on the latter's shoulder. But one less hand will always reveal more flaws. I saw Senju Kunyu's 5 fingers form a fist, hitting the opponent's chest heavily. One bone. Crack. 35. The white hits of the mystery class directly hit Heitake Sakumo's chest. Both eyes are bulging, and the mouth vomits blood. Puff. Heitake Sakumo was knocked to the ground. Okay. Enough is enough, Sakumo-sensei. 35. Senju Kunyu's purpose in coming here is not to kill each other. He just wanted to have a good fight with each other. It's now decided. He also enjoyed the process of finishing the battle. However, Heitake Sakumo refused to give up. I saw him dragging his scarred body and forced him to stand up. Eyes filled with hatred, staring at Senju Kunyu stubbornly. His mouth opened, as if he wanted to say something. But this opening is to spit out a lot of blood. Cough cough wow. Senju Kunyu stretched out his hand to hold his glasses, and persuaded with a concerned look on his face. Sakumo-sensei, I suggest you don't move around. Because it will only hasten your death. As a student, I will be sad. Hear this. Heitake Sakumo's blood pressure surged and he almost fainted. Do you remember being my student? You traitor who deceives teachers and destroys ancestors. 35. Senju Kunyu looked puzzled. Then he quickly understood something. I clapped my palm. Oh, right. Sorry about that. 0 Ask for flowers. 0. I almost forgot about this. I'll get rid of it right now. I saw him hanging Zanpakuto upside down. Crack it, Kyoka Suijutsu. Bang. With a crisp mirror screen shattering sound. What are you going to do? Heitake Sakumo felt a strange feeling for a moment. But didn't find anything wrong. Sakumo-sensei, look over there. Senju Kunyu pointed in a certain direction. Heitake Sakumo followed his gaze and saw that it was his son's body. Kakashi. 5. With a keen sense of perception, he saw slight ups and downs on the corpse for the first time. Whoosh. Heitake Sakumo rushed towards the corpse regardless of his injuries. Breathe. Kakashi, still alive. Heitake Sakumo confirmed that his son was still alive. Breathing evenly, just passed out. In addition to ecstasy, my heart is also full of doubts. Wrong. 0. I saw clearly before that you got a killer. Senju Kunyu stabbed Kakashi through the heart. He still vividly remembers that tragic and painful scene. Relax. That's just an illusion I let you see. How could I kill Sakumo-sensei's son for no reason? After all, I'm not a devil. Senju Kunyu said with a kind expression. Illusion? When? I obviously didn't see your seal. And this real feeling, there is no flaw at all. 35. Heitake Sakumo was shocked. He is also quite accomplished in the field of illusion. Although it cannot be said that it has reached the first-class level in the ninja world. But to say the least grandmaster. It's impossible to even know when someone else's illusion has occurred. But now the facts are in sight. He had to believe it. Let me explain briefly. This is my Zanpakuto, named Kyoka Suijutsu. The ability is complete hypnosis. You can control the other's 5 senses at will. 35. Specifically, I can let you see a living person as a corpse, sight, touch, smell, hearing, perception, in all your senses. Kakashi is a dead person. Senju Kinyu succinctly explained his abilities. Because of such a realistic effect, let Heitake Sakumo completely believe that his son was killed, so his emotions exploded instantly. Heitake Sakumo felt horrified after hearing that. Kyoka Suijutsu. Complete hypnosis. What terrifying ability is this? To put it another way, if the other party uses Kyoka Suijutsu's ability, it confuses his knowledge of Kinyu and Kakashi. Heitake Sakumo tried his best to kill Senju Kinyu, but after getting his revenge, he found out that he actually killed Kakashi himself. What kind of scene will this be? Just thinking about it in my head makes me shudder. Sakumo-sensei, you seem to have used my Kyoka Suijutsu brain to make up some bold ideas. Can you tell me what you think? Senju Kinyu expressed curiosity. An honest Sakumo-sensei, what kind of bad thoughts would you have? Chapter 111. Sakumo-sensei, you seem to have used my Kyoka Suijutsu brain to make up some bold ideas. Can you tell me what you think? 99. Like a whisper of a demon. Heitake Sakumo repeatedly denied it. I'm not. I do not have. Don't talk nonsense. 55. Senju Kinyu smiled slightly and said softly. Don't be nervous, Sakumo-sensei. I was just joking with you. An understatement of conversation. Makes it feel weirdly unreal. It was obvious that the two of them had been fighting hard just a moment ago. A true life and death struggle. Now it's like a conversation at home. Why tell me about your abilities? Heitake Sakumo said solemnly. Ninja ability information is very important information. It can even decide the final victory or defeat. Countless ninjas. He racked his brains 880 and sacrificed his life in exchange for the enemy's intelligence. Give your partner a way to win. Allah. Sakumo-sensei is worried about me leaking information? I really worry about it. 35. But please don't worry about it. My Kyoka Suijutsu is perfect. Even if you know the specific ability information, it is meaningless. Because only one hit, 35, will be forever captive of complete hypnosis. 55. I can launch it anytime, anywhere, as long as I want. While talking, Senju Kinyu's body gradually faded. 35. Heitake Sakumo suddenly widened his eyes. I just feel something being held against my heart. Look. I touch your heart. Senju Kinyu's figure silently appeared in front of the other party. The palm also pressed on the latter's heart. Damn. 35. Heitake Sakumo subconsciously swung his sword and slashed forward. But found. The Senju Kinyu in front of him disappeared again out of thin air. This time, the other party's voice came from behind him. Didn't I say so? Under complete hypnosis by Kyoka Suijutsu. What you see, hear, and touch. All can be hallucinations. Senju Kinyu sheathed the knife. The never say die Heitake Sakumo. At this moment, he put down the sword feebly. Fell into a long silence. This is a doomed battle. The ending was doomed from the start. Senju Kinyu. What exactly do you want to do? Heitake Sakumo said solemnly. Suicide. What a boring ending. I'm not happy. Pleasure. Sakumo-sensei, I hope you defect to Konoha. Senju Kinyu stated his purpose. What? You want me to be Konoha's traitor? 95. Heitake Sakumo's face became extremely shocked. He never imagined that the other party would make such a ridiculous request. Konoha's White Fang, the most powerful man in the world of ninja. Powerful, of course, there is no doubt. But it can really make Konoha, and even the major ninja villages. A ninja who has established Heitake Sakumo as a model. It's because of his brilliance. Impeccable in character. Even the ninjas of hostile countries admire him. The underworld operation of Konoha High Rise. To a certain extent, it ruined Heitake Sakumo's reputation. But in the end it happened for a reason. In order to protect his companions, he gave up the mission. This is said, and it can still be understood by some people to some extent. But defecting is different. For ninjas, this is definitely a stain that cannot be washed off in a lifetime. No one will understand and betray the betrayal of Shinobi Village. For whatever reason. To deal with betrayal and forbearance, the major forbearance villages reached an unprecedented consensus. That is to issue a wanted order, and the whole ninja world offers a bounty to hunt down. Thinking of this, Heitake Sakumo's body couldn't help but tremble. He wasn't afraid of being hunted down. Instead, he is afraid of the decent image that he has maintained all his life, and has since fallen. He has become a notorious sinner. Later historical evaluation. From the respected Konoha's White Fang to a nail. Konoha's rebellion on the pillar of shame. Do not. I can't be a traitor. Just kill me. Heitake Sakumo was full of pain, and begged Senju Kyunyu for mercy in an almost pleading tone. In his opinion, the honor of the ninja is more important than life. Let him defect to Konoha, he would rather die. No way. Begging to die is the easiest thing in the world. Survival is the hardest trial. Sakumo-sensei, please be a living Konoha rebel. 35. Senju Kyunyu stared straight at each other, full of oppressive words. The opponent was almost unable to breathe. Shut up. I won't do what you want. Heitake Sakumo put the knife on his neck with his backhand. The eyebrows are full of madness. Self cut off. As long as he is dead. What the conspiracy of the high-level Konoha, what the persecution of Senju Kyunyu. All can be freed. Sakumo-sensei, I advise you not to do this. Because, you will regret it. 39. Senju Kyunyu lowered his head slightly and adjusted the angle of his glasses. Reflection through the lens. Heitake Sakumo has a keen eye. Seeing sharply. Own reflection. He took the knife and put it on Kakashi's neck. 1T. Heitake Sakumo's eyes widened before he realized it. His knife, clinging to Kakashi's neck. The sharp blade had already cut through the skin, and a line of bright red flowed down. Crack. Heitake Sakumo was so frightened that he threw away the knife in his hand. Take a closer look at Kakashi's injuries. Fortunately, just half an inch away, cut off the neck. The aorta of the neck. Don't eat tiger poison. Sakumo-sensei, please be careful. 35. Senju Kyunyu advised kindly. You devil. Heitake Sakumo shudders. Wei pointed at him, and scolded him loudly. He is not afraid of death. I love fame very much. However, compared to personal honor, he is also a father. A father who loves his children. Kakashi. My child. Heitake Sakumo looked at his son in front of him. Left behind the sad tears of the old father. In the face of personal honor and the life of my son. He has made a choice. Although it's an excruciatingly painful choice. But Heitake Sakumo did it without hesitation. Great father. Sakumo-sensei, 99. Please allow me to call you teacher one last time. Because from now on, you are the enemy of all Konoha shinobi. Rebel, Heitake Sakumo. 35. Senju Kyunyu. Happy to take off. Chapter 112. Essay. According to tradition. Draw a knife and be a standard rebel. Senju Kyunyu looked at him playfully. Heitake Sakumo was silent for a while. Glancing at Kakashi. Just do it obediently. He eased the ninja forehead protector who opened his forehead. Movement is slow. As if fighting, when the last second of Konoha shinobi. With his trembling palms, he picked up the knife on the ground. Insert. In the middle of the Konoha logo, a horizontal line is drawn. This symbolizes that he and Konoha are cut off. He put the forehead protector of the betrayal symbol on his head again. The forehead protector that I have been used to wearing in the past, I don't know why it looks extra heavy. Heitake Sakumo felt dizzy for a while. I'm Konoha Rebellion. I'm Konoha Rebellion. I'm Konoha Betrayal. Heitake Sakumo let out a mad roar inside. But he couldn't shout. The clear and sharp eyes in the past have now become muddy. Just at the age of 01's prime, it seems to be 20 years old all of a sudden. The expression also seems to be played. It's broken. The pale mouth and lips made a hoarse voice. Senju Kyunyu. Are you satisfied now? Heard. Senju Kyunyu nodded seriously. Yes. I am very happy. Heitake Sakumo turned around. He didn't want to see the serious smiling face of the other party again. He was afraid that he would not be able to bear it and fight the latter. Then he was played by Kyoka Suijutsu again. He slashed his son with a knife. 35. You are not allowed to shoot at my son. This is the bottom line for him to bear the reputation of betrayal and slander. Do not worry. I will keep my promise. 35. After all, this is the reason for Konoha's rebellion against Heitake Sakumo to live. Senju Kyunyu replied. Konoha Rebellion Heitake Sakumo. You sounded quite smooth. Heitake Sakumo's heart was stabbed again and again. However, the pain experienced today is too much. So much that it's already numbing. Back. One last look at the young son. With all the sadness and thoughts. Heitake Sakumo left Konoha silently. Yamanaka clan, perception barrier. Urgent report. There are chakras who have not obtained permission to enter and leave the village without permission. Analyzing target's chakra information. Third Hokage received the report from the enchantment class for the first time. Defection? Who is it? And it's still broad daylight. Follow the entry and exit rules at Konoha Shinobi Village. Anyone who leaves the village needs to submit an application to Hokage. After approval, obtain the exit certificate. Otherwise, any ninja who leaves the country without permission can be regarded as an act of defection. Humph. Another ignorant idiot. 35. Third Hokage didn't care too much at first. Because defection happens almost every year. There will always be ninjas who are dissatisfied with the village and choose to leave Konoha. But these people, more than 95% will be chased and executed by Umbu. Just like today, defected in the light of day. In the history of Konoha, this is the second case. The first case is Uchiha Madara. It is said that during the day, he overheard Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama talking. I feel angry that I can't be Hokage. Then he just ran away. Of course, no one dared to stop him. Confirm the target's chakra information. This is 55. The Yamanaka clan ninjas who were reporting were a little hesitant. After a pause for a few seconds, after confirming the list on the archives again and again. Just to report. The target is Konoha Elite Jonin, Heitake Sakumo. Upon hearing the name, Third Hokage bounced off his seat immediately. What? How could it be him? The incredible look on Third Hokage's face. Whoever defected, he could not have imagined that it was Heitake Sakumo. Because in his opinion, Heitake Sakumo is a man who values the honor of the ninja more than his life. Is there any misunderstanding here? Boom. The door to Hokage's office was pushed open. Shimura Danzo barged in with a serious look on his face. Blockbuster news at the first opening. Heitake Sakumo has defected. The men I sent to monitor the Heitake family were all wiped out. Kill and leave. 71. This betrayal is a stone hammer. Immediately after that, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu, who hurriedly ran into the office. Something bad. Heitake Sakumo, he defected. 35. As Yuditen Koharu spoke, his mouth was still trembling. How to do? The defection of that man will definitely cause an uproar. Mitokado Homura's face was extremely heavy. A Konoha Elite Jonin. Combat power ranking Konoha top stream. This heavyweight figure has become a traitor. It is not only a heavy blow to Konoha's comprehensive strength. Still a huge blow to Konoha's reputation. Heitake Sakumo's defection incident is vicious. No less than the impact of Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha. Originally, due to the Nine Tails disaster, Konoha suffered heavy losses. Now take another wing. This will completely drain Konoha in the Second Ninja World War, as a bargaining chip for the victorious nation. Everyone knows that your vitality is bad, who is afraid of you? Hiruzen, what are you going to do with? Send Umbu to hunt down traitors. Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered, and she asked with some malicious intent. Why don't you send your gen to hunt down? 35. Don't be careful with Lao Tzu. The third generation of 880 Hokage glared at the other party angrily. Send someone to hunt down Heitake Sakumo? Are you sure you're not going to send people's heads? What a nasty man. The old man was wrong about him. Yuditen Koharu said angrily. The words were filled with resentment. I didn't even think about what I did. Could it be us? Forcing him too hard? A hint of guilt appeared on Mitokado Homura's face. Self-reflection, a minute. Even so. 35. Defection is also an unforgivable thing. 95. Shimura Danzo commented coldly. In his opinion, although they are behind Heitake Sakumo, send someone to bring the rhythm, to spread rumors and slander Heitake Sakumo. But they do it all for Konoha. Whether you believe it or not, anyway, I believed. Heitake Sakumo should never be a traitor. This goes against Konoha's will of fire. If you can't stand it, you can kill yourself. Why be betrayal and forbearance? You are a jerk. We should apologize to the people of the country of all fire. Nailed. On the pillar of shame of history. Hashtag 234th pound. There's nothing more to say. Let's make an announcement. List Heitake Sakumo as S-rank Konoha Rebellion. Entrust a reward to the black market, 100 million taels to buy Heitake Sakumo's head. Third Hokage made a decision. Chapter 113. Heitake Sakumo's defection. It caused an uproar in the ninja world. Gather intelligence through tons of spy ninjas. They probably understood the reason for the defection. Because a mission failed. The top officials of Konoha dispatch Umbu to monitor Heitake Sakumo around the clock. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a political persecution. Heitake Sakumo couldn't take it anymore. Kill Umbu and leave Konoha. The reactions of the major ninja villages were all gloating. In the past wars, Heitake Sakumo has been the confidant of the nations. Now Konoha has lost one white fang, and the overall strength has dropped significantly. It further stimulated the ambitions of the major ninja villages. Actively prepare to launch the next ninja war. It's different from the fiery discussions outside. Konoha Shinobi Village has adopted a high degree of strict control of fishing boats. It is expressly forbidden for anyone to discuss the matter of Heitake Sakumo. The common people, as well as Genin and Shinin, fell silent. But Jonin is not so well controlled. In fact, most of them were very dissatisfied with the handling of the top management of Konoha. Just based on their own interests, the Jonin chose to remain silent. It forced Sakumo-sensei to leave. What do the high-level people think? Uchiha Mikoto frowned, unabashedly expressing her dissatisfaction. She has a straightforward personality and dares to criticize those in power in public. It perfectly inherits the arrogance of the Uchiha family. This statement came out. Immediately attracted the attention of other Jonin colleagues. As expected of the Uchiha clan. Even for women, it's just amazing. Uchiha Mikoto. Watch your words. Are you questioning Hokage's decision? Sarutobi Shinashuk reprimanded harshly. He firmly maintains the position of Konoha's top management. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Why can't I question it? The credit of Mr. Sakumo is obvious to all. 35. How can he deny all the honors he has won in the past because of a failed mission? 39. Uchiha Mikoto's words were eloquent. Everyone showed an expression of approval. In Konoha Jonin's team, Heitake Sakumo is recognized as number one. Whether it is comprehensive strength or personality, there is no doubt that the leader. I agree with Mikoto's opinion. I also think that in this matter, the high-level approach is really deceiving people too much. Senju Tsunade was the first to step up to the Uchiha Mikoto platform. In all fairness, she spoke out for Uchiha Mikoto purely out of fairness and justice. But it seems to others. X quality is different. Senju joins forces with Uchiha to fight against the top Konoha. This is an unprecedented political change. In fact, they all think too much. The two women are not interested in politics. Their voices have nothing to do with their positions. Based on the respect for Heitake Sakumo, the senior officials of Konoha will be unhappy. Orochimaru frowned. Others don't know, but he is an old teammate for more than 10 years. Of course no Tsunade. Just a silly, white, sweet woman. You can't say that. There are also high-level difficulties at the top. Although Sakumo-senpai was a little wronged. But he can take a legitimate approach and conduct a reasonable protest. 5. Kill Umbu, defected to Konoha. The approach is too extreme. Extreme. This is a road of no return destined to darkness. 35. Orochimaru said with a look of regret. His speech, on the surface, is reasonable. In fact, the position is biased towards the high-level side of Konoha. After all, he is the proud disciple of Mr. Sarutobi. 0. How can you not speak for your teacher? Hear the words of Orochimaru that water does not leak. A strange look appeared on Senju Kyunyu's face involuntarily. Practice Tai Chi end. The road of no return is destined to lead to darkness. Are you sure you're not introducing yourself? But it's not surprising when you think about it. Orochimaru is still a young guy in his mid-30s. The blood in my heart has not cooled yet. In his opinion, he is the most outstanding disciple of Third Hokage. Origin is root. Zheng Miao. Red. During the Second Ninja World War, he fought against the famous Hanzo of the Salamander and won the title of Sunin. The strength has also reached the level of a first-class ninja. Proper future Hokage successor. At least until Namikaze Minato has grown up. Everyone agrees so. Who would have thought? 10 years later. The most root is the seedling. Red Orochimaru. He would even choose to defect to Konoha. Towards the road of no return that leads to darkness. Everyone, stop arguing. The top priority now is to solve the village's internal and external troubles. 55. Experienced the Second Ninja World War, and the huge losses of the Nine Tails disaster. Konoha's white fangs are gone. 99. The current battle strength of the village has dropped to the lowest point in history. I heard that the major ninja villages have been testing the borders frequently recently. This is a red flag. At this time, we should work together to overcome the difficulties together. Senju Kyunyu stretched out his hand and raised his glasses, and said solemnly. A speech full of positive energy. Aroused the favor of all Jonin. At the same time. Also let the senior Konoha who secretly eavesdropped outside the conference room door. Very surprised. Sure enough, it's the same as what Shinashuk said. Kyunyu is an excellent ninja with both ability and political integrity. Perfectly inherits Konoha's will of fire. A look of relief appeared on Third Hokage's face. Really? This child is impeccable in all aspects, whether in blood, strength, character, appearance. If possible, I would like to introduce the juniors of my clan to associate with him. Yuditen Koharu said with a greedy look on his face. Hi. Just those juniors in your family who are crooked and cracked, are they worthy of others? My daughter is fine. Mitokato Homura has the same thought. I bother. You old thing is shameless. A 300-pound tank, I'm so embarrassed. Yuditen Koharu cursed angrily. In fact, both of them are equally shameless. Eyes. Greedy for Senju's blood, eyes. Greedy for Kyunyu's body. All right. Don't be fooling around here, you two. Shimura Danzo rebuked the two with a serious look. In fact, he did not have the same idea. It's just helpless that he has no son and no daughter, an old bachelor. There are no women of the right age. Otherwise he wouldn't mind sending a woman to get Senju-kyu's DNA. Don't you think this kid is too upright? The old man always feels that something is wrong. 35. Shimura Danzo frowned. He has always been very suspicious. I don't believe that there is such a pure-minded man in the world. All for Konoha. Chien, isn't this a common mantra used by senior executives of Konoha? Now Senju-kyu also said it. What a familiar scene. Shimura Danzo himself Dao-ren. Use the greatest malice to speculate on Senju-kyu. Although the other party said that it was for Konoha, there must be other purposes in the dark. 35. About Kyunyu, the old man will personally test his loyalty. Now, let's go to the meeting first. 99. Third Hokage pushed open the door of the conference room. Facing the high-rise Konoha who entered suddenly. The discussions of the Jonin stopped for a moment. He looked a little embarrassed. After all, the senior officials of Konoha are expressly forbidden to talk about betrayal. The Jonins can talk in private, but they still have to give Hokage face in the open. Only Uchiha Mikoto. Without evasion, he looked directly into the eyes of the high-level Konoha group. I didn't expect that the elders of the dignified high-rise would actually hide chakra. Eavesdropping at the door. The front is just soft. Chapter 114. The behavior of Konoha executives eavesdropping at the door is indeed disgusting. But none of the Jonin present dared to point it out. Only Uchiha Mikoto is the one who bluntly accuses the top of Konoha. This made the faces of several high-level executives who entered the door very ugly. Cough cough. Mikoto, I think you have misunderstood. We've only just arrived. All right. We don't care about the details. Today's meeting is very important. 55. Third Hokage is thick-skinned enough to understate his eavesdropping behavior. Then immediately changed the subject. As Senju-kyu said earlier. 99. Experienced the Second Ninja War, and the loss of the Nine Tails disaster. 35. The number of Chunin and Jonin of Konoha has reached an all-time low. To this end, Konoha needs to make the following policies. First, the reform of the school year system at the ninja school. 39. There is no longer a rigid set of academic years. As long as the strength reaches the level of Chunin, you can graduate immediately. Everyone's faces were different, thinking about the pros and cons of the policy. Under normal circumstances, ninja school requires at least 3 years of school hours. In the first year, he received the ideological education of the will of fire. Learn basic ninjutsu in the second year. Practical training in the third year. Senju-kyu's class of ninjas was in school for 3 years. If not hard. Sexually stipulate the school year. In fact, many of them can graduate in 1 or 2 years. Konoha adjusted the school system with the aim of cultivating Chunin in a shorter period of time. Second, it is mandatory for all Jonins to take the Chunin 880 exam every year. All Chunin, take the Jonin exam. Third Hokage continued speaking. This time the reaction of the people was even greater. It's too messy. The strength of a ninja is more than just combat power. The experience of the task needs to be accumulated over a long period of time. 5. Tsunade was the first to object. Konoha's move is to select more Chunin and Jonin as soon as possible. But Chunin and Jonin cannot be measured by a piece of paper. Promoting Chunin and Jonin too early is likely to backfire. As for mission experience, after becoming Chunin and Jonin, wouldn't it be the same? Shimura Danzo said coldly. It's easy for you to say. Jonin's quest difficulty is limited to DC, Chunin's quest difficulty is CB, and Jonin's quest difficulty is AS. The greater the difficulty, the greater the danger. 95. Let inexperienced newcomers do it, they'll have a hard time dealing with them if an accident happens. 35. Uchiha Mikoto sternly refuted. Make an analogy. A 9-year-old Jonin, his strength has reached the level of Chunin, but the task experience is very lacking. Hastily promoting him to Chunin and assigning a B-level task to him would be very risky. Jonin's situation is even more dire. AS-level tasks, the probability of death is even greater. Humph. As a ninja, I was born to fight. What? People of the Uchiha family, are you still afraid of death? 99. Shimura Danzo is cynical. Don't make life so simple. Abda. Uchiha Mikoto stared at him. Konoha's move is equivalent to using human life to cultivate more Chunin and Jonin. This is something that has been decided. We have talked to the patriarchs of the major families. Shimura Danzo glanced sideways at him. The crowd kept silent. This. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Fugaku in disbelief. The latter, as the young patriarch, must know this. Yes, Mikoto. For Konoha, we Uchiha should also make certain sacrifices. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered slightly. That sounds nice. In fact, the Uchiha family has ambitions. I want to take the opportunity to improve the ninja level in the clan. The same is true of other major families. To increase the influence of the family, more Chunin and Jonin are needed. As for the risk of plucking the seedlings, there will be people in the future who die from mission failures. A certain degree of sacrifice is within the acceptable range of the major families. Well, if you have no other opinion. 99. That's it. The next policy. In view of the harsh environment of the current Konoha external situation. 35. We need to export a large number of espionage ninjas to the outside world, infiltrate the major ninja villages, and steal secret information. 35. Third Hokage went on to throw out a third policy. What? The crowd reacted violently. This policy, Konoha executives did not discuss with the major families in advance. Espionage ninja, and still infiltrated the major ninja villages. This danger is definitely S-class. Once your identity is exposed and you are trapped in the enemy's base camp, the hope of escape will be very slim. Orochimaru said the key in one sentence. Such missions, even for Jonin, are extremely risky missions. That's right. 35. But for Konoha's safety, we must understand the movements of the major shinobi villages. The espionage program is the top priority. Mitokato Homura said righteously. Then the spy ninja. Who to send? How many? Hyaga Hayashi said solemnly. That's a good question. To be fair, every family here must send at least one Jonin to become an espionage ninja. Shimura Danzo made a final request. A Jonin. Everyone showed their thoughts. Jonin, for the famous family, is also a very important fighting force. But if it's just one person, it's still acceptable. After all, most families are not monolithic. Just enough to push the most disobedient stubborn in the clan out. And many more. The family here, including our Senju family? Senju Tsunade said with an ugly face. It is a well-known fact that the Senju clan is not prosperous. Only Tsunade and Kinyu have the level of Jonin. Of course it is. 35. Unless, you give up Senju's surname. Shimura Danzo said meaningfully. This is another time, Konoha's high-level political suppression against the Senju family. Want to keep Senju's name? Then you need a Jonin to be a spy. S-rank mission, in case of sacrifice. I'm sorry then. Konoha will enshrine your memorial tablet. You. How can you do this to the Senju family? Senju Tsunade clenched his teeth in anger. Bite. Among the direct relatives, she has only one cousin, Kinyu. The two depend on each other. Anyone who dies, the other will be alone for a lifetime. Tsunade. The old man can understand your mood. But all the major families have gone out, and for the sake of fairness, the Senju family can't go out too. Third Hokage said earnestly. The best buckle hat means. Senju no one equals destroys fairness. The crowd was silent. They didn't mean to force Senju's family to come out. After all, there are only two people left in the Senju family's direct line. In case of an accident, it is equivalent to cutting off the blood. Heart to heart. This is the heaviest for any family. The demise of the excellent blood of the Senju family is really a huge loss for Konoha and even the entire ninja world. One more person is not much, one less person is not a lot. Why are you embarrassing the Senju family? Uchiha Mikoto spoke up again. Jonin is not Chinese cabbage. Or, you Uchiha clan are willing to provide two Jonin. Shimura Danzo said maliciously. Uchiha Mikoto was about to say that she could replace. But it was stopped by Uchiha Fugaku behind him. Mikoto. Watch your identity. 95. Uchiha Fugaku stared at him with a stern look. Two Jonin. The Uchiha family can't afford it. But he didn't want to help the Senju clan. Especially that Senju Kinyu. Teacher Sarutobi. Do you have to let us Senju's people come on? Tsunade looked at the latter with an almost indifferent look. Third Hokage's heart skipped a beat. He read Tsunade's eyes. This time, Mr. Sarutobi, may be the last time. If he forced each other again, it would be equivalent to severing the master-disciple relationship between the two. However, so far, there is nothing left to miss. He is now Third Hokage. A power struggle can make father and son kill each other. What's more, what about the trivial bond between a mere mentor and apprentice? In order to firmly grasp the power in hand, he must completely push the Senju clan to the ground. The latter must not be turned over. Chapter 115. Yes. Third Hokage. Senju Tsunade's eyes became extremely cold. Looking at each other's eyes, also completely turned into a stranger. Everyone listens. Senju Tsunade's title has changed from the original Sarutobi teacher to the distant Third Hokage. None of the Jonin present were fools. Everyone immediately understood the implications. Third Hokage's cheeks twitched. Although he had already anticipated the rupture of the relationship between master and apprentice. But he still had no idea. Tsunade would actually be in public, rip him off. And the attitude is so decisive. Then the Jonin of the Senju clan will come from me. Tsunade was about to say that he was going to be an espionage ninja. In the end, Senju Kinyu took the lead. Senju Kinyu, willing to act as a spy ninja. This is a life and death mission. Kinyu, you. Tsunade looked startled and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Because the other party is her only relative. How could she be willing to put him in danger? Sorry, Tsunade-san. I reject your rejection. The reason is the same as your reason for rejecting me. Senju Kinyu said with a serious face. But, 35. Tsunade's eyebrows trembled slightly, and his chestnut eyes contained crystal tears. Yes. She cherished her brother's life very much. By the same token, the younger brother must also be very concerned about his sister's life. I'm my sister, you should listen to me about this. Tsunade tries to be strong. Hard to say. Serve. Do not. It is only right now that men protect women. Senju Kinyu shook his head. Protect women. Tsunade received a knowing blow. A suspicious red halo suddenly appeared on his face. Kinyu. He sees me as a woman. Instead of sister? This. Could it be that this is some kind of hint? Tsunade was suddenly uncontrollably crazy. This woman. Not right. Uchiha Mikato's eyes suddenly became sharp. I thought they were from the Senju clan, and they were siblings. It reminded her of the past. When Noeki was still around, he was joking. Said to simply let Kinyu be his brother-in-law. In the land of fire, cousin unions are legal. Especially the blood following the boundary family, in order to ensure the purity of the blood. It is more inclined to intermarry. Marriage. Now this man and two women have made the atmosphere of the scene weird. Cough cough. Kinyu, have you figured it out? Being an espionage ninja, the task is very arduous, it is sexual and life-threatening. Third Hokage began to hypocritically persuade. In fact, the subtext is to tell the other party. If you don't go, then go to Tsunade. The mission is very dangerous, you can do it yourself. I figured it out, Lord Hokage. 35. As a Konoha shinobi, I have made up my mind to sacrifice for the village. Besides, objectively speaking, I think I know a little bit about hidden methods. Senju Kinyu said with a straight face. Make the whole audience be impressed. Even Shimura Danzo, who likes to pick bones from eggs on weekdays, has nothing to say at this time. Well-planned pits by Konoha high-rises. The other party did not frown, and jumped in directly. This makes the conspirators very depressed. They had thought that the Senju siblings would firmly refuse to go out. Then they prepared a series of backhands and used various reasons to force Senju. Who knew Senju Kinyu volunteered to stand up? Konoha high-level hold back. A belly of bad water, but now there is nowhere to play. If Kinyu goes, then I will go too. Uchiha Mikato's piercing eyes were filled with firmness, and he said confidently. See. The high-rise Konoha is even more ecstatic. Okay. Another self-inflicted pit. The strength of the Uchiha clan also made Konoha's high-level officials uncomfortable. They racked their brains and tried their best to weaken the power of the Uchiha clan. No. Mikato, you can't go. Uchiha Fugaku panicked and reprimanded harshly. You have the most precious thing in our Uchiha family. And the only Mangekyo Sharinon. How can you be alone in danger? Mangekyo Sharinon. That's a powerful tool for defeating Nine Tails. This made the careerists in the Uchiha clan feel stupid. Not long ago, he even planned to elect Uchiha Mikato as 4th Hokage. But because of the high-level fishing reel battle in Konoha, and Uchiha Mikato himself, he was unwilling. In the end it was all over. Later, the Uchiha family proposed marriage. Expresses hope that she will marry Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch of Uchiha. In this way, it is possible to conceive and produce offspring with the highest bloodline. As a result, it was rejected by Uchiha Mikato again. All in all, Uchiha Mikato's position in the family is very important. I have the right to do whatever I want. 99. Stop taking the family's tricks to oppress me. Uchiha Mikato gave him a displeased look. In her opinion, Uchiha Fugaku is an LSP. Hungry all day long. Her body. Look at people Kinyu, Wada Asahi. The best man in the world. Mikato, don't be impulsive. It's a tall order. You have to cherish yourself well. 5. Senju Kinyu persuaded with a concerned look. Instead, it further strengthened Uchiha Mikato's determination. Kinyu, what I said, 35. No matter how difficult the task. 55. I will fight by your side. Uchiha Mikato stared at him earnestly. The two looked at each other silently. Uchiha Fugaku looked overcast. It seems to be a world-famous painting. Since the two have agreed, then it's settled. Senju Kinyu and Uchiha Mikato, represented both teams. 35. People from all major families, please pick out the candidates to become spy ninjas as soon as possible. 5. Third Hokage made the final call. Anyway, every family has to go out, and no one can be less. Then, I also. Sarutobi seems to be infected by Senju Kinyu's righteousness. Full of enthusiasm, intends to take the initiative to invite Ying. But he was interrupted by a look from Third Hokage. How could he be willing to let his eldest son go to such a dangerous mission? Teacher Sarutobi, please let me represent the Sarutobi family. The surprising voice came from Orochimaru. This surprised everyone. Point 0. Because Orochimaru itself is not a famous family, it stands to reason that he does not need to accept this task. But he took the initiative to stand up to help the Sarutobi family. Orochimaru, are you? Third Hokage narrowed his eyes, thinking about something in his heart. My parents died in the mission when I was very young. It can be said that I was raised by the Sarutobi family. It makes perfect sense to play for the Sarutobi family now. 55. Orochimaru watched Third Hokage gratefully. This is his rare sincerity reveal. Mr. Sarutobi, the most respected person in his life. On the side of Shimura Danzo, there was a strange look on his face. Because if he remembered correctly, the sacrifice of Orochimaru's parents was actually caused by Third Hokage. As for the reason, it's a long time ago, let's not mention it. Anyway, similar things, they do not want to do less. I aspire to be successful. I want to be Mr. Sarutobi's successor. Orochimaru openly declared his ambition to the world. The crowd looked at it. No one questioned. As a result, Orochimaru is indeed powerful, and he is a teacher of Hokage roots. Zheng Miao. Hong. Second, Orochimaru took the initiative to take on the S-class espionage mission that others could not avoid. Really take your life and do things for Konoha. Although he did it out of utilitarian intentions, but openly expressed his ambitions. Instead, it makes me feel good. It's better than some insidious and cunning guy who talks about everything for Konoha, but doesn't actually do anything serious, right? Shimura Danzo suddenly felt more and more eyes focused on him. Could it be? Do you think he is the successor of Hokage? Ah, this. How nice. It turns out that the old man also has so many supporters. CAI. Chapter 116. Konoha Espionage Program. Sunagakure Intelligence District. Senju, Uchiha Mikato. Cloud Shinobi Village Information Area. Orochimaru, Aberme Ryoma, Yakushi Nanu. The latter two are masters of Gen Umbu. P.S. With pictures. Iwagakure Intelligence District. Nara Outsmart, Akamaiki Oyama, Yamanaka Bird Whisper. The monkey version of Ino, Shika, Cho, the three are marginal figures in the family. They were pushed out to be cannon fodder. Kirigakure Intelligence District. Hyaga Iki, Inyazukaretsu. Hyaga took office as the grandson of the clan, but lost his position in the battle for the clan leader and lost his status as the clan heir. Because he was unable to plant curse mark, caged bird as an adult, he was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the current clan head. The situation of Inyazuka was similar and was rejected by the clan. Forced to accept the task. Rain Shinobi Village Information Area. Shimura Kuriko, Mito, and Sleepover. 3 jonin of the younger generation, specially arranged in the Rain Shinobi area, where the risk is the least. Konoha formulated a strict 883 battle plan. But while calculating hostile forces, I am also calculating my own people. Dig a lot of holes, please see the details later. Because espionage operations are S-class extremely secret missions. So the ninjas sent out all set out in secret. Country of Wind. It is the country with the largest territory among the 5 countries. But most of its territory belongs to the desert area. Sunagakure is built deep in the desert. The natural environment is harsh. But that's exactly what happened. Sunagakure is rarely invaded by enemy ninjas. After all, the long journey through the desert has already consumed most of his physical strength. And the supply of the army will also become very difficult. It is also difficult to carry out intelligence work from external forces. The senior management of Konoha specially arranged for Senju and Uchiha to come here. It is the most difficult of all espionage missions. Against the sky of yellow sand. Senju and Uchiha Mikato trekking in the desert. Both their faces were covered with gauze. This is also in line with the clothing characteristics of the Kingdom of Wind. It's no wonder that no one has invaded the Land of Winds in previous wars. This damn place is so hard. Uchiha Mikato complained again and again. Even as jonin, she couldn't stand the harsh desert environment. Because it's difficult, that's why the village let us come. This is Lord Hokage's trust in us. Senju said with a smile. Humph. I think they are playing against it. 35. Uchiha Mikato pouted. She has gradually begun to suspect the sinister intentions of the high-level Konoha. How come? Don't think of Konoha's high-level people so badly. Everyone is a comrade living in the same shinobi village. Senju expressed his disapproval, completely unintelligent. Kinyu. You just think of them too well. Uchiha Mikato shook his head slightly. Hehe. Senju smiled without saying a word. Secretly in my heart, my lovely tool man. Don't take me too seriously. Shout. Don't mention those old men. Let's think about how to infiltrate Sunagakure. 35. Uchiha Mikato said with a serious face. If I'm not wrong. 99. Sunagakure should also have a sensory enchantment similar to Konoha of 5. Can automatically identify chakra entering from outside. 99. This is also the standard configuration of the 5 great ninja villages. Ninjas from the outside world want to sneak in silently, which is extremely difficult. I've been thinking about this for a few days too. Senju Kinyu nodded. In other words, you already have a countermeasure? 35. As expected of Kinyu. Uchiha Mikato's eyes lit up, and he had already tacitly agreed that he was confident. Don't rely too much on me. I am not omnipotent, after all. 35. But this time, I did think of a way. The caravans of the past must have been granted passes in and out of Sunagakure. We can try to hide the chakra and get in there. Senju Kinyu briefly explained his countermeasures. Good idea. But how shall I find the caravan? 99. You can't find it all over the desert, right? Uchiha Mikato questioned. We don't have to go looking for it. Just wait for them to be delivered to your door. 99. I saw Senju Kinyu in the other's surprised eyes. With both hands sealed, a large amount of chakra was concentrated in one breath. Water-style big waterfall technique. Wa-la-la-la. Spit out a huge amount of water from the mouth. In the desert, a lake was artificially created. Uchiha Mikato opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds reflected on the lake. In a place without water, a lake was created out of thin air. Even if it's the second Hokage-sama who is called the water god in the legend, is that the case? To this, Senju Kinyu said that the basics are not 6. It's nothing special. I just have a little more chakra than the others. Uchiha Mikato was speechless. You're not a little bit, but a million bits. I see. Water in the desert is very precious. The caravan passing by will definitely find it here. Uchiha Mikato quickly understood Senju Kinyu's countermeasures. Indeed, they just have to wait and see when it comes to water sources. Goals are always delivered to your door. It's a day's walk. We can clean, wash it. Senju Kinyu said as he opened Shikai. He opened his clothes. What? Uchiha Mikato's eyes widened at first. Immediately after the face. Cheeks instantly became hot and red. Shallow. Kinyu. You, what are you? Senju Kinyu walked into the lake without a trace. What's the matter, Mikato? Don't you wash? Uchiha Mikato's heart beat faster, and he twitched and responded. It's not a question of whether to wash or not. 3.0 But, together, I'm not ready. Heard. A look of regret appeared on Senju Kinyu's face. That's it. I thought it was our relationship. It's gotten to the point where we can be honest with each other. Candidly meet. Is that how the word is used? Uchiha Mikato's brain heats up quickly. His eyes were fixed on Senju Kinyu's serious face. Confirmed that the other party is not joking. Who? Uchiha Mikato took a deep breath. It's like some kind of decision has been made. Kinyu, you have to be responsible to me. She mustered up her courage, and walked towards the man she longed for infinitely in front of her. Whoa! Into the water. Chapter 117. Combination with Uchiha Mikato. Maybe suddenly. But this is something that has already been decided. With such an excellent mother body, Senju Kinyu must of course keep it for himself. As long as he has a whim, he can implement it immediately. Take a bath, change clothes, and experience a sweet time. Finally, inject deoxyribonucleotides. Everything went smoothly. The next day. 3 poles in the sun. Uchiha Mikato walked out of the tent sleepily. It's just the way he walks that looks a little weird. Good morning, Kinyu. She, who had not yet regained consciousness, made a daily greeting subconsciously. It's noon, Mikato. 99. Are you hungry? I made some blood-enriching dishes for you. 99. Senju Kinyu said with a gentle face. Blood. Who is injured? 99. Hi. 35. Uchiha Mikato's eyes widened suddenly. At this moment, the brain is also awake in an instant. Don't make a fuss, come and eat. Senju Kinyu waved to the other side with a smile. Oh. Uchiha Mikato sat down beside him with his head down like a chicken pecking at rice. How to do? The pure friendship between them has soured. Although it was something she had always dreamed of. But fantasy suddenly became reality. It always feels unreal. Give. Senju Kinyu served her a bowl of soup with his own hands. Thanks. Uchiha Mikato took it with both hands. Feel the heat coming from the bottom of the bowl. Inner unease was swept away. Kinyu. 01. Still the most Asaxi Kinyu. P.S. I took it in one stroke. Details, or something, I really can't write more. For 3 consecutive days. Maintain intimacy and connection between people. Senju Kinyu and Uchiha Mikato seem to live a secluded life like a couple. These are the happiest 3 days of her life. Senju Kinyu was originally just to give birth to life from an excellent mother. But later found out. The process of creating life is actually quite enjoyable. If you can, just spend your whole life like this, it doesn't seem to be bad. But reality always comes. At noon on the 4th day. A caravan riding a camel came to the lake. Haha. I just said that there is water vapor in this direction, do you believe it now? It's not right. Last time, when I passed by here, there was obviously no lake. That's your memory. 35. I'm willing to admit defeat, and pull the goods for me. 35. Noisy caravan. Broke the calm here. Ah. It's coming so soon. I want to stay a few more days. Uchiha Mikoto said with a look of regret. Good times in the world of two. If only she could set a time limit. Then she hopes to be a 10,000 years. It's fine as long as we're here. It's the same everywhere. 35. For now, let's go on a mission. Senju Kinyu said. Illusion Sharinon. Uchiha Mikoto, a pupil, easily hypnosis the entire caravan. Let the latter believe that the two of them belong to the caravan. But a surprising scene happened. Bang bang bang. I saw 5 businessmen who lifted the transformation technique. Lu. Mist Shinobi's ninja forehead protector. Mist Shinobi. It won't be so coincidental. Meet other spy ninjas? Uchiha Mikoto said strangely. Konoha Shinobi? I didn't expect you to be. The Mist Shinobi ninja is also stunned. They were ordered to infiltrate Tsunagakuer to gather intelligence. Unexpectedly, before I met San Shinobi, I met Konoha's spy colleagues. Kinyu, what are these people going to do? Kill them all? Uchiha Mikoto asked. After experiencing the ninja war, she has become accustomed to the fighting between ninjas. Treat the enemy without mercy. Humph. What a big breath. 99. There are only 2 of you, and there are 5 of us here. The advantage is mine. Mist Shinobi ninja surrounded them. Anyone who can be sent as a spy is, without exception, Jonin. But Jonin and Jonin cannot be generalized. Humph. 35. Until now, I haven't seen the situation clearly, and it really is a group of ninjas who are not in the mainstream. Uchiha Mikoto glanced at the 5 Mist Shinobi Jonin in front of him with disdain. Sharinon firmly locked the other party's movements. A hand held on Zanpakuto between the waist. Just right. These days, protein, and quality intake are excessive. The whole body has inexhaustible power. Wait, Mikoto. Someone is coming. Senju Kinyu dissuades Uchiha Mikoto, who was about to do it. He felt it from a distance. There is a strong chakra that is approaching fast. It is good. Uchiha Mikoto immediately sheathed the knife. Like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law, staying by his side. The 2 hid Konoha's ninja forehead protector, and at the same time used magic to hide their own chakra. How? Do you know you're afraid now? The Mist Shinobi Jonin were completely unaware of the danger coming. Holding kunao, he approached the 2 with malicious intent. Right now. Suddenly from the sand, 2 wind demon shuriken flew out. Pfft. Wow. Unpredictable attack, let a Mist Shinobi Jonin beheaded on the spot. One had his arm cut off. The remaining 3 quickly dodged. Who? 35. A cold female voice sounded in his ears. Dare to invade my San Shinobi territory and ask such a stupid question. Whoosh. Instant body technique. Pfft. Another Mist Shinobi Jonin got his throat slit. Instant kill. What a quick move. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes narrowed slightly. Without Sharinon turned on, she only saw a figure of a woman moving at a high speed. Fire-style meteor fire. The other party spit out several gigantic bolides one after another. It hit Mist Shinobi like a meteor from the sky. You bloody BD. Don't underestimate our Mist Shinobi Jonin. The remaining Mist Shinobi fought back. His hands were sealed, and water flowed out of his mouth. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. B-level water style, ninjutsu itself is not low. But in arid deserts, use water style. The power is naturally greatly discounted. Boom. The bolide collided with the water dragon. The 2 cancel each other out, and the high-temperature water vapor spreads out. This time, the effect of water style restraining fire style is not obvious. One is because Mist Shinobi's water style has been nerfed. Second, the opponent's fire style is very powerful and can be restrained against attributes. Damn. 39. My water style is being offset by fire style. There's something wrong with that lake. 35. Mist Shinobi Jonin looked at the lake with a look of surprise. Because he originally planned to take advantage of the lake's location to enhance the power of water style. But somehow, his chakra couldn't mobilize the lake water. Using water style in a place without water, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. Stupid Mist Shinobi. 35. This lake was originally generated by Kinyu's chakra. How is it possible to be transferred by another chakra? Uchiha Mikoto muttered in a low voice. Be careful. The enemy is behind you. 99. Under the exclamation of his teammates. Mist Shinobi Jonin hurriedly made a seal with both hands. Water style water barrier. Shield wall formed by water flow. Easily pierced by one hand. Where? Scorch style oversteaming. I saw Mist Shinobi Jonin touched. Ah 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 ah. 35. Under a shrill scream, his body shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the water in the body was evaporated and turned into a dry mummy. Ah! 99. You are Sand Shinobi's Hikara. The last mist shinobi, horrified, revealed the identity of the attacker. Humph. 883 After knowing who I am, why don't you just surrender? I saw that it was a tall female ninja. Has a very unique pair of orange-red pupils. Yakang held an orange fireball in his hand. That's the blood successive limit that is made up of fire style plus wind style, scorch style. She was going to catch a live one. Take it back to the village for interrogation. Damn Yakang. Companions of Kirigakuer, will definitely avenge us. Mist Shinobi Jonin knows that he is not the opponent's opponent. As spy ninjas, they were naturally prepared for the worst. Whoa! I saw that he took out a scroll and sprayed it out. A lot of water flowed out. What? Yakang subconsciously took a few steps back. Found this water, not attacking her. Instead, the 5 members of Mist Shinobi Jonin were wrapped in the water prison technique. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen sharks were summoned from the water. Not good. 35. This is to destroy the corpse. 35. Yakang secretly said something bad. What a ruthless Mist Shinobi ninja. Mission failure, self-cut without hesitation. The sharks ripped, bit, and smashed the 5 of Mist Shinobi alive. Not even a corpse was left behind, it turned into a large pool of blood, scattered on the sand. The shark fell to the ground and struggled a few times. It turns into an automatic release and the summoning disappears. Bang 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 bang. Senju Kunyu also keenly noticed. Among them were several sharks, which swallowed several whole Mist Shinobi bodies. This way, the people at Kirigakuer can summon sharks using the summoning technique. Some corpses are recovered. From the injuries of the corpse, analyze the ninjutsu blows suffered before birth. Mist Shinobi Jonin's dying curse is not just incompetent rage. Predictably. In the future, Kirigakuer's assassination list will definitely record the hatred of Sand Shinobi Ninja Yakura. P.S. I simply filled in the pit of the death of Yakang in the original book. It's not a water plot, the supporting role of Yakang will also become a tool for the male protagonist. There will be many scenes in the sequel. Chapter 118. Cut. Failed to stay alive? 35. Yakang frowned as he looked at the blood on the ground. Uchiha Mikoto was thinking about how to reduce his presence. Unexpectedly, Senju Kunyu took the initiative to walk up and greeted the other party. Great help, friends of Sand Shinobi. 9. Senju Kunyu reached out and raised his glasses, a harmless smile appeared on his face. Who are you? Yakang's eyes paused on his face, and he asked. We are a caravan from the land of grass. Just about to deliver the goods to Sunagakuer. 35. Senju Kunyu's face was as usual, and he used a preconceived excuse to fool the other party. Is that so? Yakang's eyes swept across the young handsome man and woman in front of him. Chakra's fluctuations were not noticed. However, she is not a ninja who is good at perception. So don't jump to conclusions. It's just that Senju Kunyu took the initiative to talk. And that calm attitude. This greatly reduced Yakang's vigilance. Then she asked the rest of the caravan. The identities of Kunyu and Mikoto were confirmed, and there was no problem. Brainwashing of Sharinon illusion. Next, let me escort you to Sunagakuer. Yakang ordered. Great. With the protection of Jonin by Sand Shinobi. You said it yourself, we didn't invite you, we won't pay you. 99. Comparing money and money is the essence of a businessman. Yakang was further convinced of their identities. Senju Kunyu and Uchiha Mikoto looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Infiltrate the caravan and infiltrate Sunagakuer. The plan went well. Next, the group of them walked for a long time. Finally, at dusk, we arrived at the main town of Sunagakuer. I saw 2 towering peaks in front of the Sunagakuer gate. There is only a narrow path a few meters wide in the middle. Classic one-line sky terrain. Become a natural barrier for Sunagakuer. Master Yakang. The guard Sand Shinobi immediately greeted him respectfully. It seems that this female ninja has a high prestige in Sunagakuer. Uchiha Mikoto muttered softly. Yes, just like the former Sakumo-sensei. A strange light flashed in Senju Kunyu's eyes. The power is high. It is bound to arouse the fear of those in power. In the original book, Yakang will be persecuted by Sand Shinobi high-level executives in the future. This has also been proved. %*Z% $. Dead worthless. It would be more meaningful to act as an experimental body for him. Senju Kunyu already had an idea in his heart. These people are caravans from the land of grass. You go down and register everyone. 99. After checking that there is no problem, let them into the village. Although Yakang was convinced of the identity of the caravan, she still strictly followed the procedures. Meticulous character, won the respect of Sand Shinobi Ninja. Yes, Lord Yakang. Sand Shinobi guards follow orders. H. Identity. What are you doing? Register personal information. The personal information that Senju Kinyu made up for himself is the nephew of Daimyo in the Kingdom of Grass, whose name is Aizen. There is a fief under the name. 471. This trick to fool people, a set of a set. Uchiha Mikoto was dumbfounded. Kinyu, when did you become so deceitful? However, a more saucy operation is coming. As Konoha spies, they should have acted in a low-key manner. Try to avoid contact with Sand Shinobi ninjas. I saw Senju Kinyu actually approached Yakang to talk. Miss Yakang, thank you very much for your help today. 99. Yakang responded calmly. I'm just defending Sand Shinobi's interests. Senju Kinyu continued. Even so, it's a fact that you saved us. To say thank you. Can I buy you a drink tonight? Chat up. Yakang looked startled, and looked up and down this elegant and handsome young man with glasses. I have to say, this looks great. Very attractive to women. I can promise. But is it really good to do it too? The pretty female companion behind you is staring at me fiercely. 35. Yakang said mockingly. I don't know if it's an illusion. The black-haired and black-eyed woman had particularly sharp eyes. It does not matter. She's just my side room. 35. Senju Kinyu said with a smile. Perfectly interprets the temperament of the noble son-in-law. Incisively and vividly. Humph. A man with a heart. Yakang narrowed his eyes. In her opinion, the man in front of him felt good about himself. The status of a minor noble may be very attractive to ordinary people. But for the ninja, Sand Shinobi's famous scorch style is for Yakang. But that's all. Allah. Who do you think it's because of? 39. I saw beautiful bellflowers blooming in the desert, and it's no wonder I don't care. Senju Kinyu flirts? If you're heartbroken, open your mouth. Puff. Yakang received a knowing blow. The usual solemn face, at this time, also involuntarily flooded with a blush. This man. Interesting. So to speak. Do you still blame me? Yakang tried his best to restrain his inner shake and pretended to be calm. Yes. Miss Yakang, please take responsibility. Senju Kinyu is good at playing tricks. At a glance, he saw through the details of Yakang. This woman must have a serious appearance. The image of aloofness makes men shy away. Kind of like Tsunade. To put it bluntly, in emotional life. Yakang biking. Dochu. The girl who opened is not much better. Super coax. That's it. Under Senju Kinyu's verbal offensive. Yakang Kao, disregarding his integrity, reluctantly agreed to his invitation. There's a Sand Shinobi tavern out front. Come with me. In order not to let him see Yakang's, Qian Qinhao, shy face at this time. Meteor's stride took the lead and led the way. Kinyu. 35. You, what are you doing? Uchiha Mikoto took advantage of the gap with his back to him. He approached and asked in a low voice. Take the initiative to approach the enemy Jonin. You spy is too careless. I'm working on it. 35. Sand Shinobi Jonin must have mastered a lot of classified information. Senju Kinyu said softly. You shouldn't just want to hook up with women, right? Uchiha Mikoto looked suspicious. Looking at the front row, that figure is slim. Slim. Especially the exposed body and the back dress, showing the sexy charm of a mature woman. How come? Am I that kind of person? Senju Kinyu smiled righteously. They are all tool people. Uncle. Chapter 119. Under the leadership of Yakang, Senju Kinyu and Uchiha Mikoto walked into a tavern called Desert Oasis. This is the most famous pub in my Sunagakuer, and tourists from out of town often come here. 99. Consumption is not low. However, I don't think Master Aizen would care, right? Yakang raised his eyebrows and showed a sly smile. That's for sure. 35. Senju Kinyu responded with a smile. Enter the tavern. No hustle and bustle as expected. Everyone sat quietly in their seats and drank. The style is really different. Yakang and Senju Kinyu entered the same booth. Uchiha Mikoto was alone, staying at a separate booth not far from the next door. Want her to watch the two flirt, even if it's just for a mission. She couldn't help but stare out sharing on. Had to choose out of sight. Hey! You look over there. It's not true, is it? Lord Yakang, with a male companion by his side. What is the stinky man trying to push? People are so handsome and handsome. There are several Sand Shinobi ninjas in the tavern. The man expresses envy and jealousy. The woman didn't feel anything inappropriate. Instead, he focused his attention on Senju Kinyu. 883 Master Aizen, it seems that you are very popular among girls. Yakang said meaningfully. Miss Yakang, I can understand. Do you like me too? 39. Senju Kunyu lay lazily on the sofa, staring straight at each other. Kr. What are you talking about? 35. Yakang looked flustered. I thought to myself, this man is too good at flirting, right? Cough cough. Let's have something to drink first. Yakang quickly changed the subject. Please give me a cup of the love of Kikyo. Senju Kunyu said casually. Carelessly, he slapped Yakang again. Beautiful Ustema flowers blooming in the desert. Did you do this on purpose? Bring me a cup of flowers in the mist. 0. Yakang avoided his gaze. Looking at a flower in the fog is like a flower in a mirror and the moon in the water. 35. It's very poetic, Miss Yakang. Senju Kunyu said meaningfully. I don't understand the style of your aristocratic crepe. It's just that it tastes good. Yakang's we. Ba Shang said so. But my heart is very fond of this set of words full of force. Hee. Woman. Ding. The crisp sound of wine glasses colliding. The two had a drink each. How about it? It feels good, our Sunagakuer wine. Yakang said proudly. The entrance is green, but it is very mellow. It gives people the feeling of being surrounded by a sea of bellflower flowers. Senju Kunyu started the trick of cheating. This man has good taste. Yakang looked at him and became more and more appreciative. Pity. He is not a ninja. As Yakang, he would definitely not associate with an ordinary man. Even if the other party is a noble. But for ninjas, bloodline is the most important thing. Especially the scorch-style bloodline limit she has. Anyway. When entering Sunagakuer, I saw that some ninjas seemed to be gathering. Senju Kunyu mentioned it seemingly inadvertently. In fact, it is testing information. If it is an ordinary Yakang, there is a high probability that it will cause vigilance. But tonight, she was teased by the man in front of her. Her heart was in chaos. Coupled with drinking a little wine, the ability to think will inevitably be reduced. Ah, you said this. 35. They're training at night. 5. Hiccup. Yakang had a drink and burp, and entered a state of slight drunkenness. Training at night. It's really hard work. Senju Kunyu raised his glass and clinked with each other again. All in one drink. Seeing this, Yakang was not far behind. The same drink. Under the influence of alcohol, her thinking ability further declines. No way. Abda. To prepare for the next war 5. This time. We must win. Yakang shouted with enthusiasm. War? Sand Shinobi, who is this going to fight? Won't it affect the trade routes of our country of grass? Senju Kunyu asked, pretending to be worried. Do not worry. It's not about the country of grass, our enemy is. Yakang just wanted to tell the target of the war. But right now. A strange and somewhat familiar voice came from behind Senju Kunyu. Yakura. Watch your words. The people who came were Kaluru and Luasha. It's them. Uchiha Mikoto lowered his head immediately. During the Second Ninja World War, they had brief encounters with Garula and Rosa. Hiccup. Karura, Luasha, it's you. After the engagement, the two are really inseparable. Yakang laughed. Kagura and Luosha are both from Sand Shinobi's magnet-style bloodline. Under the auspices of Third Kaze Cage, the two entered into a marriage contract. In the eyes of others, Kagura and Luosha can be called talented and beautiful. Especially the bloodlines are very matched. The union of the two. There is a high probability that an excellent offspring that inherits the magnet style can be born. But, in fact, Korra was very reluctant in his heart. During the Second Ninja World War, she accidentally hurt Cho's mother-in-law because she fell for Senju Kunyu's Kyoka Suijutsu. As a result, Luosha killed her directly without thinking about it. I don't even have the slightest trust in my comrades. This kept her haunted. Luosha is well aware of this. But he didn't care. In his opinion, his engagement with Korra was nothing but a political marriage. In order to continue the excellent lineage, Sand Shinobi executives have drawn up a strategic plan. That's when Kaori becomes pregnant. Using the psychic technique, one tail is sealed on the baby in Kaoru Y. In this way, the child is born as a Jinchuriki. As a father, Luosha, his status is naturally rising. Therefore, for his ambition to become the next Kaze Cage, Luosha is very firm in accepting this engagement. You're drunk, Yakang. By the way, does this little brother look familiar? 35. Kagura's eyes were locked on Senju Kunyu's back. For a moment, it was in her mind. A person's face emerged. That's a devilish man. With doubts, she went around to the front and saw the face of the other party clearly. Kyoka Suijutsu. Launched silently. Hello. This beautiful lady, have we met somewhere? Senju Kunyu faced each other with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, I'm the wrong person. Garula's face froze. In her vision confused by Kyoka Suijutsu, she failed to recognize Senju Kunyu in front of her. Chapter 120. I'm sorry, I'm the wrong person. Korra lost interest in an instant. It doesn't matter, we can get to know each other now. Senju Kinyu raised his wine glass and raised it towards Kagura. Humph. 39. Where is the wild boy? How dare you be open to my daughter-in-law? Stop. Rosa said she was very angry. Although he doesn't care about Korra, he cares about his own face. Luo Shat, don't make trouble. 35. Karura frowned. Leave me alone. This glasses guy looks very angry. Although Luo Shat didn't know Master Aizen, he thought of Senju Kinyu from the other person's glasses. That is the man who once made him feel infinite fear. It seems that you have a deep fear of glasses. 35. It's okay, everyone has one or two things they're afraid of. 9. Senju Kinyu stretched out his hand and raised his glasses, which glowed with an intimidating white light. You glasses BD. Being poked by the other party's sentence pierced through the inner fear. Rosa was instantly annoyed. He waved his fist at the opponent. Senju Kinyu was motionless, like an ordinary person, completely unresponsive. However, Luo Sha's fist, in front of his glasses, was caught by a hand. Hey! What are you trying to do to my friend? 99. Yakang threw off the opponent's fist with one hand. Under the influence of alcohol, she stared at the latter with a bad look on her face. Yakang! I think you're drinking too much. You actually fell in love with an aristocratic little white face? Luo Sha shouted angrily. I need you to teach me when this lady does things. FK me now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. 35. Yakang's orange-red eyes exuded a scorching hot light. Scorch-style blood following the limit, is brewing in the body. She is serious. You crazy woman. Luo Sha was furious in her heart. But there is one thing to say. If the two are fighting alone, he really might not be able to beat Yakang. Thought here. He could only hold back his anger. With gloomy eyes, he glared at Yakang fiercely. I made up my mind secretly. Yakang, wait for me. When I become Fengying, you will be the first person to fix it. Oh. Senju Kinyu noticed the murderous intent in Luo Sha's eyes. It was surprising at first. He just picked and dialed it at will. Why did the two of them have a bitter hatred against each other? In fact, Yakang and Luo Sha are fighting against each other. Not just because of bad personal relationships. More because the families they represent belong to two different political camps within San Shinobi. This kind of infighting is indispensable in any ninja village. Humph. You little white face with glasses, you better be careful with me too. Luo Sha said the next harsh words and left the tavern in a disheartened manner. This guy. Before leaving, Korra gave him a deep look. So calm. In the face of Luo Sha's attack, he did not respond at all. Or is it that ordinary people can't react? Goodbye. Senju Kinyu waved to her with a smile. Kaori turned to leave. Okay, everyone in the way is gone. Let's keep drinking. Hiccup. Yakang seemed to be drinking a little too, and pulled him to clink glasses together. Miss Yakang is so proud. Just drinking is boring. 35. Why don't we play a little game? The winning side can ask questions to the losing side. The latter must answer with the truth. 99. Senju Kinyu dug a hole. Oh. Looks like a lot of fun. Master Aizen, you know how to play. 5. Yakang readily agreed. Kinyu, you seem to have a good time. Get out of the pub. Uchiha Mikoto said with an angry face. Of course that is. She stayed alone in the corner and drank alcohol, and watched Kinyu and Yakang having a good time. Once I couldn't help but liberate Zanpakuto. It's quite interesting. But I also collected a lot of important information. Senju Kinyu said casually. Really? But this is not the place to talk, let's go back to the hotel first. When Uchiha Mikoto saw him for work, his depression disappeared. Hotel, room. Human-to-human connection. First of all, it's certain. The imaginary enemy of the San Shinobi War is Konoha. 95. It's still in the preparatory stage. Senju Kinyu said solemnly. Say this at this time. 5. Isn't it a bit high? Take it easy. Uchiha Mikoto. Teeth clenched. Bite. I think the mind is at its clearest when doing this kind of thing. 35. In addition, I also learned an important piece of information. 55. That is, after 3 days. Tsunagakura is going to have a big wedding. The two parties to the wedding are Rosa and Kagura from San Shinobi's number 1 door. When the time comes, 3rd Kaze Cage will preside over the wedding in person. Senju Kinyu explained while exercising. And then? This. San Shinobi's wedding, what does it have to do with us? Uchiha Mikoto expressed confusion. In other words, she couldn't concentrate at this time. The ability to think is limited. Don't you understand yet? On that day, all San Shinobi's attention was focused on that wedding. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can take this opportunity to infiltrate San Shinobi's backroom and steal classified information. Specifically, we can do this. Do this last. Senju Kinyu was about to detail his plan. But Uchiha Mikoto, who was under his body, was already rolling his eyes. Wait, can you? Do not talk. Now, can you let me slow down first? Ah. Senju, can you let out a long sigh? Ah. I really can't take you. Well then, let's do it again. Our battle plan. Only. Chapter 121. 3 days later. Tsunagakuer holds a grand wedding. Both men and women are from the Sand Shinobi No. 1 gate. And there is also Feng Ying himself sitting in the town, and the pomp is of course impeccable. Aizen. This way, this way. Yakang called to him. In just 3 days. Under Senju Kyunyu's superb flirting methods. The relationship between the two quickly heated up. P.S. It seems that everyone doesn't like the daily space, so that's fine. I cut out a part and skipped some details. Has reached the level of being above friends and less than lovers. This time, Yakang also took the initiative to invite him to participate in the wedding ceremony. Saved Senju Kyunyu's efforts to find a reason to stay in Tsunagakuer. Humph. It's really good. How about just marrying that woman? Blue-dyed, young, master. Uchiha Mikoto said with a look of disgust. Hehe. I'm just on a mission. Senju Kyunyu answered without changing his face. Who knows? 8087 anyway, my body is not there, so I can't see it. Uchiha Mikoto spread his hands and looked helpless. Now she is a shadow clone. The ontology has already acted according to the plan. Let's just split up. Senju Kyunyu nodded. Then he walked in the direction of Yakang. Yakang, here I come. Senju Kyunyu greeted each other with his usual kind smile. Oh? Only you? Your girlfriend, Yakang just wanted to ask, but Senju Kyunyu blocked it with his fingers. Right now, I only see Yakang. Senju Kyunyu blinked his eyes and used the trick of fooling around. Don't ask, I'm too lazy to make up excuses. Yakang's face and cheeks were slightly red, and he responded in a low voice like a mosquito's whisper. She was hit by the drop of wisdom and did not ask any further questions. Let's go. Senju Kyunyu took the other's palm very naturally. Yakang's hands struggled symbolically. Then let the other party hold you. Aizen's hands are so big and warm. Under the leadership of Yakang. The two came to the VIP table. Master Feng Ying. Yakang bowed politely. Yakang, who is this? Third Kaze Cage gave him a surprised look. This is my friend, Aizen, the nobleman of the country of grass. Yakang gave a brief introduction. I have seen Kazekage-sama. 55. Senju Kyunyu greeted him with a smile. Did the caravan from the land of grasses come a few days ago? $7, 35. Third Kaze Cage gave him a careful look. Did not feel the fluctuations of chakra. It seems that he is just an ordinary boy. Yakang, who came from a famous family in Shueji, actually found an ordinary man's partner. This is indeed a new thing. Third Kaze Cage expressed that it was a melon in a show. Anyway, the magnet-style family he belongs to is similar to the Scorch-style family of the other party, which is similar to Senju and Uchiha of Konoha. The two are in a competitive relationship. After saying hello, Senju Kyunyu sat down. Look at the crowd of Sand Shinobi who are full of voices below. I'm afraid no one will think of it. A Konoha spy, not only swaggering in front of Sand Shinobi everyone. He even stayed next door to Kaze Cage. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Really looking forward to when Senju Kyunyu's true identity is revealed. Sand Shinobi's expression, how wonderful it will be. The other side. The main body of Uchiha Mikoto is quietly infiltrating the Kaze Cage building. Because of today's wedding, most of the guards were drawn out. Only a handful of ninjas remained on duty. Hey! 35. I really want to see it. The bride, Kaori-sama, is Sand Shinobi's #1 beauty. What's the use of saying this now? The big and powerful people in the village were all present. 39. Only us soldiers are left to guard. Sand Shinobi guards complained. They are depressed and inevitably work slacking. Whoosh. Uchiha Mikoto stands on the ceiling. Finally control the chakra and let the feet stick to the wall. Not a single sound was made. Easily past the guards. Uchiha Mikoto came to the office where Kaze Cage was. Sharinon. 35. Through the vision of the penetrating eye, he discovered the hidden vigilance technique on the doorknob. There is indeed a trap. However, that can't fool my eyes. Uchiha Mikoto went around the wall and entered through the window. Entered Feng Ying's office. Started rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find it. Tsunagakuer's annual budget sheet. Armament plan. And the Ombu list. These are important intelligence documents. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes lit up and he was about to collect the data. Yet at this moment, suddenly, an old voice came from behind. Make her face change. Little girl, please let me go. Uchiha Mikoto's conditioned reflex jumped back, his eyes fixed on the ladder. I saw that it was a white-bearded old monk with a broom in his hand. Clean the dust in the room. 6635. Uchiha Mikato's expression froze, and his face was genuinely surprised. Who are you? The sweeping monk raised his head slightly, his deep eyes filled with a strange emotion. Person. The old man has not been called a man for a long time. Uchiha Mikato looked bewildered. Immediately frowned. Old monk, I don't have time to play a Zen machine with you. 35. If you don't want to get hurt, then it's best not to get in my way. Uchiha Mikato warned. Oh. By the way, getting older is confusing. 95. I almost forgot that outsiders are not allowed to step into the office of Lord Kazekage. 5. The sweeper waved the broom in his hand and said kindly. Little girl, I thank you very much for treating me as a human being. 99. I'll let you go today. 35. Just listen. Uchiha Mikato doesn't talk too much nonsense with each other. Directly stared at him. Illusion Sharinon. The floor sweeper couldn't move for a moment. Oops. Young people just don't talk about forbearance and attack the elderly. Once, he was also an elite jonin of San Shinobi. But since he got older, his strength has declined significantly. Now, I was hit by Uchiha Mikato's Sharinon illusion, and I was instantly killed. You'll be fine if you're honest. Uchiha Mikato also seemed to pity each other's old age and did not kill. I was planning to leave with the intelligence documents. Tailed beast space. Ahahaha. It's really bleak, old man Fenfu. Actually killed by a little girl. One tail laughed happily. Ah. It's old, it's useless. Lost important files, Kahisama will be very angry. 3.0 It is estimated that the old man will be locked in the dungeon again? I'm sorry, shouted he. It's the old man who has troubled you. Fenfu sincerely apologizes to One Tail. This made One Tail gradually stop laughing. Humph. It's good to know. You BD old man. That's enough, I will help you today. 95. While cursing, One Tail released his chakra. Hi. 35. Shouted he, are you trying to help me solve the illusion? Fenfu was surprised. The best way to dispel illusion. It is to inject chakra by a third party, disturbing the flow of chakra in the body, thereby cracking the illusion. Therefore, Jinchuriki, who is helped by the tailed beast, can be immune to illusions. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want to lose the reputation of One Tail Jinchuriki. I didn't want to help you. One Tail hummed proudly. Thank you, shouted he. Fenfu was moved to tears. Chapter 122. The wedding is about to begin. Ye King said. Yes. Senju Kunyu eats melons and watches a play. I saw it on the bright red carpet. A woman in a white and innocent dress walked out. Under the sunlight, Kagura showed a more holy brilliance. Just at the moment of this big day. There didn't seem to be many smiles on the bride's face. The groom Luo Sha was very happy and waved to the cheering crowd. Everyone is welcome to come to the wedding of my junior. There was a happy smile on Third Kazekige's face. The two clansmen with top bloodline boundaries are simply a match made in heaven. Must be able to conceive. Breed the best offspring. As for love or something. What? Is that stuff edible? For a famous ninja family, the continuation of the family is the most important thing. Yu Fengying stands on the platform in person. The people are very polite. Shout out congratulations. With the enthusiastic support of the crowd. The two newcomers walked the red carpet. Will it go on like this? My destiny. Cora's downcast eyes flashed with a complicated expression. She doesn't like Rosa. Luo Sha also doesn't love 01 her. The wedding of the two was purely for the purpose of continuing the family lineage. No emotion to speak of. According to the plan made by the top management of San Shinobi. Wait until she gets pregnant. The village will cast a secret spell to transfer the One Tail to her unborn child. What kind of treatment is Jinchuriki, needless to say. In other words, her children will be disgusting, repelling from birth. I have to say, this is destined to be a tragedy. Escape. Is it possible? A wedding that all San Shinobi agreed to. Can she object? Cora's eyes became empty and dark. Of course. A cry of despair came out from the cold heart. Who? Anyone can. Come and save me. Karura. Ye King cast a strange look. As a woman, she can somewhat empathize with the latter's feelings. One day in the future, it will be your turn. And the time is not far away. What should I do? Aizen is an ordinary person. The family will never approve. Luo Sha, Kagura, let's go. Third Kazekage personally presented them with the cup of oath. This is used by the bride and groom for the ceremony of handing over the cups. He looked at the golden cup in front of him. Cora's hand trembled involuntarily. There was a huge sense of disgust in my heart. What's the matter? Karura. Are you happy to cry? He. Third Kazekage said with a smile. Under the gaze of Feng Ying, as well as the eyes of everyone at the scene focused. Invisible pressure prompted Gorilla to take over the golden cup. Like a puppet being manipulated, it dumbly performs ritual actions. Aizen, What's wrong with you? Yakang suddenly noticed that the person beside him stood up. That can't be done. Senju Kunyu reached out and raised his glasses. His eyes turned to the distant direction. The chakra of the tailed beast is leaking. After another 1 to 2 minutes, it will definitely be perceived by the ninjas on the scene. He has to figure out a way. Forcibly divert everyone's attention. Wait. I don't agree with this marriage. Senju Kunyu's words came out. No less than dropping a blockbuster at the wedding scene. Untie. On Fenfu's body, a crimson chakra appeared. That is chakra representing the tailed beast in its body. Breaking through Sharingan's illusion. What? Uchiha Mikoto was taken aback. This unusually large chakra. You are Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi. She never thought of it. As the ultimate weapon of strategy, Jinchuriki is actually an old monk who is about to die. If you can. I prefer you to call the old man's name and share the blessings. Fenfu's voice came in a low voice. Because of Jinchuriki's identity, he has always been discriminated against and hated by Sand Shinobi. Gradually everyone forgot his name and only called him Jinchuriki or Shao'erhi. Blessing. One-tail Jinchuriki. No matter what it is. In short, anyone who gets in my way is an enemy. Uchiha Mikoto is arrogant. It's just a tailed beast, it's not that I haven't seen it before. As she spoke, she faced each other. Packed up the intelligence files on the desktop. No. It's no nonsense to see the blessing. With a swipe of footsteps, the broom in hand slashed over. Strengthened by the tailed beast chakra. This broom has also become a very destructive weapon. Quiet. Uchiha Mikoto pulls out Zanpakuto. Collide with it. In terms of strength, it is clear that Jinchuriki has the upper hand. Uchiha Mikoto also doesn't get hard with each other either. With a turn of the blade, the opponent's weapon was deftly removed. With his left hand, he took out a handful of kunao and stabbed it towards the opponent. Ding! I saw the tailed beast clothes on Fenfu's body, forming a tight protection. Blocked her misery. Thank you, Shao'erhi. 99. Fenfu read aloud. With the palm wrapped in the tailed beast chakra, he slapped Uchiha Mikoto hard. Boom! The solid wood desk in front of me was slapped to pieces. Whoosh! Uchiha Mikoto dodged nimbly. Quickly seal with both hands. Fire-style balsam chlored. Continuously spit out fireballs from the mouth, and at the same time merged the shuriken into the fireball. Wind-style attack. Divide the blessings through the medium of waving a broom. Hit a lot of vacuum blades. Has the effect of extinguishing the fire style. Ding 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 887. The flame shuriken was blown away. Zi. But I saw lightning flashing fast in front of me. Lightning-style Chidori. 35. Uchiha Mikoto stabbed at high speed, and the sharp lightning tore the tail beast clothes on Fenfu. Tailed beast space. This human woman has something. Fenfu old man. Ready to get real. One tail delivers more chakra. I saw Fenfu's face and half of his body, in the form of Shao'erhi. Half-tailed beast. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes narrowed, and his face became solemn. Boom. 99. Fenfu kicked his footsteps, and the ground cracked. Using the huge recoil force, the body flies out like a cannonball. So fast. Uchiha Mikoto was not surprised though. The binocular has changed from the Sharingan of 3 Tomo to the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The pupil power skyrocketed instantly. In an instant, he saw through Fenfu's movement trajectory. Boom. 35. The wall of the office was knocked through a big hole. Whoosh. The figure of Uchiha Mikoto quickly jumped to the roof. Intruder, kill. With further tail beastization. The consciousness of Fenfu gradually became mad. It became violent. Logically speaking. Such movement. There is a high probability that it will attract the attention of Sand Shinobi. But at this moment. At the wedding scene, a world-shattering snatching relatives drama is being staged. Chapter 123. I don't agree with this marriage. Senju Kunyu's voice came out. The wedding scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. As if to say. Is this guy crazy? The bride and groom are all descendants of Magnet Styles bloodlines, and the bloodlines are perfectly matched, which is simply a harmony made in heaven. When is your turn to disagree? By the way, who are you? Do you have your share of words here? Kaori was speechless in surprise. Just don't know why. Her breathless heart was relieved in an instant. He. You BD with glasses. It's really self-defeating. Rachel laughed angrily. He looked at each other very badly. I've been looking for an opportunity to find each other's troubles these days. It's just that Yakang was almost inseparable from the other party, and couldn't make a move at all. It's good now. How dare the other party make trouble at his wedding? See how you end up. Aizen. You, what are you talking about? Stop joking, sit me down. Yakang was taken aback. It doesn't seem to think so. Master Aizen, who is polite and courteous, would actually do such an outrageous thing. Stop. Aizen isn't it? Today, you have to give me a reasonable argument. Otherwise, even if you are a noble, I will not forgive you easily. Third Kazekich's face was as gloomy as an iron pan. His eyes were fixed on him. Surprisingly, facing Kazekich's death stare, Senju Kunyu not only did not have the slightest bit of stage fright, but said with plausibility, "It's not an obvious reason. Don't you see that the bride is very reluctant?" Gab. Divert public attention. Everyone took advantage of the opportunity to look at it. Indeed, Korra's expression was a little strange. I never saw her smile the whole time. Karura remained silent again. There seems to be no denying the other party's claims. What's up with you? ABD from the land of grass, how dare you come to me about Sand Shinobi? 99. I really don't know, who gave you the courage? Luo Sha sneered. However, Senju Kunyu didn't answer him at all. A direct sentence. The bride doesn't want to marry you. You. Luosha's blood pressure suddenly surged. He found that all around Sand Shinobi people. His eyes became weird. As if he was forced to marry. Karura. You're saying something. Rosa turned her head. He yelled at Korra. Gorilla was at a loss for words. She really couldn't speak. She is willing. Now that someone came out to disrupt the situation, she felt a little hope. See the bride's reaction. Everyone finally saw the truth. That is, the bride is indeed not willing to marry. This time, the atmosphere is very embarrassing. Have you seen it? You force a woman to marry a man you don't like. That's not right. 39. I, Aizen, disagree with this marriage. Senju Kunyu put on a righteous attitude. I don't agree with this marriage. These words were heard in Kagura's ears. It's like screaming. The originally dead heart was suddenly ignited. Finally, someone can understand my pain. Korra stared at the man who stood up to help her justice. Will he be the hero who saves me? What do you want to say in the end? The famous ninja family, the inheritance of blood, this is the most important. You ignorant mortal. Luo Sha cursed loudly. The bride doesn't want to marry you. Senju Kunyu replied with the same sentence. I almost vomited blood from Luo Sha's anger. Stop talking, come down. Yakang was furious. She has already felt that the killing intent from Feng Ying is rapidly brewing. No. I must go on. 35. Yakang, would you marry a man you don't like for the so-called family inheritance? Senju Kunyu looked at the latter with a sad face. Good Asahi's eyes. You look at me like this, how can I answer? Yakang immediately made up his mind. The reason why Aizen suddenly stood up against the marriage. The purpose is to break the rules of marriage between famous ninja families. I don't want her to marry another man in the future. Ah. It was like this. For me, you have to fight against the whole ninja world. Aizen. What an excellent man you are. Yakang's self-guided strategy was moved to tears. I have a look, please listen carefully. Each of us is born free. We have the right to decide our own path in life. Life is too short, don't be bound by the rules of the world. Senju Kunyu continued to fool around. Fool hard. The speech resounding through the soul has a very brainwashing effect. The Sand Shinobi people heard it, and many people started to nod and say yes. Fed up. Magnet-style sand iron piercing. 35. Third Kaze cage goes straight to the point. A sharp iron spear was condensed with magnetic force. With amazing penetrating power, it hit the heart of Senju Kunyu. To this, he didn't seem to react at all. His demagogic speech continued. Even if one me falls, there are still thousands of me. 35. Free will never disappears. SA. Everyone bravely stand up and resist. Senju Kunyu raised his arms and shouted. Scorch-style flame guard. Yakang shot like a conditioned reflex. The flames condensed by the palm, Qian Zhao, will turn the incoming iron spear into a pool of molten iron. Master Feng Ying. Please have mercy. Yakang's palm was stabbed. A wound was broken. But she blocked Senju Kunyu with her body. Yakura. Do you know what you are doing? In order to protect this slanderous guy, you are going to betray the village. Third Kaze Cage was furious. An elite jonin of Sand Shinobi, in full view. Resist him in public. This is the biggest challenge to those in power. Sorry, Kazuki-sama. I have no intention of betraying the village. 99. But, I must protect this man. Yakang's attitude is firm. There was no intention of making any concessions. Senju Kunyu Tiger standing behind him. He showed a very happy smile. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chapter 124. On the roof of Feng Ying building. Uchiha Mikoto confronts Fenfu. Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes glanced around. No Sand Shinobi ninja approaching. Looks like Kunyu has managed to attract attention. Uchiha Mikoto thought that his man is reliable. I don't know what method was used. It was able to divert all Sand Shinobi's attention. No one even noticed that Jinchuriki was transformed into a tail beast. No one has come until now. Has the old man been ignored to this extent? The blessings do not know the truth. I thought it was Sand Shinobi's disgusting attitude towards him, so I didn't want to pay attention to him. In the sad mood, consciousness is gradually occupied by the violent-tailed beast chakra. Well then. Fight until someone stops it. Fenfu's body was further transformed into a beast. Almost 90% of his body has changed into the form of Shao'er. There is a thick tail growing out of the back. Excuse me. I don't have time to waste with you here. Uchiha Mikoto raised Zanpakuto in his hand. Disappear in the thunder 887, Ming Yulei. Zanpakuto liberated. A lot of lightning flashed. Roar. Fenfu let out a roar like a beast, and then rushed towards her. Mangekyo Sharinon. Hitomi saw through the opponent's movements. Thunder boom. Uchiha Mikoto wields the lightning strike that Zanpakuto unleashes. He smashed heavily on Fenfu's body. The power of thunder and lightning with amazing destructive power ripped apart the power of guarding cranes on the ladder. Pfft. Fenfu vomited blood. His whole body was paralyzed by electricity, and his limbs were sluggish. Drink. Uchiha Mikoto stepped forward quickly and kicked him in the face. Fenfu kicked Fenfu off the rooftop. Tailed beast space. Damn, how can this lightning-style power be so strong? Is this woman still human? Half-tailed beast, can't beat this guy. 99. It seems that it can only be completely tailed beast. Shao'er said solemnly. Full output of chakra. Fenfu's body changed again. Yakura. Get out of the way for, Abda, me, or don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. 35. Third Kazekage gave an ultimatum. No. Yakang was stubborn to the end. The confrontation between the two makes the smell of gunpowder at the wedding scene even more intense. Magnet-style rain of sand and iron. 35. In an instant, a massive amount of sand and iron was summoned, forming tiny rain needles in the air. Shoot out. Scorch-style flame wall. Yakang folded his hands together and fused the two flame balls together. A wall of ultra-high temperature was formed. Sand iron when the rain is instantly evaporated. Whoosh. Third Kazekage instant body technique, bypassing the wall of inflammation. Attack from the side. The fist of sand and iron. Boom. Yakang couldn't touch it, and was knocked out by a heavy punch. But when she flew upside down, her hands quickly formed seals. Wind-style cyclone. Precise chakra control. The cyclone blew Senju away without hurting him. Humph. You still maintain this man until now. Third Kazekage's face froze. He waved his hand to control the massive sand and iron, and turned into a turbulent flood that rushed to the other side. Magnet-style sand and iron waves. 99. Scorch-style oversteaming. Yakang held the scorching flame ball in his hand and chose to attack him head-on. The ultra-high heat released by the scorch-style melted large pieces of iron sand. But the amount of iron sand is overwhelming. Soon Yakang rushed out. Now, be honest with me. Third Kazekage didn't kill the killer either, just using sand iron to form a cage. Trapped Yakang in it. Cough cough. The scarred Yakang did not forget to call out to Senju outside the cage. Escape. Leave here. Senju shook his head. If I run away, what will you do? Just listen. Yakang was even more moved. Leave me alone. Please run away. 55. Both hands were pounding the sand iron cage vigorously. Blood dripped from the palm. A huge sense of powerlessness filled her body. Strength. I need great power. Otherwise, Aizen will be killed. Hogyaku, absorbing. It's an unexpected gain. I like you a little bit, Yakang. Senju twitched the corner of his mouth and murmured in a low voice. SHH. Third Kazekage manipulated the sand iron, wrapping him up. What are you laughing at? The man in front of him who ate the gall of a leopard. He really couldn't understand. Why would the other party do such a deadly thing? At this time, Karura, who had been silent for a while, suddenly stood up and said. Lord Kazekage, the other party's identity is a noble of the country of grass. We shouldn't have killed him. Third Kazekage turned his head and gave her a sharp look. 55. Are you pleading for him? Are you dissatisfied with this wedding, as this man said? Karura's face turned pale. She didn't know what to say. Humph. Don't feel too good about yourself, Karura. 39. How much do you think I like you? Joke. 99. Our union is just to continue the excellent blood of the family. Rosa was angry. Think the other person is hypocritical. What is not emotional? Do ninjas need this? No matter how. Today, this man must die. 35. A noble in the land of grass, we Sand Shinobi will kill it. Could it be that they still dare to hire Kusakata ninjas to wage war against us? Third Kazekage said domineeringly. At the same time, he raised his palm. He slowly shook hands at Senju. The sand iron is shrinking, and the huge pressure can crush the human body into shreds. Hee. Senju smiled without saying a word. Stop. Stop. 5. Stop. 35. Yakang's eyes widened. The whole body starts to unleash the amazing scorch-style chakra. The ultra-high temperature energy melted the sand iron cage. What? Why did Yakang's chakra suddenly become so much stronger? Third Kazekige's expression changed slightly. Under the influence of Hogyaku, Yakang's scorch style has broken through the bottleneck. The strength suddenly rose a level. Chapter 125. Scorch Style Chakra Mode, 99. Yakang directly attached the power of Scorch Style to his body. The whole body was burning with raging flames. The high temperature makes the surrounding air dry. The temperature of this fire, much higher than normal fire style. Luo Sha's forehead involuntarily oozes cold sweat. Let him go. Yakang's eyes were burning with the light of orange fireworks. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of flames turned into fire. The tornado hit Luo Sha. Magnet-style sand iron wall. Third Kazekage summoned a thick wall of iron. It blocked the fire tornado and melted into a subway water. Yakura. You really want to fight with me for that man? Third Kazekage said gloomily. Get out of my way. Yakang roared, and the whole person turned into a bolide and rushed over. Understood. A pair of large sand and iron wings condensed behind Third Kazekage and collided head-on. The two were fiercely entangled in the air, fighting together. Seeing Sand Shinobi, everyone is stunned. One is Kazekage of the Supreme Ruler, and the other is the hero of Sand Shinobi. Both have a pivotal position in Tsunagakuer. No one thought that the two would fight to the death. How to do? Lord Kazekage and Lord Yakang. Who shall we help? The Sand Shinobi ninjas looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Humph. It's all about that Glasses BD, eh? Where are the others? Rosa turned her head to look. It was discovered that the figure that was originally wrapped in gold dust had disappeared out of thin air. Yo! Bride, we haven't seen you for a long time. The figure of Senju suddenly appeared behind Kagura. Haven't seen you for a long time. You, who are you? Korra stared at him with a stunned expression. Don't remember me. That only shows that your fear is not deep enough. Senju raised Zanpakuto. That knife. Korra's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes were fixed on the knife. She thought of the man who was like a demon on the battlefield. Used terrifying illusions to control her five senses at will. Caused her to cut off Cho's hand. It's you. With great anger and hatred, Korra immediately resorted to his ultimate move. Magnet-style sandstorm funeral. A large amount of sand quickly wrapped Senju. Apply super pressure. Pfft. The crushed human tissue turned into blood flowers flying all over the sky. Drib. The temperature of blood splattered on his cheeks. It's all so real. All the senses told her that the other party had been killed by her. However, Korra couldn't help but tremble. That was the fear that once dominated her. Looks like you remembered. Break apart, Kyoka Suijutsu. The crisp cracking sound of the mirror screen seemed to shake the soul. Senju figure stood in front of her intact. After disabling complete hypnosis, confused vision has been fixed. Korra also saw his true appearance clearly. Senju. No action. Because she didn't know whether the man in front of her was real. What if I make a rash move and attack my teammates like before? Do not be afraid. I'm here to help you. Karura, aren't you resisting this wedding in your heart? Senju said as he tore off the white Wujiao dress on the other side. Have to say. This move caused an uproar in Sand Shinobi. Destroy the wedding scene, and tear off the bride's wedding dress. In this series of crazy moves, Sand Shinobi was completely ignored. But surprisingly, what gorilla wore inside was a neat ninja uniform. Look. 35. You have prepared your own ninja suit. Don't rule out the possibility of running away at the wedding. Senju said with a smile. Korra was speechless. Indeed. There was only a trace of struggle in her heart. Prompt her to put on a ninja suit, so that she has a chance to escape. You. It's you guy. Luo Sha's face changed greatly, and he pointed at Senju with fear. During the Second Ninja World War, the opponent can face the ruthless man of Sand Shinobi's first puppet master Cho. Allah. I'm so sorry. 35. Today I'm going to borrow your bride. I hope you will be more generous and not be too angry. A wanton smile appeared on Senju face. What? UBD. Luo Sha was so angry that it was like smoke from 7 orifices. But you said let him take revenge on Senju. He didn't dare to do it. At this time, Third Kazekage and Yakura, who were fighting fiercely, also noticed the changes on the field. Stop fighting to the death. Aizen. Well, what the hell is going on here? Yakang's body was covered with large and small wounds. But she didn't care about the pain on her body, and was looking at the man she protected at all costs with incomparably astonished eyes. Idiot woman. You still don't understand? 99. What grass country nobles? That person is the spy ninja sent by Konoha. Third Kazekage yelled. Sorry. Miss Yakang, I didn't mean to deceive you. 3 days is not long, I hope you can forget me. Senju Kunyu looked at each other with regret. If you can. He wants to play for a few more days. Kr. I give you everything I have. Pfft. Yakang's face turned pale, only to feel the world spinning. Zhang spit out a lot of blood. The scorch-style chakram mode on the body automatically exits. Weak limbs fell to the ground. When everyone heard this, their faces showed indescribable expressions. The information that Yakang revealed inadvertently is really interesting. Yakura-sama. It doesn't look like it was penetrated, does it? Hateful. I am so envious. No, what did UBD say? SHHH. You whisper a million. Sand Shinobi's voice of discussion. It turned into an invisible sharp blade, making up for Yakang's heart. A knife. Ah. Yakang Yangtian let out a hissing, lung-splitting hissing, and roar. UBD. With full of anger, Korra slammed a fist into Senju Kunyu's face. But it was discovered that it was Luo Shat. 35. Karura, are you crazy again? Luo Sha covered her face that was bruised and swollen, so angry that she couldn't beat her. Hateful. That guy's Kyoka Suijutsu. Kaori clenched his fists tightly and looked at Senju Kunyu, who had run away to watch the play at some point, through gritted teeth. I saw Senju Kunyu walk in front of Yakang, who was almost insane. He stretched out a finger and gently poked it on her forehead. Said softly. Forgive me, Yakang. See you soon. Yakang's body trembled. Tension reached a breaking point. Aizen, 35. Finally spit. After revealing the name that lived in her heart. Rolling his eyes, he fainted. He passed out. Chapter 126. Yukai. What did you do to Yakang? Third Kaze Cage stared at him with a dreadful look on his face. The man in front of him. Dive into Tsunagakuer silently. As a Konoha spy, he made another public appearance on Tsunagakuer in this form. It's hard to fathom what terrifying purpose he has. No need to worry. I just let her get a good night's sleep. By the way, the person who injured Yakang was Your Excellency Feng Ying, right? 35. It's really cruel to fight for life and death with your companions. Senju Kunyu sneered. Humph. Compared to the physical pain, the mental damage you have caused her is much more serious. Third Kaze Cage said coldly. During these 3 days, Yakang and the other party are inseparable, almost inseparable. Now she tells her that the man beside her is a spy from Konoha. This blow cannot be described as 8 or 9-0 is not huge. Do you think you can leave Tsunagakuer alive for such a thing? Rosa said fiercely. Although he was afraid of Senju Kunyu's power. But here is Tsunagakuer. There are thousands of sand shinobi ninjas inside and out. Even if Hokage comes, you have to kneel. I think it's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't show up righteously. Senju Kunyu said yuze. Third Kaze Cage frowned. As if remembering something, he said solemnly. Where did your girlfriend go? 39. Disguised as a nobleman from the country of grass, and a woman. Separate action, this is a very basic tactic, right? Senju Kunyu replied with a smile. Sensing the troops, immediately. 5. Third Kaze Cage commanded loudly. Now, however, perception is no longer necessary. Because everyone can see it. I saw a huge beast suddenly appearing in Tsunagakuer. One tail. Why did one tail suddenly appear? Everyone at Sand Shinobi was shocked. UBD. I see. Deliberately doing things at the wedding to distract us. Third Kazekige's face was ugly. Only at this moment did he understand the opponent's combat intentions. Have to say. Senju Kunyu's opening sentence I don't agree with this marriage is really a show. Completely attracted the attention of the audience Sand Shinobi. So that no one noticed the leak of the tailed beast chakra. Have you just found out now? Sand Shinobi's sluggishness is even lower than I thought. Senju Kunyu's mouth twitched, revealing a pleasant smile. Today you must die. Third Kaze Cage was furious, his hands were sealed, and he used his strongest nirvana. Magnet-style sand and iron realm. 99. A large amount of sand and iron were cast into the sky to form huge cubes. After the collision, a violent electromagnetic reaction occurs. Countless dense tree-like iron thorns are released, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! 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 High-speed shunpo. Senju Kunyu's figure flickered nimbly in the sand and iron spikes. There is nothing in this world that I cannot do. Third Kaze Cage joined hands. Controlled more sand iron spikes. Front, back, left, right, up, down, all-round strikes against Senju Kunyu without dead ends. Ding 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 ding. Under a continuous metallic clang. Senju Kunyu's body was covered with sand and iron spikes. But there was not a single wound on his body, not even a drop of blood. The steel skin of void power. Senju Kunyu's skin possesses amazing defensive abilities. Boom. An attack of this level is useless to me. Senju Kunyu broke a few sand iron spikes with his bare hands. Gently pinch it and crush it into shreds. Then try this trick. Magnet-style sand iron tape. Combine a large amount of sand and iron into a giant triangular pyramid. Aiming at Senju and rammed it hard. You who are locked by magnetic force will never escape. 5. Third Kaze Cage said coldly. So naive. Senju slashed with a knife. Quiet. Directly split the triangular pyramid in front of you in half. There is no fancy slash, but the power is quite amazing. Lord Feng Ying, I'm here to help you too. Magnet-style golden sand waves. Luo Sha pressed both hands on the ground and summoned a massive amount of gold dust. B. 55. Still a knife. Split the gold dust tied in half. All sand shinobi obey orders. Take this Konoha spy for me, life or death. 35. Third Kaze Cage gave the order decisively. In an instant, thousands of sand shinobi ninjas attacked. Whoa! Countless shuriken and kunao throws. Wind style atake. Sand shinobi wind style ninja 0. Puppet art trap triangle. Sand shinobi puppet master who manipulates puppets. Various attacks, indiscriminate bombardment of Senju alone. Black voice. Senju tore open a rift in space. Released Minos Grande Kato Dan who was banned. Roar. That's the enemy's summoning beast. Set fire to clean it up. The appearance of Minos Grande attracted part of Sand Shinobi's fire power. Senju was planning to retreat. But he was firmly targeted by Third Kaze Cage and Luo Sha. Don't try to escape. Third Kaze Cage flapped its sand iron wings. Luo Sha holds an aventurine fork. The two attacked at the same time, pinching from left to right. Strike Senju. Chong. Senju cut off one of Third Kazecage's iron wings. With his backhand, he grabbed the Luosha bucket. The golden fork that came over. Then he kicked the opponent heavily with another kick. He flew out. Heido number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. A golden thunder roar was released from the palm of his hand. Boom. Although Luo Sha protected himself with gold placer for the first time. But it was still roared by this thunder, and the gold was shattered. He was so paralyzed that he couldn't move. Cough. Luo Sha vomited blood, and soon lost the ability to fight. This guy. Ninjutsu Taijutsu and Daojutsu are so good. Third Kaze Cage became more and more frightened. I thought that even in a one-on-one matchup, he might not be able to beat the latter. Boom. 35. Senju punched the opponent's chest with a punch 3.0. It feels like a hammer on an iron plate, it's so hard. Humph. Third Kaze Cage groaned and took a few steps back. Some shards of sand and iron fell from the clothes. Is the skin of the whole body wrapped in iron sand with magnetic force? The defense is pretty good. Continue to fight, it will only be endless. However, is this really good? Senju was not in a hurry either. I saw one tail in the distance, fighting with something. And gradually entered a rampant state, frantically destroying Sand Shinobi's buildings. Damn it! That trash old man! Third Kaze Cage cursed angrily. He looked at Senju, who was at ease in front of him, and at One Tail, who was wreaking havoc. He had to give up the former goal and instead led a large force towards One Tail. Senju. This account, we Sand Shinobi wrote it down. Chapter 127. Wind Style Practice Bomb. One Tail extracted the powerful wind style chakra from the belly, then slapped it on the stomach and spat out. Boom. 35. Whoosh. Uchiha Mikoto can only dodge using the instant body technique. This big guy's wind style can just restrain my lightning style. And the power of this wind style is too great. Uchiha Mikoto has no way to fight the tailed beast with his own power. Little bugs running around, watch me beat you to a pulp. I saw countless air outlets on One Tail's body. Hundreds of air outlets spray at the same time. Wind style infinite dust great breakthrough. Buzz buzz. The terrible storm razed the houses all around. Many civilians in Sand Shinobi were unfortunately affected by the pond fish and blown into the sky. Uchiha Mikoto had nowhere to dodge, and he was also hit by wind style, which hit the sky. Go to hell. 35. One Tail stretched out a giant claw. Grabbed Uchiha Mikoto in the palm of his hand. Chong. I saw Uchiha Mikoto holding Zanpakuto horizontally, blocking the opponent's giant claws and unable to close. ZZ01. The shimmering power of lightning pierced through One Tail's palm. Uchiha Mikoto escaped in a thrilling way. Useless. 35. Ben's body is made of sand. 35. As long as my chakra is here, it will never die. After a few seconds, One Tail's claws recovered again. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Uchiha Mikoto gritted his teeth. Thinking about how to get out. You have provoked my uncle to show up, and you still want to run? Late. Desert Purgatory. I saw One Tail's hands inserted into the ground. By pouring large amounts of chakra into the earth. Instantly changed the terrain. Turn the soil for several kilometers into a desert area. With this one-handed operation, countless Sand Shinobi houses collapsed. But for the tailed beast, how can it care? Whoosh! The sand under Uchiha Mikato's feet automatically generated tentacles. Grabbed her ankle. Zitsaizu. Although she can break free with lightning style right away. But after a little delay, One Tail will immediately catch up. Go to hell. One Tail, a giant claw, took a heavy shot. Zitsaizu. Uchiha Mikato held the Mingyule high and released a powerful thunder and lightning power. Resisting the weight of One Tail. It was able to block one of my paws. What about the second one? What are you going to do? One Tail raised the other's giant claws. Press down both paws at the same time. Boom. I saw Uchiha Mikato's Zanpakuto flew out and was thrown to the other side. It landed on the ground. She herself was pressed to the ground by the giant claw. Wow. Uchiha Mikato vomited blood and was severely injured. No. I can't die. For Kinyu, I can't die. Under a strong desire to survive. Uchiha Mikato's eyes have awakened a new pupil technique. Inferno-style flame control. A sharp blade made of black flames. In an instant, the two giant claws that were pressing on her body were smashed into pieces. And the flames of black flames ignited One Tail's arms. What? What kind of fire is this? It can't be put out. One Tail was burned with pain. He had to cut off his arms by himself to prevent the black inflammation from spreading all over his body. Is this Mikato's Mangekyo Hitomi? As expected of an excellent mother. Senju Kinyu watched from afar. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Hitomi technique, left eye Amaterasu, right eye controls Amaterasu's ability. Now Uchiha Mikato has inherited the power of both of the pupils of one eye. Hoo. This is the power of my right eye. Uchiha Mikato covered his bloody right eye, gasping for breath. Damn humans! You succeeded in provoking this uncle. One Tail growled angrily. Open the bloody mouth and condense the tailed beast bomb. This chakra. Not good. Uchiha Mikato wants to run away. But she was hit by the claws of the tailed beast just now, and the multiple fractures on her body made her move slowly. Only face to face. Uchiha Mikato took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Concentrate the whole body of chakra on the left eye. Let me take a good look at the power awakened in desperation. Senju Kinyu watched the entire play and had no intention of helping. Tailed beast bomb. One Tail used the strongest nirvana. The chakra bomb that destroys everything. Uchiha Mikato's left eye overflowed with a tear of blood. Royal Escape Earthguard Talisman. I saw that in front of her, a strange rune appeared in the sky. The rune instantly turned into a blue barrier, covering Uchiha Mikato's body. Boom, rumble rumble. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb. A deep hole has exploded in the earth. Ha 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 ha. Killed. I was beaten to pieces by this uncle. One Tail laughed wildly. At this time, Third Kazekage arrived with a group of sand shinobi ninjas. He looked at the devastated earth in front of him. He felt extremely angry. Who allowed you to run away? 95. One Tail retorted. Humph. You put the Fenfu old man at your command. It's just insulting us. One Tail and Sand Shinobi, who are also enemies, are naturally jealous. Seems to be done. At this time, in the deep pit, there was a trace of movement. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Mikato stood up weakly. Has the chakra consumed too much? Mangekyo Sharinon fades away automatically. The smoke dissipated. Everyone was surprised when they saw Uchiha Mikato's figure. This 890 guy. After getting a tailed beast bomb in the front, he didn't get hurt. How is this possible? Don't look at Uchiha Mikato's complexion, but if you look closely, you will find that the other party is not injured much. All of this is due to the pupil art on her left eye, the Earth Keeper Talisman. If it is the Inferno style of the right eye, it is the strongest attacking skill. The Yadun of the left eye is the strongest defensive technique. One offense and one defense, perfect match. The Uchiha clan of Konoha. Third Kazekige's eyes froze. Another tricky guy, thought. Seeing the moment when the opponent is weak, quickly kill. Magnet-style sand iron spear. Uchiha Mikato was powerless to resist the spear that came directly. However, she was not afraid. Because she knew that man would definitely come to save her. Boom. Senju Kinyu arrived in time and split the spear with one knife. Kinyu, I knew 55. Uchiha Mikato showed a weak smile and fell asleep in his arms. But she didn't know that. In fact, Senju Kinyu had already arrived. Just watching a play while watching the limit of her strength. Right eye Inferno style and left eye Yadun. All good abilities. 35. Although Hogyaku played a facilitative role in the process. But there's no denying that Uchiha Mikato has a lot of potential in itself. Mikato yo. As a tool man, you are the best. Senju Kinyu revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 128. Skill Proficiency. Advanced, 15%. White hits, advanced 18%. Shunpo, advanced 19%. Kido, advanced -20%. Kyoka Suijutsu, Premium minus 15%. Hogyaku, unlocked minus 75%. It seems that you will have to be busy for a while. We won't bother. Goodbye, Sand Shinobi Ninja. Senju Kyunyu is carrying the unconscious Uchiha Mikoto in one hand. Say goodbye to the Sand Shinobi crowd with a smile on your face. A casual attitude. It is the biggest mockery of Sand Shinobi in the audience. Senju Kyunyu. Third Kaze Cage was burning with rage, and he was unwilling to let the enemy retreat like this. Concentrate all the power of magnet style on the skin. Absorbed a large amount of sand and iron, wrapping the whole body into a steel giant. Magnet style Iron Man technique. With quick steps, he rushed towards Senju Kyunyu like a humanoid tank. Senju Kyunyu seemed to turn a deaf ear to this. He turned his back to the ladder. Clang. 35. I saw a fierce beast sprang out from the side and slammed into the Iron Man fiercely. The obstructor is Minos Grande Kato Dan. Damn it! What is this summoning beast? Third Kazekige's face sank, and he charged the ladder with a punch. Ow! Minos Grande Kato Dan let out a shrill roar. I saw him open his mask, revealing a small half of his face. Humanity. Third Kazekige's eyes widened, a look of astonishment on his face. What is this strange creature that is half human and half beast? But don't wait for him to think about it. I saw the monster in front of me, and a dark red light beam condensed from the front of the mask. Zero. Boom one by one. The beam of death hit Third Kaze Cage head on. The terrifying destructive power shattered the Iron Man structure on his body. Wow. Third Kaze Cage couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and suffered serious injuries. Master Feng Ying. Luo She hurriedly stepped forward to help the latter. I'm fine, cough. The third Kaze Cage stared at Senju Kyunyu's back, strutting away, with eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. After gnashing his teeth, he had to forcefully swallow this mouthful. Go down. Said in a low voice. People of Konoha, forget about it. Right now, let's concentrate on dealing with One Tail first. Tsunagakuer was in chaos at this point. They paid a heavy price to reseal the runaway One Tail. The Konoha spy, who was the initiator, was able to retreat. The Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. How about you, have you found the location of Eight Tails Jinchuriki? 35. Aberame Ryoma asked. Found it. The target is Yunli Gorge. 95. Yakushi Nanoyu took off the Cloud Shinobi forehead protector carried on his forehead. She has an excellent sneak ability. It took several months to successfully penetrate into Cloud Shinobi, stealing Jinchuriki's classified information. As expected of the best espionage ninja, known as the Walking Maiko. Even a proud person like Orochimaru gave the greatest compliment. If I could, I wouldn't want to do this kind of task again. A look of gloom flashed in Yakushi's eyes. Her ideal is to be the head of the Konoha orphanage. Take good care of innocent children. The fate of the ninja cannot be controlled by himself. She can't escape the task of root. Stop talking nonsense. Let's act quickly. 39. I'm in charge of attacking the guards in Yunli Gorge with bugs. Orochimaru, you take this opportunity to approach Eight Tails Jinchuriki, if you can, kill it. 39. Aberame Ryoma said. Then act according to the battle plan. Orochimaru nodded. The cooperation of the three is very tacit, and the action is also very smooth. Because of the events of the Uzumaki War, Urubi has a deep prejudice against Eight Tails. Kyoka Suijutsu lets Eight Tails accidentally hurt a teammate. The two sides are hostile to each other. Empty heart, it is easier for people to take advantage of it. Allah! You look so miserable. Now, let me help you out. Orochimaru first poisoned Urubi with a powerful illusion medicine he made. Then he used the reverse seal technique to forcibly break the seal on Urubi's body. Boom! This day, Cloud Shinobi Village also ushered in the beast's rampage. Reikage and his son lead the most elite Cloud Shinobi Jonin troops to battle the Eight Tails. After paying a huge price of casualties, successfully cut off a horn of Eight Tails, and finally sealed it. I didn't expect Third Reikage to be so powerful. The strongest spear and the strongest shield, this is important information. 99. Aberame Ryoma spied on the battle between the two sides by sending bad insects. The enemy's perception force is coming, let's retreat now. 5. Yakushi Nanoyu said solemnly. Wait. 9. I have to recycle a little more. I saw Orochimaru risking exposure. Secretly approached the battlefield on both sides. And in a corner, he found the Eight Tails horn that was cut off. Use Kyowa to scrape the ingredients of the horns and collect them. There's a strange chakra over there. The Cloud Shinobi perception class locked the figure of Orochimaru. Konoha Shinobi person. Third Reikage was furious, and immediately led his large army to chase and kill. Run! Orochimaru, Aberame Ryoma, and Yakushi Nanu quickly retreated. Insufficient Reikage chakra due to attrition fighting Eight Tails. In the end, Konoha and his party were allowed to evacuate safely. The Land of Water, Kirigakuer. Why is this temperature suddenly so cold? Inyazuka Lai was so cold that his whole body shivered, and the breath he exhaled was frozen into ice crystals. Target, straight ahead. The enemy is 3rd Mizukage. Hyuga Iki stared straight ahead. What? Is that the Mizukage, known as the Zero Ninja, who has a powerful ice escape blood restriction? Inyazuka Retsu's face turned pale. Hush haha. From the fog, shoot out a large number of ice crystals. Revolving heaven. Hyuga Iki unleashes a chakra spin all over his body. All the ice crystals were bounced off. Oh. Is this the absolute defense of the Konoha Hyuga clan? However, I remember that this is supposed to be the secret art of the Hyuga clan, right? 35. 3rd Mizukage expressed surprise. In order to ensure that the Hyuga clan does not fall into the hands of outsiders, their own eyes will not fall into the hands of outsiders. A strict clan and branch house system has been adopted. In each generation, only one is the clan, and the rest are branch houses. The branch house has been inflicted with the caged bird spell from a young age. The Zone family can not only control the life and death of the branch house through the curse mark. And once the branch house clansman dies, the curse seal can permanently seal the white eye. This is the most efficient bloodline protection method. Lord Mizukage, that man has a special chakra in his eyes. It is estimated that it is the power of white eyes. 99. Ao's hands are tied with the seal of perception. It turned out to be the Hyuga clan. That's great, it can gouge his eyes. 3rd Mizukage's eyes turned cold, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He who owns the bloody limit, takes it for granted that the bloody limit is the supreme power of the ninja. Hyuga Iki's face changed greatly after hearing the other party's blatant covetous eyes. Immediately turn around and run away. Iki, wait for me. Inyazuka Retsu ran away with a terrified face. You can't escape. Ice escape road of frost. 3rd Mizukage froze the entire earth in one breath. Ah, my legs are frozen. Inyazuka Retsu's feet were frozen and unable to move. Pfft. An ice blade pierced through his chest. Even if it is death, I can't let you get scorned. Hyuga Iki's face turned ruthless, and he took out a handful of kunao. Directly pierced his left eye. Hi. The pain of his eyeball being pierced made him pause for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he stabbed Kyu into his right eye. Stop. You wasteful BD. 99. Ching fully exerted his instant body technique and cut off the latter's head with one stroke. Pat. Shanos, Hyuga Iki's head fell to the ground. Lu showed a deadly right eye. Fortunately. One more white eye that hasn't been broken. Ching grabbed the opponent's eyeballs with his bare hands. Good job, Ching. Take this white eye as your trophy. 3rd Mizukage honored. Land of the Earth, Iwagakur. Don't underestimate the Inoshikacho formation. Nara outsmart, Akamaiki Oyama, Yamanaka Toyo, the spy identities of the three are unfortunately exposed. In the face of 3rd Tsuchikage's pursuit, they still resisted stubbornly. Humph. Only the three of you soldiers? Let the old man tell you, in the face of absolute strength, any formation is meaningless. 39. Dust escape original realm peeling technique. Kill 3 people in one move. Rain country, Rain Shinobi village. Hey. Isn't it the easiest Rain Shinobi mission? Why is a ninja in a small country so strong? Shimura Anko, Mito's style and sleep, revealing the identity of the spy. U3. Compared to Konoha's Sunin, it's really far behind. Hanzo of the Salamander raised the sickle Ken. With one knife, a child, beheaded 3 people. Chapter 129. Tsunagakur, in charge of Senju and Uchiha Mikato, not only stole a large number of classified documents, but also triggered the catastrophe of One Tail. Mission complete success. Orochimaru, Aberme Ryoma, and Yakushi Nanoyu were in charge of Cloud Shinobi Village, although they failed to steal Cloud Shinobi's military intelligence, but they created the chaos of Eight Tails Runaway, and even killed Jinchuriki in battle. Mission was a success. Hyuga Iki and Kirigakur, who was in charge of Inyazuka Retsu, failed to obtain any valuable information. The two have lost contact with each other, and 99% of them can be judged dead. Mission failed. Nara outsmart, Akamaiki Oyama, and Yamanaka Iwagakur, who were in charge, failed to obtain any valuable information. All 3 have lost contact, and 99% of them can be judged dead. Mission failed. Shimura Anko, Mito, and Sleeping, these 3 are the funniest. They were caught before they even stepped into the door of Rain Shinobi Village. Hanzo of the Salamander also sent back the heads of these 3 people, which was not very harmful, but it was full of insults. Mission failed. So far, the Konoha spy program comes to an end. 5 intelligence areas. 2 of them were successful and 3 missions failed. The fame of Senju, Uchiha Mikato 893, and Orochimaru got a huge boost in Konoha. Aberme Ryoma and Yakushi Nanu are the root people, and the information is not public in the confidential operation. Especially Uchiha Mikato, who showed the world the power of Mangekyo Sharinan for the first time. Senju deliberately reduced his credit in the mission report. This made Konoha executives feel like a light on their backs, and at the same time further deepened their fear of the Uchiha family. They are afraid that the ambitious Uchiha family will take the opportunity to strongly recommend Uchiha Mikoto to run for the next Hokage. In fact, among the Uchiha clan, there is indeed a great voice. Although the Konoha high-level master is the mouthpiece of the fishing reel. But people are not all fools. These years, a series of tricks by the top of Konoha caused their prestige to plummet. In the Nine Tails disaster event, the strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was highly anticipated by everyone, performed in a cross-straddle. And in the espionage plan, Shimura, Kanto, and Mitaman 3 ninjas, the mission failed. A huge humiliation that was beheaded by Rain Shinobi and sent back. Everywhere shows the incompetence of the high-level Konoha. By comparison, the police force of the Uchiha clan made every effort to evacuate the people during the Nine Tails disaster. Uchiha Mikoto even succeeded in subduing Nine Tails. In the espionage program, the mission is done brilliantly. Outstanding performance in this series. Enough to win the support of the Konoha people. Uchiha Mikoto's fame reached the highest point of Konoha. Yet at this moment, Uchiha Mikoto made an unexpected decision. She plans to retire and prepare for marriage. The object of marriage is Senju. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in Konoha. Well known. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have been rivals for many years. Fighting for hundreds of years from the Sengoku era, the two sides have accumulated countless hatred and blood. It was only half a century ago that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined hands to build Konoha, and the two tribes ended their mutual vendetta. But even so, hatred will not be easily resolved. During the co-living period of Konoha, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have always been mutually exclusive. The two families are almost inseparable from each other. Intermarriage is an absurd story that can never happen. Yet now, absurdity becomes reality. We are firmly opposed to this marriage. The incident caused an uproar within the Uchiha tribe. The old patriarch held a family meeting. Use all the elders to unanimously oppose Uchiha Mikoto's marriage. Mikoto, it's okay if you don't want to marry Fugaku. But why did you marry a Senju man? Are you planning to betray the Uchiha clan? Abda, the elders expressed their grief and gave severe accusations. Face accusations. Uchiha Mikoto has no intention of giving in at all. It's something I've decided. The tough attitude made the elders have a headache for a while. They know it too. Relying on the old and selling the old won't work here at Uchiha Mikoto. Had to politely advise. Mikoto you have the blood of our Uchiha clan running through you. Inherited the best bloodline boundaries. For the sake of the next generation of the family, please consider carefully. Uchiha Mikoto shook his head and said indifferently. You're always screaming from family to family. Being trapped in narrow thinking. Don't you feel arrogant? Who knows, in Uchiha's dictionary, arrogance is not a derogatory term. The old patriarch accepted this evaluation with peace of mind. What's so bad about being arrogant? The great Uchiha clan has the most powerful blood lineage in the world. It's natural to look down on other ninjas. The words of the old patriarch immediately aroused the support of the young people present. The patriarch is right. We, the Uchiha family, want to be superior to others. 39. It may be acceptable for someone with strength to say these words. But the ones who screamed the most were those ninjas with mediocre qualifications. This made Uchiha Mikoto roll his eyes. Well then. Even according to your bloodline theory, the blood of the Senju clan is not worse than our Uchiha clan, right? 35. Rebut Uchiha's logic with Uchiha's logic. But the old patriarch was speechless for a while. No matter how arrogant he is, I dare not say that Uchiha's bloodline is better than Senju's. Otherwise, Uchiha would not have lost to Senju that year. Mikoto. Lo. I want to ask you a question. When you get married, will your surname be Uchiha or Senju? Uchiha Fugaku hit the nail on the head and asked the most crucial question. This. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes flickered slightly, that was the only problem. She struggled for a long time. I was drenched from childhood. The honor of losing Uchiha is not something that can be easily changed. But for Kinyu, she is willing to give up the honor of Uchiha. Senju. Let's go. Uchiha Mikoto's answer immediately aroused the indignation of all Uchiha. P.S. In the setting of JP and Hokage world, it is a tradition for women to change their surnames after marriage. Such as Senju Mito, Uzumaki Hinata, Uchiha Sakura, etc. The original Uzumaki Naruto is a special case, in order to be the son of the fourth generation. Males should also change their surnames, such as Shan Commander Well. Chapter 130. Senju. Uchiha Mikoto's answer aroused the dissatisfaction of all members of Uchiha. Shut up. You rebellious girl, are you going to give up the name of Uchiha? 5. The elders were angry. Mikoto, you. Just for that man, are you willing to give up everything? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. He originally wanted to use Uchiha's surname to pinch the other party. Who knew that the other party didn't want to, so he gave up Uchiha. Yes. Kinyu is the best ninja in the ninja world. It has nothing to do with surnames and ancestry. It is my greatest honor to have his love. 35. Uchiha Mikoto said firmly. No. You mustn't be allowed to act recklessly. For the blood of the Uchiha family, not to be acquired by outsiders. Even by force, let you stay in Uchiha. The old patriarch sees a poor picture. One command. A group of people surrounded Uchiha Mikoto. It even has Sharingan turned on. Most are 1 tomo and 2 tomo, and a few are 3 tomo. They plan to use pupil power to make Uchiha Mikoto submit. Mikoto, please don't resist. We didn't intend to hurt you. We just want you to calm down and think more from Uchiha's shoes. 99. Uchiha Fugaku 3 Tomo's Sharingan stared at her. However, the pressure of the Sharingan pupil technique exerted by many people did not frighten Uchiha Mikoto. I saw that she slowly stood up and glanced at everyone on the field with a light face. You guys remind me of something Kinyu said. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. If I give in again and again, you will continue to speculate at random, always screaming from one family to another. You have overestimated your ability, so you don't understand my strength at all. Accompanied by Uchiha Mikoto's oppressive words. She turned on the Mangekyo Sharingan. The mysterious pattern of the hexagonal knot ring exudes amazing pupil power. She single-handedly fought against all Uchiha's Sharingan. Puff. 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 The clansmen of 1 tomo and 2 tomo fell to their knees in fright. Only a few clansmen with 3 tomo are barely able to resist Mangekyo's pupil power suppression. What a powerful pupil! This is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The old patriarch was also sweating profusely at this time. Mangekyo Sharingan is a legendary power. It has not been opened for decades since the ancestor Uchiha Madara. Therefore, they also lack knowledge of Mangekyo Sharingan. I think it's just a little bit stronger than the normal Sharingan. Only by experiencing it in person will you understand the difference in pupil power between the two. It has been more than 10 years since Uchiha Fugaku started Sharingan. The control of the 3 tomo Sharingan has reached the point of perfection. But it was inevitably suppressed by Mangekyo. This shocked him, but also strengthened his idea of keeping Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto. You obviously have the supreme bloodline of our Uchiha family, so you should shoulder the responsibility of the family. As long as you are willing to stay, I can give you the position of the young patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku thought he had made the biggest concession. In his opinion, he has already transferred his most precious position to the latter. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Unexpectedly, after listening, Uchiha Mikoto just glanced at him without sadness or joy. The pattern of your man is still too small. It's completely incomparable with Kinyu. 39. As soon as this word comes out, completely make Uchiha Fugaku jealous. Humph. I want to see, what did you get from that man? Say it. Uchiha Fugaku's two-handed seal. With itself as the center, a large enchantment has been launched. Boundary Art Uchiha Flame Array. There is only a high-level enchantment handed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha Patriarch. It can be used for defense or seal. A powerful sealing barrier that traps Uchiha Mikoto in it. Mikoto, I advise you not to touch the barrier lightly. Because this enchantment is set with a fire-style counterattack, it burns whatever it touches to ashes. 99. Uchiha Fugaku warned. Burned to ashes. Then I really want to try it. Uchiha Mikoto activates pupillary surgery on his left eye. Royal Escape Earthguard Talisman. A strange rune appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, her whole body was enveloped in a light blue brilliance. Just touch it with your bare hands. Touch the barrier. The barrier immediately released a dark red flame. But it didn't hurt Uchiha Mikoto in the slightest. That's Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil art. 35. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback and quickly strengthened the barrier with both hands. At the same time call the tribe for help. Everyone, help me inject chakra into the enchantment. Everyone immediately joined the camp of the young patriarch. They poured chakra into the enchantment one after another. The barrier was greatly consolidated, repelling Uchiha Mikoto from approaching. Give up your resistance, Mikoto. You alone can't resist the whole Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku threatened again. Humph. I'm going to resist. No one can rule my life. Uchiha Mikoto injects chakra into the right eye. Another pupil technique was activated. Inferno-style flame control. The black flame condensed a sharp blade. It pierced through the enchantment composed of multiple Uchihas. Boom. A crisp cracking sound. The barrier is destroyed. Uchiha Fugaku, who was the caster, received a lot of backlash. His face turned pale and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Mikoto walks out of it. Reverse girl. You stop for me. The old patriarch was furious and pulled out a ninja sword in anger. Slash in the back of Uchiha Mikoto. Chong. The ninja knife was blocked by something, and then was bounced out. What? The old patriarch looked at the ninja sword that was broken in his hand, and opened his mouth in surprise. I saw that it was a pair of pink skeleton ribs. Susanoo. This is the third power that can only be obtained by Master Mangekyo Sharinan at the same time. Please don't overestimate your strength. Uchiha Mikoto turned his head and gave everyone a menacing look. Guru. Everyone was so frightened that they swallowed and spit, but no one dared to stop her from leaving. Chapter 131. Kinyu, 9. Have you made up your mind to marry Mikoto? Tsunade looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. There is a feeling that your own pig arches the Chinese cabbage from another family. Chinese cabbage? Obviously I have it here too. Why don't you slap me? Yet. 35. I've known and met Mikoto for many years, isn't it a logical thing to be together? Senju Kinyu smiled. The excellent mother body has been reserved by him for a long time. That's it. Tsunade's eyes were wet for a while, and there was an urge to cry. It's okay, Tsunade-san. Even if I get married, I won't leave here. Senju Kinyu hugged her gently into his arms. 897. There are so many tool people here, how could he be willing to leave? You heart arsonist. Why is it so ashish? Tsunade buried his face in the other's chest. The attachment in his heart became deeper. Bang. At this moment, the door of Senju's house was knocked open. I saw Uzumaki Kushina rushing in. During this time, she has been busy participating in the new round of Jonin assessment. Unexpectedly, however, I suddenly heard a great news. Kushina, are you back? It looks like you passed the exam, congratulations on becoming an excellent Konoha Jonin. Senju Kinyu's gaze noticed the Jonin certificate in the opponent's hand. What Jonin? It doesn't matter at all. Brother Kinyu, are you going to marry Mikoto? Uzumaki Kushina threw the Jonin certificate he finally got to the ground. She looked at him tearfully. Oh no, it seems Mikoto came first. But. 35. Only I like Kinyu bro's mood, I'm no weaker than Mikoto. 35. Uzumaki Kushina patted her small chest and shouted with confidence. That's right. I'm glad you like me, Kushina. Senju Kinyu said with a look of regret. Can't you wait a few years for me? Uzumaki Kushina looked aggrieved. She is 17 years old this year, and she had thought about a few years later when she grew up. Can play fair with Mikoto. Unexpectedly, this competition has not yet begun. She's out. She is so unhappy. Obviously have a good brother and a good sister, twice as happy. Why does it become like this? Tsunade on the side was dumbfounded. I thought that she wanted to be born 10 years later, so that she could be the same generation as Kinyu. This is really disturbing. 95. I'm only one person, and I can't marry two women at the same time. Senju Kinyu put on a troubled expression. In fact, there is a message inadvertently. There is no rule in Konoha that you cannot marry two women at the same time. Because of the ninja profession, the mortality rate is very high. In order to ensure the number of offspring of ninjas, polygamy is also acceptable to the public. But this situation is limited to the general public. Ninja fame involves family honor and face. In general, monogamy is the default. Because this is an exchange of interests belonging to the two families. Who said it? Konoha shinobi rules, there is no such rule. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up and suddenly had a bold idea. That's right. Your idea is very good. Senju Kinyu adopted a tactical strategy and continued to guide each other's thoughts. That's what you say, but people will laugh at it. 99. Kushina, you should pursue your own happiness. Senju Kinyu's words had an I'm for you attitude. But between the lines, it implies that the other party can pursue their own happiness. I'm pursuing my own happiness right now. The young and ignorant girl quickly fell into his trap. Uzumaki Kushina stared at him with piercing eyes and made an affectionate confession. Back then, my country and family were destroyed. It's Brother Kinyu, who saved me from that hell. From that moment on, my heart belongs to Brother Kinyu forever. There will never be a second man. Even if Brother Kinyu and Mikoto get married, my heart will not change. I'm not afraid of what others say, as long as I can stay by Brother Kinyu's side, that's enough. Uzumaki Kushina's sincere words greatly shocked Tsunade. Is this still possible? If Kinyu can accept the second woman, does it mean that a third woman is acceptable? Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart suddenly became hot. Excellent men are rare. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been single for so many years. In order to pursue one's own happiness, what is a mere reputation? This. Please let me think about it. Senju Kinyu couldn't help but help his forehead, looking very confused. In fact, his heart was filled with joy. Brother Kinyu, I just ask you to give me a little love. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes flashed with anticipation. Cough cough Kinyu, if possible, could you also consider my sister? Tsunade was squeamish, but bravely spoke his mind. Since Nawaka's death, she has pinned all her love on Kinyu. I don't know when, this family love gradually deteriorated. 3.0. In the cognition of the two women, they took the initiative to pursue Kinyu for their own happiness. Therefore, there is no idea that Kinyu is a philanderer. Because all of this is of their own free will. It has nothing to do with Kinyu. Stupid woman. Don't you know that longing is the furthest distance from understanding? The two daughters in front of them are also the mothers that Senju Kinyu had already reserved. All are great tools. Injecting deoxyribonucleotides can give birth to the best offspring. Maybe someone S.P will say, isn't he opening the Queen's Palace? No. It can only be said that the layout is small. This is the misunderstanding of the world. I, Senju Kinyu, have no interest in women at all. Chapter 132. The next day, Senju Kinyu and Uchiha Mikoto held their wedding in Konoha. Neither of them likes to show off, so the wedding ceremony was not too grand. But there are not a few ninjas who came to congratulate. Just because both are the best jonin of the younger generation. And they are all from famous families, and their futures are limitless. In addition, the two people have good personalities and have a wide range of friends. Wedding day. Konoha's famous families all came to cheer. Only the Uchiha clan did not come. But this is also understandable. After all, they sent out a woman with top blood. Let them watch Uchiha Mikoto change his surname to Senju Mikoto. That scene is even more uncomfortable than NTR. Konoha High-Rise did not come. In their opinion, the union of Senju and Uchiha. It's just a super diaphragm. Yes. Just out of sight. Kinyu, congratulations. Sarutobi Shinashuk sent his sincere wishes. He had spied on Kinyu for many years, and he knew that he was an excellent man with the same appearance. Thank you, Shinashuk. You are my best friend. Senju Kinyu patted his shoulder. 01. Shinashuk contributed a lot of unlocking to his Hogyaku. Mikoto, you are so beautiful today. Uzumaki Kushina stared at him with admiration, and in front of him was Uchiha Mikoto, who was dressed in pure white. Oh no, it should be called Senju Mikoto now. If Kushina is the case, I will definitely find the man I like in the future. Senju Mikoto also blessed him. Really? Mikoto, will you support my pursuit of the man I want? Uzumaki Kushina took hers with both hands and looked at each other earnestly. Yes. Mikoto felt the other person's eyes were weird, but she didn't think much of it. Anyway, she has already married her sweetheart. Nothing else matters. That's what you said, don't go back. He. Uzumaki Kushina had a good laugh. At this time, a bold idea had already brewed in her heart. Senior Tsunade. Mikoto bowed to Tsunade. Don't go outside. Just like Kinyu in the future, just call me Tsunade's sister. Tsunade said that everyone will be family from now on. It's just that her eyes, like Kushina, have a strange glow. Sister Tsunade. A happy smile appeared on Mikoto's face. I think the eldest sister-in-law of the Senju family is very good-natured and should get along well in the future. Senior Kinyu and Senior Mikoto, what a match made in heaven. A sunny smile appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. He sincerely wished Kinyu and Mikoto. He. Relaxed, right? Narashika Issa smiled and patted his shoulder. Yes. Without the rival in love, Senior Kinyu, wouldn't your chance come, Minato? Akamika Dingza suddenly realized. Well known. Namikaze Minato has a crush on a certain Scarlet Pepper. Brother Minato. You have to cheer up. Yamanaka Kai patted his shoulder and said earnestly. That said. But Kushina is not so easy to navigate. Aber Meijiwei said solemnly. Haha. 35. Don't look at Minato, it's still the king's way to join my Inyazuka family. Inyazuka Peo once again threw an olive branch to the handsome young man Minato. This. Stop kidding, Claw. Namikaze Minato had to show an embarrassed and polite smile. During the wedding. With all the attention and blessings. The bride and groom walked down the red carpet hand in hand. This scene. How familiar it is. Hidden in the line of guests. A complicated look appeared in Cora's eyes. In a month. It was the elegant groom in front of her who ruined her wedding. However, just from this point of view. Kaluru is actually very grateful to Kinyu. It was because of Kinyu's heart-pounding speeches when he was in Tsunagakure. I don't agree with this marriage, don't you see that the bride doesn't want to? This made San Shinobi question her wedding. Third Kaze Kage only felt that the family was disgraceful, and it was not good to force the union of Kagura and Luasha. The marriage of the two had to be abandoned. As a result, Karura escaped the fate of being dominated. But the other person who went with him couldn't be relieved. Kaka. Yakang clenched his fists tightly. Let the nails pierce, break the palm, and seep out blood. However, this physical pain was incomparable to the pain in her heart. A pair of orange-red eyes flashed with hatred. Staring closely at the pair of newcomers on the field. Bride, it should be me. Why is this? Yakang was deceived at the beginning, and his spirit suffered a huge blow. In Tsunagakure, he was awake after falling asleep for several days. Although her beloved Master Aizen has been known, it didn't exist from the beginning. The real identity of the other party is Senju Kinyu, a Konoha spy. But Yakang was still unwilling to give up. I even felt that Kinyu had a hard time doing this. As a ninja, you are forced to perform tasks out of frustration. But in those 3 days, the bits and pieces of how the two got along must be real. Therefore, Yakura sneaked into Konoha Shinobi village. I planned to ask Kinyu for clarification in person. As a result, she heard cruel news. That is Senju Kinyu is getting married. The target is a woman from the Uchiha clan. I hate it so much. 35. I'm going to kill this dog man. 897 Yakang was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Want to give a scorch style to the wedding scene. But he was immediately stopped by Kagura who was beside him. Stop. 99. Yakura. 99. Don't be impulsive. This is Konoha's site. 35. Once we expose our identities, there is only one dead end. Korra kept persuading. They don't have the selves like Senju Kinyu. Dare to be identified in public. After all, it's a question of strength. Hateful. Power. 5. If only I had overpowering power. 35. Yakang gritted his teeth. She never thought about it now. Thirst for mighty power. Hogyaku, absorbing. Senju Kinyu's mouth curled into a happy smile. This breath. 95. Is it really them? Senju Mikoto asked curiously. What's the matter, Kinyu? Senju Kinyu cast an intriguing look in the direction of the two. No, nothing. Just found two acquaintances. They came all the way to Konoha to attend our wedding, and they even gave the biggest congratulations. Senju Mikoto turned to look. The bustling crowd of guests did not recognize who it was. At this point, Kagura and Yakang had already left the crowd. Then you have to help me and thank them. Chapter 133. Happy Wedding. Naturally, some people are happy and some are sad. Karu Lola, who was angry with Yakang, planned to leave Konoha at night. Yakang, don't make trouble. With our current strength, we will only be killed if we do it. Kaori strongly persuaded him. 5. I'm so PD. That hateful man, he cheated on me. Yakang couldn't hold back the resentment in his heart. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and let out a mournful cry. SHH. Be careful not to attract the Konoha shinobi. Kaori hurriedly covered the opponent's mouth. BA. At this time, they had already left the bustling commercial area of Konoha, and they planned to turn over the high wall and leave Konoha from the path in the back mountain. Yakang really couldn't control his emotional collapse. I couldn't help crying uncontrollably. Seeing this, Kaoru's heart was complicated and incomprehensible. Love. Was it really that memorable? But at least the other party has experienced it. Karura thinks about his life. The first half of his life was dominated by his family. If it wasn't for the man who destroyed it. I am afraid that I have become a human and a woman, right? Spend a lifetime with a man you don't like. Serve as a tool to produce the next Jinchuriki. Who are you? Konoha Umbu hears the news and arrives. Passing by, they just heard Yakang's shrill cry. It can only be said that the latter was unlucky, and happened to meet Umbu. Not good. This is Umbu from Konoha, let's go. Korra's face changed greatly, and he quickly dragged Yakang, who was still crying, and ran into the depths of the woods. But what greeted them was a series of kunao shuriken. Whoa! The two of them ran without stopping. SHHHH. I saw the sand beside Korra automatically appearing. Blocked all the ninja tools that came. Ninja Absolute Defense. The preset defensive spells do not need the caster's control to resist the defense. Stop, don't try to run. Konoha Umbu pulled out his ninja swords one after another and chose a melee attack. SHHHH. The ninja sword was blocked by sand. Go away. 99. Kaori roared angrily and punched Konoha Umbu away. Cough cough. The enemy's strength is very strong, quickly send a signal to request support. Learn. I saw a ninja from the Yamanaka clan with a special seal on his hands. Ninja and Tongzin technique. 99. This is an arcane technique that can transmit language over long distances. Alarm. After Konoha, 2 unidentified ninjas were found in Shangzi district. The strength of the enemy is very strong. 99. Please hurry up to the ninjas who have received the signal. Hi. The sound of communication came to an abrupt end. Magnet-style sandstorm funeral. Karura crushed the Konoha Umbu with sand. She noticed the mountain character family crest on the other party's clothes. His face sank involuntarily. Not good. This is a ninja of the Konoha Yamanaka clan, with the ability to transmit information over long distances. Our identities have been exposed. The situation is urgent. Yakang also gradually recovered from his grief. ###. Only by living can you avenge that man. Yakang's eyes flashed firmly. Konoha Shinobi village silhouette flashes. The Konoha shinobi people who received the distress signal rushed to the back mountain. It's so boring to live. How dare you sneak into our Konoha? Hey! Isn't that nice? A bounty to the door. 55. The Konoha crowd is full of confidence. They are fighting at home, and there are only 2 enemies, so they must be dead. Don't be careless. Since the enemy dares to break in, it means that they have a certain strength. Orochimaru's voice was cold, but he also reminded his teammates. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Konoha's pursuers, subconsciously, are led by Orochimaru. Follow in the footsteps of the latter. A sand-eye suspended in the woods, spying on the pursuit of Orochimaru and others. Troublesome. There are Konoha pursuers in 3 directions, east, west, and south. We can only go north. 35. Kalura covered his closed left eye with one hand, maintaining the eye of sand technique. Humph. Stupid intruder, do you think you can escape? It turned out that what Sand-Eye saw was Orochimaru's shadow clone. His body is hiding in a giant python, lurking in the north direction where the 2 fled. Karura and Hikaro were completely unaware of the danger ahead. In order to avoid the Konoha pursuers in 3 directions, he had to run north. Coming. Prepare to die. 95. Orochimaru senses the vibrations of the ground and can tell the 2's progress. He planned to order the giant python to drill out when the 2 passed the ground above their heads. Swallow them both in one bite. Yet at this moment, accident happened. 0. A dark red light beam shot from nowhere. It penetrated the surface and precisely hit the giant python lurking in the ground. Foot. Orochimaru's expression changed, and he quickly got out of the giant python's body. Pfft. The python was blasted into a mass of scum on the spot. Orochimaru jumped out of the ground with a look of embarrassment. Just as he saw it, Kagura and Yakang ran towards him. What? There are ambush here too. Kagura and Yakang were also taken aback by surprise. They did not expect that there are still enemies to the north. The attack plan failed. Orochimaru stared sharply at the 2 in front of him and said solemnly. You 2 are great. To be able to see through my ambush, I must not be an unknown person in the world of shinobi. Orochimaru thought that the dark red light beam that attacked him was emitted by the 2 people in front of him. Have. Kagura and Yakang looked at each other, completely unaware of what the other was talking about. But now is not the time to talk. The 2 threw a detonating talisman kunai at Orochimaru each, then bypassed the other and continued to escape. Since you're here, then don't, promise, run away, right? Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru's hands are inked, and his chest is bulging. Spit out a violent storm. The detonating talisman was blown away, and it also blocked the escape route of the 2. Boom. Boom. This chakra. This person is not an ordinary ninja, trouble. Karura frowned. As soon as the opponent makes a move, he is not a guy to mess with. Tisk, anyone who gets in my way will have to die. Yakang was holding back his resentment and anger and had nowhere to vent. Holding kunai in both hands, he hurried towards Orochimaru. Allah! I said back and forth. Senju Kunyu, shadow clone, stayed in a corner and watched the script silently. The 2 women in front of them worked tirelessly to sneak into Konoha. At his wedding, he contributed precious wishes to Hogyaku. According to Mikato's instructions, he had to thank them properly. Chapter 134. Humph. Just in time. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and a snake drilled out of his throat, followed by a sword. This is the ancient ninja Kusanagi sword, an artifact made of the hardest material in the world. Hook. Hook. 3 or a few sword strikes cut off the kunai in Yakang's hands. Sizzle. The blade slashed, cutting off a few strands of Yakang's hair. Shoo. Kalura waved his hand to control the sand, blocking Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. However, Orochimaru's left hand summoned a large number of long snakes from his sleeves and bound Yakang's body. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Don't underestimate people. Yakang's hands formed a seal, and sharp wind blades appeared around him. Wind-style Kama-Itaki. 35. Puff puff. The wind blade cut off the long snake. But immediately, 2 large snakes appeared, and they rammed into Yakang from left to right. Ninja, serpent step. Boom. Boom. The serpent hit the ground. Whoosh. Yakang's figure hurried back and dodged. Whoosh. Orochimaru accelerated and dashed forward, kicking the opponent. Yakura. While controlling the sand, Korra caught Yakang, who was sent flying. While blocking Orochimaru's attack with sand again. Are you capable of this level? Orochimaru sneered at 907, summoned a large number of snakes, and rushed towards the sand. Ninja, destroy the snake. Under the action of chakra, the toughness of the snake skin becomes higher and stronger. It can drill and open sand gaps and break through Garura's defenses. Scorch style oversteaming. Yakang had no choice but to use her blood following the limit. From his mouth, he spit out one after another orange-red flaming balls. Burn all the snakes approaching to ashes. Magnet style and scorch style follow the borderline. you are the spies of Tsunagakuer. What is the purpose of you sneaking into Konoha? 99. Orochimaru said it was unsurprising. From the opponent's ninjutsu moves, the identity of the opponent can be judged. Neither Kagura nor Yakang made a sound. Could it be that they want to say that they tried their best to sneak into Konoha just to find a man? If this reason is said, it must be believed by someone. Don't answer. It does not matter. After I capture you alive, you can slowly torture me. Orochimaru doesn't even bother. Intensified the attack at hand. Ninfa, Wansaro formation. I saw him open his mouth and spit out an extraordinary number of snakes. Abda, the moves are exaggerated and disgusting. Heart. But the power is absolutely amazing. The dense sea of black and dense snakes is visually striking. Magnet-style quicksand waterfall. 35. Seeing this, Kaori also used the largest and widest range of ninjutsu. A giant sand wave was summoned, and it was overwhelming. The snake sea and the sand waves collided head-on. Countless snakes were buried in quicksand. But there are still quite a few snakes, leaping over the sand waves and rushing towards Kaori. And each snake has a dazzling blade in its mouth. Bear the pain of 10,000 swords piercing your heart. Orochimaru sneered wanton. Oops. 35. The power of magnet style is in the sand. Gorilla's energy was used on offense, and he didn't have the energy to control the sand to return to the defense. Therefore, she could only watch the countless snake blades pressing towards her. Scorch-style chakram mode. At a critical moment, a fireman appeared. It blocked Gorilla's body. With the raging flames released by itself, all the nearby snake seas were burned to ashes. What a powerful chakra control! Are you actually attaching Scorch style directly to your body? Orochimaru's eyes froze, and his expression became solemn. Hoo-hoo! Yakang took a deep breath. The high temperature of Scorch style put her under enormous pressure. Just as the more powerful the force, the more difficult to control. Yakang, don't push yourself too hard. Korra also saw the situation of the other party and said in a low voice. Reluctantly, it must be done. The opponent's strength is much stronger than ours. Yakang shook his head, his face full of fear. Very good. You are the opponent I need to deal with all my strength. Konoha Jonin, Orochimaru, please enlighten me. Orochimaru licked his tongue, and revealed his long-lost war lust. Orochimaru. Is that Orochimaru, one of the Sunin? This is troublesome. Gorilla frowned. The name of the opponent has spread throughout the ninja world as early as the Second Ninja War. Definitely a top ninja. Sand Shinobi Scorch style make, Yekara. Yakang reported his name, and then turned into a flash of fire and rushed towards the opponent. This temperature. If you get hit in the front, it will be very troublesome. A cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. A bite. Thumb. Fingerprint. Summoning technique Mirashoman. Orochimaru resorted to the forbidden technique on the Book of Seals. Unlike when fighting Hanzo of the Salamander. This time, he successfully summoned 3 demon gates. Boom. Yakang easily penetrated the first door. Bang. 35. The second door was melted by flames. Clang. The third door was burned to the core. Red. But in the end, he resisted Yakang's Scorch-style attack. Damn. 95. Is this my limit right now? The power of Scorch-style on Yakang was greatly weakened. An unwilling look appeared on his face. Sigh. Suddenly, a giant python rushed out from under his feet. Hi. Yakang used the only remaining power of Scorch style to burn the giant python in front of him. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru's body was hidden in the belly of the giant python. Not good. Yakang wanted to retreat and dodge. Late. The Orochimaru instant body technique makes a quick dash. Sealing technique 5 elements seal. Yakang was slapped hard on the shoulder. Was put into the seal art, unable to use chakra. Yakara. Korra was so anxious that he gathered the sand in his hand to form a huge fist. Boom. The punch hit Orochimaru hard on the face. Click. The huge force made the latter's neck crooked. Win. 99. Without waiting for Kaori to breathe a sigh of relief. What do you think? I saw Orochimaru, whose neck was crooked, and twisted his head at an angle that was impossible for ordinary people to do. Software makeover. Pfft. 35. Kagura's body was stiff, and he saw a black snake appeared on his big leg. One bite, and the wound immediately turned black and purple. Poisonous. You are strong. 99. But I am stronger. That's it. Orochimaru looked down at the 2 girls who fell to the ground with a victorious attitude. But just when he was complacent, suddenly a dark red death beam came from the side. Zero. Chapter 135. Zero. Facing the sudden attack, Orochimaru was also caught off guard. Too late to dodge. Orochimaru opened his mouth. Ba. Boom. I saw that dark red death beam directly smashed his lower body. This is. Who will help us? Kagura and Yakang looked at each other with a blank look on their faces. They are Sand Shinobi ninjas. This is Konoha, how could anyone help them dash? Spit. I saw Orochimaru's body, drilled out from his mouth. Orochimaru flow body replacement technique. Just like a golden cicada shelling out, a very clever body replacement technique. The price is to consume a lot of chakra. Orochimaru narrowly escaped this attack. Who the hell is that? Orochimaru frowned. Before, he was lurking underground, squatting guarding Yakang and Kagura. As a result, he was hit by a dark red death beam, forcing him to appear. At first I thought it was Sand Shinobi's ninjutsu, but now it seems to be someone else. In the woods, an unfamiliar voice came. Orochimaru-senpai, how about this time? The two over there are my friends. Orochimaru activated the perception technique for the first time. But still cannot find the location of each other. Who the hell are you? However, this voice sounded unfamiliar to him, but it was very familiar to Yakang and Korra. Aizen's voice. 95. Senju to be precise, confused hearing with Kyoka Suijutsu. Aizen. Which ninja is this? 35. Orochimaru's brows furrowed even deeper after hearing the two's names. His mind was racing, but he couldn't think of a first-class ninja named Aizen in the ninja world. Why? Yakang's face showed a complicated expression. Did that guy find us from the beginning? 35. Korra was thoughtful. It's just that she couldn't understand what the other party meant by doing this. Humph. 35. The rat who hides its head and hides its tail, dare to show up? Orochimaru snorted coldly. All right. Then I show up. 35. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Senju appeared. Senju. How could it be you? Orochimaru's face showed a look of astonishment. Isn't the other party getting married to Uchiha Mikoto? Kagura and Yakang were also stunned. Completely do not understand the other side's operation. I'm Senju. Senju showed his identity generously. Voice and chakra are wrong. Kyoka Suijutsu confuses perception. What a poor transformation technique. After careful observation, Orochimaru quickly came to a conclusion. This one is 100% fake. You're also a spy from Sand Shinobi, aren't you? Want to save your companion from me? Senju stretched out his hand and took a look at his glasses. Lu gave a half smile. Why did Orochimaru-senpai say that? I am Senju. Obviously he was telling the truth. Why just don't believe it? Stop pretending. You Sand Shinobi spy. 35. Orochimaru had an I've seen through you attitude. Although he could not see any trace of the other party using transformation technique. But the details determine success or failure. And judge from common sense. Senju himself is getting married. How could he go to the back of Konoha to save two Sand Shinobi spies? There is only one truth. The Senju in front of me is disguised by the enemy. Kagura and Yakang were stunned. I also have a deeper understanding of Kyoka Suijutsu's cognition. Mix the fake with the real, make the fake with the real. The real Senju was standing in front of him. All it takes is a slight change in other people's sensory perceptions. You can make the other party think that Senju is a fake. This ability to control the five senses at will, is it too scary? Senju is recognized by Konoha as an excellent ninja with excellent strength and character. You don't deserve this face. Orochimaru carried the Kusanagi sword and charged towards the opponent with murderous aura. In his opinion, it is not good for the other party to pretend to be Senju. Isn't that insulting his intelligence? Allah! It turns out that Orochimaru-senpai is so optimistic about me. I'm very happy. Senju smiled slightly. Raise Zanpakuto to touch it. Boom. 99. With one touch, Senju was knocked back a few steps. Humph. 35. You're really entertaining yourself. The real Senju, how could he be repelled by my sword? Orochimaru sneered. Of course this is. Because the current Senju is just a shadow clone. He is still busy with the wedding. Alright. If you see through it. Then there is no way. 35. Senju strength as shadow clone is limited. 0. It is impossible to beat Orochimaru in a head-to-head match. Can only deal with it. Yakang, Kagura, let's go. Today, I'm so glad you all came to my wedding. Senju looked at the two girls with a smile. Yakang was speechless. Karura was speechless. At this moment, they didn't know which expression to use to deal with the unpredictable man in front of them. Aizen. No. 99. Senju. What you owe me, I will get it back sooner or later. Yakang finally glanced at Senju with resentful eyes. Turn away. Kaori finally gave him a complicated look and left. Till the end. She couldn't understand this man either. Stop. 35. Who allowed you to escape under my nose? Orochimaru's eyes froze, and he threw out a wind demon shuriken. Hands nodded. Used the advanced ninjutsu taught by Mr. Sarutobi. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Heido number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. Senju waved and released a golden thunderous roar. Smash all the wind demon shuriken. I allow. Senior Orochimaru, please give me a face. Chapter 136. This Muji ninjutsu. Who are you? Orochimaru looked at the fake Senju in front of him with an incredible look. As far as he knows, a ninja capable of using this powerful Muji ninjutsu. Only Senju himself. Who am I? You don't believe it if you say it. 99. Senju said helplessly. I believe in you a whole. Orochimaru couldn't help rolling his eyes. Senju is a serious Konoha Jonin, how could he help San Shinobi's spies escape? This is not logical at all. Oh. I know. That's how it is. Orochimaru's mind opened wide. You San Shinobi spy, you really have some skills. I was able to learn the MUJI 910 ninjutsu from Senju. But it's a pity. An imposter is an imposter, and the power is nothing more than that. After listening to Orochimaru's brain-opening analysis, Senju was also entertained by him. Your imagination is so rich, why don't you learn Jiraiya to write novels? Okay. Whatever you think, I don't have much chakra left. Let's just let it go. Senju said solemnly. The chakra stocked by Shadow Clone is really running out. I don't know what you think about exposing your own weaknesses. 39. Orochimaru was startled for a moment, then rushed towards the ladder. Goodbye, Orochimaru-senpai. Senju made a seal with both hands and used the last technique. Illusion Darkness Technique. With itself as the center, a black illusion enchantment is formed. What? This is the unique illusion of the Senju family. Did you even steal this trick? Orochimaru was amazed. In the dark illusion enchantment, his vision is completely blocked. However, as the other party said, the chakra of the caster is insufficient. The illusion barrier was automatically lifted after a short period of time. Orochimaru tried his best to use perception, but couldn't find the fake figure. Damn San Shinobi spy. 35. Let him run away. In fact, after blocking Orochimaru's vision with illusion, Shadow Clone will take the initiative to lift. Information is fed back to the ontology. He. Senju couldn't help laughing. What's the matter, Kinyu? Senju Mikoto looked at him strangely. Nothing, just too happy. It's getting late, Mikoto. Let's rest. Senju entered the room. The lights go out. Spend a long night together. On a midsummer night, the frogs in the pond croaked and sang a courtship song. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. After marriage, life is very comfortable. After Dongsheng sunset. Evolution of nature. Senju became a father. Senju Mikoto became a mother. Dear. You say our child, is it a boy or a girl? Mikoto stroked his slightly raised belly. His face was full of maternal brilliance. I like both boys and girls. Senju said with a gentle face. The gadget man of Tool life. Of course I like it. I like girls. Isn't there an old saying? My daughter is my father's little lover in my past life. It must be very sticky. Handsome and gentle dad. Mikoto said jokingly. In her opinion, Kinyu's special attack on women has infinite charm. Daughter. It feels very interesting. Senju glasses glowed with a mysterious light. Having children and daughters, he didn't think about this issue. Anyway, the result is the same. Yes, dear. We have to think of good names for our children. 35. Mikoto dragged his cheeks with his palms and made a thoughtful look. I've already thought about the name. Senju said affirmatively. Really? When did you think about it? Mikoto blinked, feeling amazed. It's only been over a month, so it's still very early. She thought it was too early for her to think about a name. Did not expect her husband to be earlier than her. Ah. It seems that Kinyu is a good father. Thought here. Mikoto couldn't help joking. He. Could it be Kinyu? Did you start thinking of the child's name when you saw me? This was supposed to be a joke. But he didn't expect to get a serious answer from the other party. Yes. From the first time I saw you. 35. I've already thought of our child's name. 35. Uchiha Mikoto as an excellent mother, this is an already arranged decision. Ah. A heart attack. Mikoto was coaxed to the point of ecstasy. I don't think so in my mind. After all, they first met when they were 6 years old. How can anyone think of having a baby with them at the age of 6? No way. Really not? Kinyu, you are really joking. The child's name is Itake. Senju Itake. 35. Senju Kinyu's meaningful words had a hint of evil and fun. Stupid weasel. Hate me. This scene must be exciting. Itake? Itake. 3.0 What a special name. It feels so cool. Mikoto's eyes lit up, as if he was being guided by some mysterious force. The name Itake, Poke. Got her genetic code. She loves this name. It's a little more boyish though. If you're a daughter, let's call it Weasel. Senju Weasel. Chapter 137. 1 year later. Mikoto gave birth to a lovely daughter. His name is Senju Weasel. With a beautiful face, she perfectly inherits the excellent looks from her parents. Of course it's not just looks. The inner pedigree is also impeccable. Weasel is born with a very large chakra. This is different from the Utaki of a certain scumbag. Hee hee. My little Weasel is so cute. Mikoto tenderly embraced the baby. The brows are full of petting and drowning. Yes. It is a great joy in life to accompany her to grow up every day. Senju Kunyu teased the infant with his fingers. Feeling its small body, there is an amazing power hidden in it. I.e. the baby seemed to be attracted by some kind of attraction, and held one of his fingers with 5 delicate fingers. The small mouth curled up like a crescent moon. Gives a feeling of healing. Dear, are you leaving? 5. Mikoto spoke suddenly. Although she has retired, she became the housewife of the Senju family. But that doesn't mean she can't hear any news from the outside world. Yes. War 01 is coming soon. Senju Kunyu said indifferently. What should come will always come. This is what he has always hoped for. The origin stems from the Second Ninja World War, and a lot of hatred has been accumulated between countries. Then, as a victorious country, Konoha, because of a series of events such as Heitake Sakumo's defection and the Nine Tails disaster, his overall strength declined. This caused the dissatisfaction of other defeated countries. They all tore up the armistice agreement signed with Konoha. On the road to comprehensive military expansion. Just under the tense atmosphere of the ninja world. Suddenly another big news broke out. That's the mysterious disappearance of Tsunagakure's third Kaze Cage. Sasori assassinated Kaze Cage and took the corpse to make a puppet to defect. At first, all countries adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Because third Kaze Cage is known as the strongest wind shadow, the strength must have several brushes. How could it have disappeared inexplicably? Rosa is acting as interim fourth Kaze Cage. In order to consolidate his position, Luo Sha immediately launched a war with the outside world. There are 3 reasons. First, Luo Sha's Feng Ying is just a proxy, and urgently needs a victory in a war to promote the legitimacy of his fourth Kaze Cage. Second, in order to prevent other countries from taking advantage of the situation and attacking Tsunagakure. Sand Shinobi must attack first, or at least move the battlefield to another country. Third, there are still many people inside Sand Shinobi who hope that the strongest Kaze Cage is still alive, hoping to find out the trace of the latter through war. That's it. Sand Shinobi declares war on Konoha, Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi at the same time. Officially ignited the first fire of the Third Ninja World War. It has to be said that Luo Sha's declaring war on all sides is a frantic operation. It really succeeded in deterring countries. Even though his own Feng Ying disappeared, he still took the initiative to provoke a war. There must be scams here. Konoha executives held an emergency meeting. Everyone, tell me, what the hell is Sand Shinobi doing? Third Hokage lit his pipe habitually. Humph. Whatever he means, since Sand Shinobi declared war, let's fight it. Shimura Danzo is a typical Hawk representative. Actively promote war. Do not. This is clearly Sand Shinobi's conspiracy. I now suspect. The disappearance of third Kaze Cage was a hoax from the very beginning. That guy must be hiding behind the scenes, remotely waging a war with Sand Shinobi. Mitokato Homura said with a thoughtful analysis. Well said. The purpose of deliberately fabricating the news of Kazekige's disappearance is to paralyze us. Luring us to take the initiative to fight it. Yuditen Koharu nodded and put on an inscrutable look. The analysis of the two is not unreasonable. 35. Until we fully understand Sand Shinobi's strategic intentions, let's not act rashly. Third Hokage is also a very agreeable attitude. They are high-level Konoha, strategic think tanks. How did you get caught in Sand Shinobi's conspiracy? Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, high-level think tanks, all came up with the same answer as Konoha. I think it's better not to go to war with Sand Shinobi when the existing information is insufficient. Haha. It's exactly as I guessed. The major countries are frightened by me. Rachel laughed proudly. You're betting on Tsunagakure's safety. Yakang frowned, expressing strong dissatisfaction. Because Luo Sha declared war on all sides. Once there is either side, there is a real war. That will completely expose Sand Shinobi's weakness. So what? The reality is, I bet it right. What? Yakang, do you have a problem with me? Fourth Kaze Cage, 5. Luo Sha glared at each other arrogantly. Please add the word agent. Yakang glared at the other side without taking an inch. The two are opposites in terms of political stance. Therefore, nature is incompatible. You. A murderous intent flashed in Luo Sha's eyes. About to attack. But at this moment, a highly respected old man spoke. Enough. Now the third generation is missing, and people are panicking. Let's stop fighting. Choyu said earnestly. Cho-sama. I heard that your grandson is also missing? Korra asked. Aboj. My lovely grandson. It is estimated that the kidnapping of Lord Third Generation was done by the 910 gang. 99. Humph. I swear I will find the thief. Let him live rather than die. Cho gritted his teeth. Concern is chaos. Because he wants to find his missing grandson. She agreed to Luosh's foreign war plan. Karura was silent. Sasori is Sand Shinobi's younger generation, the most outstanding genius puppet master. Invented 3 classic puppets, crows, black ants, and pepper fish. It was rumored not long ago that Sasori is developing a forbidden technique that turns a living person into a puppet. This kind of forbidden technique research that goes against human ethics should have been stopped. But Cho acted as an umbrella for Sasori with the privilege of Sand Shinobi's top management. Then came the news that Third Kaze Cage and Sasori were both missing. Whether or not the two are related is really intriguing. She even opened her mind. Guess whether Sasori plotted against Third Kaze Cage and took the latter away. Made a puppet with the forbidden technique. No way. Shouldn't it? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? The above is pure speculation. Kaori has no basis or evidence, so she did not express her opinion. I was judged. Let's speed up the progress, and fast forward directly to the third battle. Chapter 138. Sand Shinobi nominally declares war on the 5 great ninja villages. But in actual operation, I chose persimmons to find soft ones, pinch them, and attack the country of rain. The poor small country has become the victim of the big country's transfer of contradictions. The scars left by the last ninja war have not healed, and now they are torn open again. Hanzo of the Salamander led Rain Shinobi to stubbornly resist. But just as the arm is bent, but the big leg is the truth. As soon as the battle started, Rain Shinobi was beaten to the ground. Sand Shinobi drove straight in and occupied most of the rain country. The first battle was won. Luo Shat, the acting 4th Kaze Cage, finally got his wish to secure the position of Fengying. Sand Shinobi has swept away the haze of Kazekige's disappearance, and the morale of the whole team is high. They even attacked Konoha's garrison. As a trophy of the Second Ninja World War, Konoha obtained a military base in the Land of Rain. The number of Konoha shinobi under the Jiraiya account is insufficient. After a small defeat, he took the initiative to lead the army back to the country of fire. Sand Shinobi took an inch and pushed the sphere of influence to the border of the Fire Nation. Threatened to attack Konoha. FK Dafa. The high-level Konoha was furious. Decided to gather troops and declare war on Sand Shinobi. As everyone knows, Cloud Shinobi suddenly declared war on Konoha at this time. It turns out that Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi's executives have secretly reached an agreement. With Sand Shinobi attracting Konoha's main force, Cloud Shinobi attacks from behind. Konoha's strategy was miscalculated. The border is poorly guarded. Cloud Shinobi's army has easily invaded the territory of the Fire Nation. Rock Shinobi took advantage of the fire and invaded the country of Grass. Alliance brother of the Fire Nation. As its name suggests, Kayan village is a typical grass on the wall. Seeing that Rock Shinobi is strong, he changed his flag decisively. Transformed into an ally of Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi and Kyuzakuga declare war on Konoha. Even Mist Shinobi, who is alone overseas, is not far behind. Declare war on Konoha. For a while, Konoha is caught in a grim situation with enemies on all sides. Third Hokage immediately convened the representatives of various famous families to discuss the strategies to deal with. Now Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi have declared war on us at the same time. Konoha faces an unprecedented threat. 35. I hope you can work together and make concerted efforts to the outside world. Guard our Konoha. Beautiful opener of Third Hokage. There was no positive response from the crowd. All present here are old fritters from major families. How could he be fooled so easily? It was the old patriarch of the Uchiha family who first expressed dissatisfaction. Humph. When there is a war, it is to work together to protect our Konoha. It's okay, that's the Konoha who ruled by your high level. 35. Is the old man right? The Uchiha family has long been suppressed by the top officials of Konoha. This is a well-known fact. That's a bad word. Konoha is everyone's Konoha, and this will not change. 35. Or, is Uchiha going to be independent of Konoha? Shimura Danzo was very skillful in giving each other a hat. Danzo. You old man. The old patriarch Uchiha was so angry that he would scold his mother. He has a straight personality and is not good at sophistry. But was discouraged by Uchiha Fugaku on the side. Father, please don't be angry. Since the village has Uchiha's share, then we should make a contribution. He was in his prime, but the chinfo was deeper than that of the older generation. The discourse first emphasized that there is a share of Uchiha, the purpose is to imply that the high level must make a reasonable interest appeal. Shimura Danzo frowned upon hearing this. I thought to myself, Fugaku, this guy is more difficult than the older generation. The representatives of all ethnic groups also expressed their approval. Although they have a bad relationship with the Uchiha clan. But at least in terms of safeguarding the interests of Konoha's famous family. Everyone is the same. War is not an ordinary ninja mission. That's killing people. And a lot of dead people. This is a huge loss for every famous ninja. As long as there is enough interest, our Hyuga clan will definitely go to war. The old patriarch Hyuga also spoke. It means between the lines. If there is no benefit, then Hyuga will not participate in the war. Inyazuka +1. Akamika +1. Nara +1. Yamaka +1. Aberame +1. The major families complied. Anyway, Uchiha took the lead and Hyuga followed suit. They just follow behind in solidarity. 111. Third Hokage watched for a while. My disgust for Uchiha deepened. You have the most opinions on this thorn. Still have to negotiate with him? Why can't he just obey his Hokage's orders? It is the duty of a ninja to obey orders unconditionally. As long as it is for Konoha, everything can be sacrificed. How did you learn the will of fire? Of course it says so. If the Sarutobi clan were sacrificed, that would be another set of rhetoric. Just when the meeting was deadlocked, a clear voice spoke. Cloud Shinobi has called in, and I think we should act now. The matter of benefit distribution can be put aside for a while. The Senju clan is willing to be the vanguard and resist the invasion of Cloud Shinobi. Senju Kyunyu's bold words makes the whole audience shocked. Such an unselfish attitude. It reminds me of first Hokage and second Hokage of the year. That was the most powerful era of Konoha. How can it be reduced? Today, Konoha is bullied everywhere? Good. 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 Kyunyu, you are truly the inheritor of the will of fire. Third Hokage couldn't help but claim it was good. I thought about his brainwashing education, the effect is remarkable. Kyunyu, can your words represent the Senju family? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the other's true purpose. With a suspicious personality, Nords, he is always accustomed to using conspiracy theories to speculate on others. Representative. Kyunyu's words are the attitude of the Senju clan. Senju Tsunade answered firmly. She is also nominally the head of the Senju clan. But she has 100% trust in Kyunyu. No matter what decision Kyunyu makes, she supports it unconditionally. Shimura Danzo was speechless at this time. As expected of my best friend. Sarutobi Shinashuk looked up in admiration. This guy. What the hell are you doing? Uchiha Fugaku gave him a deep look. Others may not understand how scary Senju Kyunyu is. But he was Kyoka Suijutsu who had personally experienced the other party. Possess that wicked ability. No matter how you look at it, it can't be a good person. The other party is so actively involved in the war, there must be an unspeakable secret. Chapter 139. Cloud Shinobi forces invade the territory of the Fire Nation. The situation is desperate. Konoha urgently needs to send a vanguard to stop Cloud Shinobi's advance. Senju Kyunyu volunteered to take over the task of pioneering. Senju Tsunade, who goes by the name Sunin, acts as the commander-in-chief of the troops. However, it is based on the fear of the Senju family. Konoha executives strictly controlled the number of ninjas under the command of Tsunade. There are only 1,000 ninjas. There are also quite a few genin freshmen who have just graduated from school. Add some patchwork genin. Formed a motley crew. Even if the children are added, what do the old immortals at the top think? Tsunade's face was mixed with anger and disappointment. After being a silly white sweet for so many years, she is no longer ignorant of politics. Understand the reason why the senior officials of Konoha suppressed the Senju family. Therefore, when leading the army, Tsunade had anticipated that Konoha executives were unlikely to give her how many ninjas. Elite Jonin don't have to think about it, none of them. It's just that she still overestimated the high level of Konoha. FK. She actually put all the newly graduated genin into her vanguard. Are you sure this isn't the cannon fodder sent by the 910 to die? Since this is Lord Hokage's arrangement, we can only follow it. Senju Kyunyu deliberately assumed an honest attitude of obeying orders. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. They are all experimental subjects sent to the door, don't give up. Senju Kyunyu stretched out his hand to support the slightly reflective glasses. With a playful look, he quietly scans the audience. That's one by one. Familiar characters. Red, first time on the battlefield. Are you afraid? Shizun, 9 years old, just graduated from genin. I'm not afraid. Because there's big brother Kyunyu here. Hong Yui, 9 years old this year, just graduated from genin. A pair of wine-red eyes looked up at the tall and elegant man figure not far away. Her father Mako Yui died in the Nine Tails disaster. On her deathbed, she was entrusted to Senju Kyunyu. Yuhaka has since moved into Senju's house. Senju Kyunyu occasionally came to instruct her to practice, which benefited her a lot. Hong Yui is in his heart and worships this omnipotent big brother. Lord Kyunyu. That's a great elite jonin. I heard that when Lord Kyunyu was the same age as us, he had already participated in the Second Ninja World War. Shizun cast her eyes like a little fangirl. Her uncle is Kato Dan. Died in the Second Ninja War. This made the Kato family, who were originally second-rate in Konoha, fall to the lower class. The same is true of the Ui family. Having a common experience, the two women can understand each other. Become a good friend. There was another person at the scene who had a similar experience with them. Heitake Kakashi. The heroic father who has been worshipped since childhood has become the Konoha rebellion that everyone shouts and beats. This caused a huge blow to his young mind. In addition to being in school, he was taught the will of Konoha fire. Seriously distorted his values. The top officials of Konoha deliberately arranged for teachers to brainwash him, hoping that in the future, Heitake Kakashi can be used to remove the S-class traitor Heitake Sakumo. I saw Heitake Kakashi alone among his peers and didn't communicate with others, which seemed out of place. Wow! That's Mr. Kinyu, so handsome. No Lin is at the age of Xiaohua's ignorance. Because Kakashi has a bad reputation as the son of rebellion, Rin here doesn't have a crush on the latter. Cut nothing amazing, Abda. Isn't Mr. Minato more handsome? Uchiha Obito said sourly. Originally, he wanted to say that he was better, but as long as he had a little brain, he knew that it was not comparable at all. So he bullshit out his own Jonin mentor. I hope it can compare to Senju Kinyu. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato just shook his head with a wry smile. I can't compare. Whether it's handsome or whatever. 35. Senior Kinyu is a popular character recognized by Konoha. I thought of Uzumaki Kushina, who had been in love for many years without any results. He can't hold back his stomach. Pain. Even if the man is married and becomes a father. But that man's attractiveness to women has not diminished, on the contrary, he has a unique mature charm. There are so many fans that you can line up around Konoha. But I will not give up. I am different now than I was 3 years ago. On Namikaze Minato's sunny face, a confident look appeared. He came from a commoner and lacked good ninjutsu resources since he was a child. But he still followed in the footsteps of the famous ninja around him with his extraordinary talent. Although he failed the Jonin exam 3 years ago. But Third Hokage saw his potential and offered him an olive branch. Recruit Namikaze Minato under Hokage's store. Taught him a lot of advanced ninjutsu, and the forbidden technique on the Book of Seals. A year ago, Namikaze Minato passed the Jonin exam with distinction. Although in the ninja world now, Namikaze Minato is still an ordinary Jonin who is not known. But he believed. In this war, you will definitely become a first-class ninja in the famous ninja world. Guy. 35. You have to remember, this is a trial of youth. Your first priority is to survive. The humble 10,000 years genin might wears it, and educates his son earnestly. Got it, Dad. 35. At this time, Might Guy is still the tail of the crane among his peers. Guy, don't hold us back. Oh. Ebisu wore sunglasses and said with a sullen expression. Cut going to the battlefield with unreliable teammates, I feel that the risk index has risen. Shiranui Xianjian, with 1,000 copies, considers himself the leader of the team. Work hard, maybe we can also become the protagonists. Ibe Mori was joking with a haha. The ignorant are fearless. The young genin had no idea what was waiting for them. What a challenge. Chapter 140. The northern border of the Fire Nation. Hateful. Have our reinforcements arrived yet? Third generation is so obtuse. The Konoha defender, who was isolated and helpless, couldn't help complaining to Hokage. SHH. 9. Be quiet. 35. Don't be overheard by the people in Umbu. In each unit, there are people from Umbu. As the eyes and ears of Hokage, it also has the power to supervise. The Cloud Shinobi army is coming, and there are no less than 10,000 ninjas. With the few hundred of us alone, we can't hold it no matter what. Retreat. The Konoha defenders made a request to retreat. But it was overruled by the supervising Umbu. No. Waiting without permission is a felony. 35. Your mission is to stand firm and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Umbu said with an expressionless face. But, 99. People are suffering. Do you want to disobey orders? Better think about the cost of giving up the mission. Umbu's vicious verbal threats. The crowd immediately fell silent. Think back then, the famous Konoha's White Fang. It is because of giving up the task, which is ruined. Heroes are like that. Not to mention these miscellaneous soldiers. Besides, their family members are all in Konoha, and the crime of abandoning the guard will probably hurt their family members. Under the coercion of Umbu, the Konoha defenders had to fight 10 times as many enemies with a very small number of troops. The result can be imagined. Hell-piercing 4 books. Third Raikage himself charged in. With the attack of the strongest spear, one head smashed through the earth-style fortifications built by Konoha. Compare. Kill with me. AI led the crowd into the Konoha line of defense. Cloud Shinobi's new generation of Abi's combination, invincible formation, charming OHV. The young killer bee, as the successor of Burabi, hummed and charged all the way. In Cloud Shinobi, both quantity and quality are overwhelming. The 500-strong Konoha defender was wiped out. Leave some alive and torture intelligence. Third Raikage ordered. I see. 9. AI interrupted several Konoha shinobi's hands and feet and tied them up. At this moment, a sudden shot from the dark. Several kunao came. Humph. Just rely on you guys, you still want to attack me. AI Shi uses lightning style to instantly avoid the kunao. But unexpectedly discovered that Qiushang had a detonating charm hanging on it. Landed next to the captured Konoha shinobi. Boom. Boom. 5. Boom. 35. A series of explosions sounded. The Konoha captive was blown to pieces. Damn it. The ruthless Konoha actually kills his own people? AI suddenly felt shocked and angry. No matter what happens, the information must be guarded. Umbu turned around and retreated immediately after finishing his mouth. Unexpectedly, a lightning-like figure stood in front of them. If you speak so righteously, this old man should see if you have the guts. 35. With a dazzling blue thunderbolt all over his body, Third Raikage enters lightning-style chakram mode. Not good. 39. Hurry up and escape. Konoha Umbu's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly fled. Hands on, Gahi. The setting is Cloud Shinobi's famous family, the father of 5th Raikage Darui. Third Raikage ordered coldly. I saw behind him, a dark-skinned man appeared. The hands were sealed, forming a blue-white circle. Lane Dun Laser Circus. Combining lightning style and water style, the bloodline boundary has both the power of lightning style and the flexibility of water style. Powerful laser. It runs through Konoha Umbu's big legs. Third Raikage cast lightning style to get close in an instant, breaking the latter's limbs one by one with a knife. Woo! Konoha Umbu's entire staff was destroyed, and fell to the ground crying constantly. In order to keep the information, hurry up. Umbu followed orders, ready to kill himself. But, although the mouth say so, but the body is very honest. Hesitating, he has never been able to kill himself. Lava-style rubber solid technique. The soil platform used the lava-style blood to create a tough rubber tire. Captured Konoha Umbu alive. I really can't do it now if I want to commit suicide. Because I was afraid of death, I didn't kill myself immediately. Umbu of Konoha, it's nothing more than that. Third Raikage sneered. These people are estimated to be Umbu directly under Hokage. If it was the root of Shimura Danzo, he would have committed suicide long ago. As Cloud Shinobi's advisor, Tutai is the master of the intelligence system. Konoha Umbu suddenly felt ashamed. They are also afraid of death. Haha. What kind of people, what kind of subordinates? It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as the strongest Hokage, will not be a hard bone. 5. Iha laughed. After some severe torture, Cloud Shinobi didn't take much effort. From Umbu's mouth, he pried out the information inside Konoha. Konoha is mobilizing various famous families to gather troops. It's still negotiating with various parties. I see. It seems that the interior of Konoha is not stable either. A look of contempt flashed in Third Raikage's eyes. In terms of the comprehensive strength of Shinobi Village, obviously, Konoha is firmly ranked first in the ninja world. But Konoha's internal camps are opposed, and the major famous families are scattered. It is equivalent to 5 thick and strong fingers open, unable to gather all the strength. On the contrary, although Cloud Shinobi Village is slightly inferior in overall strength, there are not many famous ninjas. But each family united and helped each other, pinching 5 fingers into a fist. So you can always hit hard at the outside world. That's right. We just drove straight in and attacked Konoha Shinobi Village. AI seeing said Bobo said. There was a hint of emotion on Third Raikage's face, but he still asked the counselor beside him. Tutai, what do you think? Tutai replied after thinking. It's a bit rash to do this. Although Konoha is internally unstable, its combat power cannot be underestimated. I suggest that a reconnaissance team can be dispatched to go deep into the enemy's territory to find out the truth of Konoha. Third Raikage made a decisive decision and agreed. Just do it according to Tutai's plan. This time the investigation mission, let the old man do it himself. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi heard the words, and their morale was lifted. Their Raikage, always leading the charge to the forefront of the battlefield. With such a leader, everyone is willing to follow him. Chapter 141. The puppet army technique reappears, Raikage fights in person. Urgent report. News from the Central Liaison Station. The troops on the northern border of the Fire Nation have completely lost contact. There's something subtle about being out of touch. To put it bluntly, the whole army is wiped out. This made the Konoha vanguard troops who had just set off felt tremendous pressure. The seniors at the frontier, will the entire army be wiped out so soon? Isn't it? How many enemies are there? Everyone in Konoha talked a lot, and all faces showed fear. After all, they are all a patchwork army. Another part is a genin doll who just graduated. Seeing the military heart shake, Senju Tsunade couldn't help frowning. Although with her fame, some reassuring words can be said. But doing so is equivalent to the September 17th deception. Because only 1,000 of them can stop Cloud Shinobi's army. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. The front line is more serious than expected. How about we ask the village to send more ninjas? 35. Namikaze Minato said seriously. Senju Tsunade gave him a weird look. I wonder if this guy is really stupid or a scheming guy. If Konoha was willing to send more ninjas, he would have sent them long ago. It's not that she only gave her a 1,000-strong motley army. It's one thing to ask for reinforcements. But we also have to be prepared to deal with it alone. 55. Senju Kunya vaguely mentioned that Konoha's high-rise is unreliable. At the same time an analysis was made. Now the Cloud Shinobi army has entered the hinterland of the Fire Nation. I guess their actions will definitely become cautious. There is a high probability that a reconnaissance team will be dispatched first to find out the number of our ninja troops. Senju Kunya's analysis is well founded. Konoha, everyone is convinced. If so, wouldn't that be more troublesome? If Cloud Shinobi knows, we only have a vanguard of 1,000 men. Senju Tsunade's face was even more worried. Number 35. Instead, we can use Cloud Shinobi's reconnaissance to pass on false information. Senju Kunya stretched out his hand and touched the reflective glasses. You mean to say? Senju Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she was smart enough to instantly understand the other party's plan. Bluff. For it? Namikaze Minato looked blank. He was new to the battlefield, and he still didn't understand what tactical fraud was. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and they both formed the same cross mark. Ninja Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Ninja Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. The two used the forbidden technique of the Senju family. Summoned 2,000 shadow clones at once. A total of 4,000 shadow clones. But it's just a bummer. Senju Tsunade's forehead was slightly sweaty. Summons such a huge amount of shadow clone. Even with her reserves of 100 healings mark, it's going to be a bit of a stretch. And these 2,000 shadow clone individuals, the combat power is not very good. Yes, just bluffing is enough. Senju Kunya had a calm look on his face. No reduction in consumption at all. However, it is different from the one summoned by Tsunade. His 2,000 shadow clones possess a certain fighting power. Sigh. And this kind of operation. Namikaze Minato looked stunned. He has read the Book of Seals and knows the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone. But he didn't practice. It's not that you can't learn it, it's that you don't have the qualifications to learn. Because of this forbidden technique, a huge amount of chakra needs to be consumed. Not ordinary people can master. As expected of the Senju family. Chakra is really powerful. Namikaze Minato, as a ninja born from civilians, has no blood and can only express envy. It's not over yet. Theh. Puppet Army Technique. I saw 4,000 shadow clones, and they all turned into Konoha shinobi with different appearances, both male and female. The dense crowd suddenly quadrupled the number of troops that originally had only 1,000 people. 35. Amazing, Tsunade-sama and Kunya-sama, 5. Everyone in Konoha expressed their amazement. The increase in the number of people has largely given everyone a sense of security. Morale is also boosted. That's it. Konoha's 5,000 vanguard troops march forward in a mighty way. Everything was not what Senju Kunya expected. Cloud Shinobi sends a reconnaissance team to investigate. Rough perception. 0 from the amount of chakra. Konoha sent 5,000 people. Cloud Shinobi Perception Ninja, Huey reported. 5,000. How come there are so many? This is just the vanguard. Third Reikage was shocked. This is very different from what he expected. According to high-level analysis of Cloud Shinobi, Konoha faces the dilemma of declaring war on all sides. The ninja army had to be divided into multiple parts. Now a large force of 5,000 people has been dispatched at once. It's puzzling. Can you detect the enemy's chakra strength? Jia stared at the dense Konoha army in the distance. He always felt that something wasn't quite right. The advance of the Konoha army is too neat and unified. Just like clone troopers. It's so much. It's a bit tough. But I'll try my best. Cloud Shinobi perceives the ninja with a perplexed look on his face. Perceiving so many targets at the same time, it is also necessary to measure the chakra intensity of each person. It's like overloading the CPU, I'm afraid it will burn out the brain. Don't bother. The old man will go to the test himself. The level of this Konoha unit. Third Reikage looked arrogant. The face is full of thick, strong addiction. The color of war. This. Cloud Shinobi perceives the ninja in shock. They were here to sneak in and investigate, and there were only 3 of them. 3.0 is indeed Reikage-sama. Gaha's face was filled with reverence. I will give you long-range fire cover. 35. His Landun is good at long-range attacks. Well, I'll leave it to you in my rear, Jia. 9. Third Reikage waved his hand. Then one person went straight to the Konoha army. Discover the strange chakra. The target is right in front of us. Konoha Perception Ninja report. In fact, there is no need for him to report. Because the other party showed up righteously. This Kabuto hat. No way. Is it so intense as soon as it comes up? Senju Tsunade narrowed his eyes. His eyes stared blankly. That is a giant 2 meters tall. I saw a big kabuto hat on his head. Third Raikage. Chapter 142. Third Raikage. After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, everyone in Konoha gasped involuntarily. Good guy. The leader of Cloud Shinobi came to the front of the army alone. Nothing else to say. This haki alone is enough to blow up the Hokage that sits in the back all the year round. Shoo. I saw Third Raikage waved and dropped the kabuto hat, along with the jacket, revealing that bronzed body full of explosive muscles and flesh. A pair of pale blue pupils, like the sharp eyes of a lion. With Haki, the king of beasts, staring at the Konoha army ahead. Let's fight. Konoha shinobi people. Let the old man see how talented you are. Third Raikage challenged the entire Konoha army alone. Test the strength of the army. Tsunade and Kinyu looked at each other. Instantly understood Raikage's combat intentions. Never let Konoha's troops attack. Because as long as you open it, you will expose those Konoha shinobi who are disguised as Shadow Clone. Your Excellency Raikage, I want to challenge our entire army with the power of one man. Is it a little reckless? Tsunade said solemnly. Ah. Reckless or not, that's my husband's business. 35. Okay, let's not go around here. I just want to inquire about the strength of your troops. Without pretense, Third Raikage states its purpose directly. This is an upright conspiracy. Everyone in Konoha felt speechless for a while. However, waiting for them to respond. Third Raikage is straight to the point. Zi. The figure turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the side of the Konoha troop. Stop. Tsunade kicked his footsteps and rushed up with his instant technique. Just in time. Third Raikage immediately shifted his target, punching Tsunade hard. Not to be outdone, Tsunade chose to be tough on the front. Boom. The two fists collided hard. There was a deafening explosion in the air. Immediately afterwards, the ground where the two were standing was torn apart by the huge force. Humph. The Third Raikage figure took 2 steps back. Tsunade was directly knocked out. Whoosh. Senju Kinyu shot in time to catch it. Are you alright, Tsunade-san? 35. Tsunade's fists were flushed red, and he had obviously lost the fight just now. Haha. 39. The strange power of the Senju clan is nothing more than that. Third Raikage laughed. You. Tsunade's face was furious. I thought to myself, if it wasn't for my chakra, most of it would be scattered over multiple shadow clones. I won't lose this punch. However, in order to maintain the puppet technique, Tsunade could not exert his full power. Namikaze Minato's eyes moved. Just understand the situation. Both of them have insufficient chakra because of maintaining a huge number of multiple shadow clone. I am afraid it is difficult to compete with Third Raikage. For now, only he appeared. Let me come. Namikaze Minato resolutely stepped forward. Everyone in Konoha cast a surprised look. Minato-sensei. Is that okay? No, Hararin was worried. Although Minato-sensei is strong, his opponent is Raikage. Uchiha Obito also doesn't quite believe his teacher can win. Heitake Kakashi kept his face paralyzed. Minato, you. A worried look flashed across Tsunade's face. Although the opponent belongs to Hokage's camp. But anyway. On the battlefield, everyone is a comrade in arms. She also didn't want the other party to die in vain. Relax, Tsunade-san. Minato, this kid is strong. Senju Kinyu said with a smile. Senior Kinyu, thank you for your trust. Namikaze Minato was startled for a moment, then clasped his fists in thanks. Different from Senju Kinyu's dazzling origin and reputation. Now he is just a new young jonin. In the ninja world, he is still unknown. Boy, who are you? How dare you challenge the old man? Third Raikage was also surprised. He looked at each other carefully. The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes in front of him looked very sunny. Konoha Jonin, Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato said his name respectfully. The opponent is the famous Raikage, respect is a must. But his modesty did not attract Raikage's attention. Namikaze. A family I haven't heard of, is it from a commoner? Third Raikage looked disdainful. Born in Cloud Shinobi's number 1 Menyaya clan, he has inherited a powerful bloodline. Arrogance is also justified. Go back, young man. The old man understands your eagerness to make meritorious deeds. But don't find the wrong opponent. Third Raikage said proudly. In his view, the two sides are not rivals on a level at all. Lord Raikage, please enlighten me. Namikaze Minato raised the seal of opposition. Humph. Young people who don't know how high the sky is, it seems that they need a strict lesson. 99. Third Raikage laughed in anger. He felt that the other party was trying to rub his reputation. Play with Raikage. Win or lose, it's a good thing to say it out, isn't it? I'm going. Namikaze Minato strikes first. He waved his hand and threw a kunao. Then the hands quickly nodded. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. I saw that Kunao was divided into two, and the two were divided into four, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a dense barrage of Kunao. Oh! High-level ninja of the Sarutobi clan. Looks like you're no ordinary jonin either. Third Raikage's face was slightly exposed. 917 was a little surprised. But that hasn't changed his opinion of Namikaze Minato. Zi. Lightning style instantly. I saw Third Raikage's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, traveling at extreme speed in the dense Kunao barrage. With amazing movement, avoid all attacks. So fast. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened suddenly. Lightning straight. Third Raikage used the ninjutsu of the Yaoki family. The perfect combination of lightning style and taisha becomes an amazingly destructive move. The fist with the powerful lightning style hits Namikaze Minato in the head. One move to end you. The Konoha people said that they could not bear to avoid their eyes. They seem to have expected that Namikaze Minato's head will be tragically broken. But surprisingly, facing a one-hit fist, Namikaze Minato's eyes did not waver, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The kunao in his hand was gently thrown out. Please don't underestimate the Konoha shinobi. 35. Third Raikage's eyes widened. I saw the target in front of me, and suddenly disappeared. Body flicker technique. Do not. That is. Flying Thunder God technique. The figure of Namikaze Minato appeared out of thin air behind Raikage. He stepped on the latter's back. The kunao in his hand stabbed fiercely towards the back of Raikage's neck. Chapter 143. Flying Thunder God Technique. Namikaze Minato's figure teleported to the position of kunao that he had thrown before. The Konoha crowd couldn't help holding their breath. This sudden turn of events is really unexpected. The civilian jonin Namikaze Minato, who was not optimistic at the beginning, can actually fight back against Raikage. This is time-space ninjutsu. Tsunade couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Time and space ninjutsu is not something anyone can learn. The S-level forbidden technique, Flying Thunder God technique recorded in the Book of Seals. Since inventor Senju Tobirama. That no one can do. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, failed to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. You can see the difficulty of this technique. I never imagined that a commoner jonin Namikaze Minato would learn it. Quiet. Namikaze Minato, with chakras kunao attached, failed to penetrate the defense on Third Raikage. The sturdy lightning-style armor shattered the kunyu in his hands. Humph. Third Raikage unleashed powerful lightning all over his body. Bounced Namikaze Minato out. Time-space ninjutsu. I really underestimate you, Namikaze Minato. Third Raikage called out the opponent's name for the first time. Put away the contempt in my heart. Namikaze Minato steadied himself and looked at the kunao whose hands were shattered. There was a solemn look on his face. Not even the chakra knife can break. Is this the legendary strongest shield? Third Raikage has the reputation of the strongest spear and the strongest shield at the same time. It is said that he can kill the wolf with the flesh and the body of a hard-tailed beast. The most feared existence in the ninja world. Nice job, Minato. I believe you. Senju Kinyu took the lead in sending compliments. It's praise on the bright side, but it's a fire in the dark. The Konoha crowd followed. That's it, I almost beat Raikage just now. You can do it. Heard. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but look bitter. This is a little bit, it's almost 1,000,000 points. His moves can't even break Raikage's defense, so how can he fight? Namikaze Minato has not developed Raiznan yet. But I can't betray the trust of my peers in me. Namikaze Minato's eyes are firm, knowing that he can't win, he must fight. There was a strong will to fight in his heart. Hogyaku, absorb, 77% unlocked. That's right. That's it. You are indeed worth it. Senju Kinyu felt the fluctuation of Hogyaku, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is what he secretly encouraged Namikaze Minato to play. He believed. The golden glitter in this original book will definitely have value available. It's very popular. 35. You should be proud to be able to fight with the old man, Namikaze Minato. Third Raikage's expression became serious. A murderous intent flashed across his brows. He thinks Namikaze Minato's talent is high. If the latter is allowed to grow up, it will be a big problem for Cloud Shinobi Village. I happened to meet him today, so it's best to find a way to kill him. Hell-piercing 4 books. I saw Third Raikage raised his palm, his right hand with 5 fingers together, and retracted his thumb. Concentrate the power of lightning style on 4 fingers. Zi. 35. Third Raikage has become faster. Earth-style Earth Stream Wall. A defensive ninjutsu by Namikaze Minato. Like paper paste, easily poked by the opponent. Break. Boom. At the crucial moment, Namikaze Minato uses the Flying Thunder God technique. Teleported to the position of kunao in the distance. The teleportation position of time-space ninjutsu is on those kunao marks. A cold light flashed in Third Raikage's eyes. After 100 battles, he quickly saw through the mechanism of the Flying Thunder God technique. Zi. Speed up again. Third Raikage reduced the number of fingers on his hand to 3. Hell-piercing 3 books. Without losing a finger, the power is doubled. This is the scary part of the strongest spear. Tsitsaizu. Namikaze Minato is felt from a distance. The amazing chakra unleashed from the opponent. This chakra. It's like a tailed beast. Namikaze Minato didn't dare to confront each other head-on. Only ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique again. Jump. Jump for me. Third Raikage is moving at high speed. He glanced at the Kunao's position around him. Whoosh. Sure enough. Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique again. Teleported to the position of Kunao in the distance. But don't wait for him to breathe a sigh of relief. I saw the figure of Third Raikage, turning 90 degrees at an astonishing speed. It turned into a lightning spear and flew towards Namikaze Minato's position at high speed. Since Third Raikage is an anticipatory action, so the action is one step faster than Namikaze Minato. Not good. Namikaze Minato was too late to use the Flying Thunder God technique again. After all, he had just learned space ninjutsu at this time. It's still far from the point where you can do whatever you want. As for other ninjutsu, not to mention whether it can stop Raikage's strongest spear, it's too late to print. Are you going to die? Namikaze Minato felt faintly. Raikage's blow was aimed at his heart. Just hit. That's 100% dead. Is this the end of my life? Dream of becoming Hokage? Do not. I can't die yet. Namikaze Minato suddenly lost his mind and entered a mysterious situation. After Hogyaku absorbs the wish, it materializes. In the sea of his consciousness, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared, holding a chakra ball of light in his hand. Isn't this exactly the new technique he has been developing? Instant ninjutsu without the need for a seal. Under the action of a young man, Namikaze Minato sees the whole process of chakra from convolution to compression. I understand. Namikaze Minato opens his palm, chakra's form changes, and it's done in an instant. Raise non. Boom. Third Raikage's three-handed, straight jab on Raise non. Both can emit a high-pitched sound. It's like throwing an iron rod into the meat grinder. What is this? Instantly activated Muji Ninjutsu. Have you seen it? Unheard of. 35. Is this a new technique developed by Minato? This is an amazing genius. Everyone in Konoha expressed their amazement. Flying Thunder God technique plus Raise non. The obscure civilian jonin. It's really not a sound, it's a blockbuster. Pity. That's it. There was no wave on Senju Kyunyu's face. The current Namikaze Minato is still too tender. It can only be said that he chose the wrong opponent. When he first entered the battlefield, he met Third Raikage. Unbeatable is no wonder. But Namikaze Minato contributed at least a little to him with the unlocking of Hogyaku. Still worth saving. Thought here. Senju Kyunyu began to chant in a low voice. Beast bones scattered all over the place. Spires, red crystals, steel wheels, moving is wind, stopping is empty, the sound of spears hitting each other fills the virtual city. The ninjutsu of the two of them continued. Amazing ninjutsu. If the opponent is not the old man, you can win beautifully. Third Raikage put away his third finger. Hell-piercing neon kancho. 39. The power of thunder multiplied again, turned into the piercing of the strongest spear. Poke. Break the Raise non in Namikaze Minato's hands. The almighty Raise non in the original. Now that it appears for the first time, it has suffered a fiasco. Promised, puff. Namikaze Minato reluctantly shifted his body in the nick of time. Avoid getting hurt. But the right chest was punched through a hole. Hole. Cough. Namikaze Minato's face turned pale, he vomited blood, and his whole body was numb and paralyzed by electricity. Is this not going to work? I haven't used the strongest killing move yet. Seeing that the opponent has lost the ability to fight, Third Raikage decisively released all his fingers. Changed Hell-Pierce's move. Keep everything in hand. There is no need for him to expose his strongest nirvana in front of the public. So he switched moves. Prepare to use the most common ninjutsu techniques to completely kill Namikaze Minato. I saw him wrap his arms around Namikaze Minato's waist, and then raised his head. Concentrate the powerful lightning-style power on your arms. Use it to strengthen your arms and drop your target to the ground with supergravity energy. Lay I bomb. 99. Sharply turned and sent into nirvana, like a thunderous strike. However, in this case, an accident happened. Hubai. I saw a golden thunder roar. With the power of thunder, it blasted towards Raikage. Heido number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. Chapter 144. Boom. The golden thunder roared and hit the third Raikage head-on. The huge impact blasted him out. Namikaze Minato, who was originally raised, was also forced to let go. Puff. Namikaze Minato fell face to the ground. Sunshine's handsome face, made disgraced, very embarrassed. Get back, Minato. The next battle, leave it to me. Senju Kinyu ordered. Senior Kinyu, thank you for saving your life. Namikaze Minato clenched his fists gratefully. If not the opponent shot. Now he has been smashed into flesh by Raikage's ninjutsu. What Hokage stream, all came to nothing. Zitsaiza. I saw the blue lightning on third Raikage's body, mixed with golden lightning. This means that Senju Kinyu's Kido attacked, breaking his strongest shield and injuring his body. Injuring the old man with lightning style. An incredible expression appeared on third Raikage's face. He's played lightning style all his life. Claims to be in the ninja world. Nobody knows lightning style better than him. But how can I be injured by someone else's lightning style? Kinyu, do you still have the strength to fight? Really reliable man. A flash of light flashed in Senju Tsunade's eyes. 2,000 multiple shadow clones were also summoned. She has no strength to fight. Kinyu did it with ease. I know a thing or two about ninjutsu. Lord Raikage, please give me more advice. 99. Senju Kinyu looked humble. Makes people feel good. But at this time, third Raikage didn't dare to be careless at all. In front of this kind 920 glasses young man, but one blow broke his strongest shield. Humph. Appears to be kind, but is actually a dangerous fellow. 35. Never mind. Let the horses come. 35. Third Raikage exudes a more powerful lightning style chakra. A blonde hair stands up. This is his lightning style chakra mode turned on to maximum power. Whether it is speed, strength, or defense, they have all been raised to the highest point. Raikage-sama actually used all his strength. It seems that we have met a strong enemy. How about the other party's chakra? Jiahai said with a solemn expression. Unable to perceive. The man seems to have the means to block perception. Cloud Shinobi Perception Ninja shook his head. Whoosh. Shunpo. Senju Kinyu charged towards the opponent head-on. So fast. Third Raikage's pupils contracted suddenly. The speed of the other party was so fast that his eyes could not keep up. But with Ultimate's neural reflex, his body can automatically respond. Boom. He raised his hand to block Senju Kinyu's kick. Bam. Boom. Bam. 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 The two had a fierce close combat. In the public eye, the movements of the two were terrifyingly fast. Almost only a little after image can be seen. The crackling sound of flesh, body slamming and slamming is terrifying. Is this still human? I can't see their battle at all. 95. Everyone in Konoha was dumbfounded. Lord Kinyu, Abda, is amazing. Fighting on a par with Raikage. Yuhaka and Shizune expressed their admiration. It really can't be compared. Namikaze Minato shook his head bitterly. He has worked hard enough. He was once regarded as a genius ninja. But compared to the perfect man in front of him, that's still too far. Zitsaiza. Boom. Under the collision of a burst of electric light flint. The figures of the two finally appeared in the eyes of the public. Seeing Senju Kinyu and third Raikage, the two grabbed each other's fists. Yukai. Not only is ninjutsu good, but taijutsu is also very strong. Third Raikage raised an eyebrow. Human energy is limited. The same is true of ninja training. Third Raikage's major is taijutsu, supplemented by ninjutsu. Therefore, he is very good at melee combat. He never imagined it. Senju Kinyu is not only very powerful in ninjutsu, but his melee fighting ability is not inferior to him at all. Sir Raikage has won the prize. I only know a thing or two about physical art. 99. Senju Kinyu smiled. After all, he resorted to a violent sweep of his legs. Tripped Raikage, a giant 2 meters tall, to the ground. Zhang. Senju Kinyu then pulled out Zanpakuto and slashed at him. Quiet. Third Raikage clasped his palms together and tightly clamped the falling Zanpakuto. What a ruthless swordsmanship, you won't be the Grandmaster again, will you? Sizzle. Senju Kinyu waved his hand and turned the blade, cutting a long bloodstain in the palm of the opponent's palm. Where? I only know a little bit. Third Raikage raised his knife and slashed forward. Lateral bolt of pain. Whoosh. Senju Kinyu is a shunpo, avoiding the other's lightning-style hand knife. Hell-piercing 2 books. Third Raikage pulls the punch that crippled Namikaze Minato. The huge power of lightning style is concentrated on 2 fingers. Turn into an attack of the strongest spear. Clang. I saw Third Raikage's fingertips directly touching Zanpakuto's blade. Huge force, poking. Zanpakuto's blade bent 90 degrees. Ordinary weapons have long been smashed. This surprised Third Raikage. I thought to myself, what material is this knife made of? The strongest spear that confronted me head-on has not been destroyed yet. My knife is with the soul. Senju Kinyu holds Zanpakuto tightly with both hands. The driving force suddenly trembled. Flick Third Raikage's fingertips away. Damn. Third Raikage's face sank. Can't even solve it with 2 books? Could it be that he is here to use his nirvana? He glanced at the Konoha shinobi who were present. Thousands of pairs of eyes, exposed in full view of the eyes. Exposing their own tricks. It's not a wise decision by any means. What's wrong? Lord Raikage. The most powerful spear in the legend should have more than this level of power, right? Senju Kunyu said with a playful expression. This level of power. Namikaze Minato heard the cut on his chest, a dull pain. To know. He almost died with this move by Raikage. Humph. I advise you not to get too carried away, Konoha's glasses boy. I know you want to get information about my ultimate trick. 99. But be careful not to risk your life. Third Raikage shouted sternly. Lord Raikage, you are thinking too much. I have no interest in your ability information 5. I'm just enjoying the fight. Senju Kunyu said with a frank face. He is telling the truth. Intelligence or something, it doesn't matter at all. His purpose is to improve his skill proficiency through combat. The Raikage in front of you is a good experience boss. Are you enjoying the fight? With the old man. Third Raikage's mouth twitched, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Hehe. Very good. You succeeded in angering me. Next, I will let you understand the true horror of the strongest spear. I saw that Third Raikage released a more powerful lightning-style power. The swollen blue lightning smashed the stones 5 meters away into pieces. At the same time, a strong charged current was released in all directions. The Konoha crowd swayed. Everyone stepped back. Senju Tsunade fears that the aftermath of the battle will knock out the shadow clone. Immediately order the troops to retreat. With the power of one person, the entire Konoha army was forced back. Third Raikage is simply haki exposed. The Konoha crowd felt the terrible chakra flowing in the air. All of them could not help but show a look of fear. This mighty chakra. The full power of the mightiest spear. Namikaze Minato clenched his fists. I thought if the other party had used all his strength from the beginning, I'm afraid he would have already died under the attack of the opponent's thunder. Raikage did not fight him with all his strength in order to conceal his strength information. To put it bluntly, Raikage doesn't see Namikaze Minato as an opponent who needs to go all out. Lord Kunyu. Is it really okay? Nohara Linlo looked worried. For Genin, who just graduated. Raikage's chakra is too scary. Do not worry. You can trust him 100% at any time. Kunyu is such a man. Senju Tsunade looked calm. Looking at each other's back, his eyes were a little more tender. Confront the power of Third Raikage. Senju Kunyu didn't move. He kept a sly smile on his face as always. That's kind of interesting. The Raikage in front of me is Senju Kunyu so far. The most powerful ninja I have ever met. In terms of combat power alone. Then Hanzo of the Salamander, Granicho, 3rd Kazekage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Heitake Sakumo, and many more. Even stronger. Chapter 145. Feel the horror. Hell puncture one stop. Third Raikage concentrated all of his power on one finger. The power has surged several times more than before. Incredible to imagine. If you are poked by this finger, what are the consequences? Whoosh. Senju Kunyu clasped Zanpakuto with both hands and charged towards the ladder. All he has to do now is to concentrate his power on the slashing technique of this blow. There was a deafening roar of thunder. The figure of Third Raikage turns into a galloping thunder, dashing forward at an acceleration that exceeds the limits of the human body. That guy is dead 95. Lord Raikage's tricks are well known, and he once broke the 8 tails of 8 tails. No one can resist his move. Gaha said confidently. It's about to be decided. 35. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. When he witnessed the nirvana of the strongest spear with his own eyes, it is certain that he will never be able to resist Raikage's consistent hand. At this time, just under the gaze of everyone holding their breaths, Third Raikage's thundering finger, and Senju Kunyu's Zanpakuto slashed and smashed together. Chiang! A huge clanging sound resounded through the sky. The sound waves traveled several kilometers away. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound. I saw Senju Kunyu's Zanpakuto was violently knocked into the air, drawing a beautiful parabola in mid-air. Then firmly inserted. On the ground. Great! It was Lord Raikage who won. More. But the quality of this knife is too good, isn't it? Gaha is also a knife lover. He wanted to run over and pick up the other party's equipment. But he did not forget his duty. Immediately support Raikage in the event of an accident. Pfft! Third Raikage's hand stabbed hard on Senju Kunyu's chest. What's surprising is, the opponent's thunder finger just didn't penetrate half an inch. It was because of great resistance that he could not go further. The defensive strength of this flesh. Third Raikage's face looked very ugly. Most of his lethality was offset by Senju Kunyu's slash. The remaining penetrating power can only barely hit the steel skin defense on the latter. Inflicted some minor injuries. The nirvana of the strongest spear. Just doing this little bit of damage. Do you think he can have a good face? The most admirable spear. I didn't expect it to really hurt me. Senju Kunyu grabbed the opponent's finger and moved it away from the wound on his chest. Sigh. I saw his wound healed automatically at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a virtual high-speed regeneration. Third Raikage looked at the other's intact chest. For a moment, there was an indescribable silence. All right. I have already experienced the attack of the strongest spear. Let me try it now, Lord Raikage's strongest shield. After Senju Kunyu said that, he punched the opponent's stomach. One bone. This seemingly unremarkable punch is a mysterious attack that condenses Shinigami white hits. Boom. The lightning-style armor on Third Raikage was blown up. The terrifying power of the fist was poured into him. Click. The ribs on the abdomen were broken several times. Humph. Third Raikage groaned, enduring the pain on his body. A backhand poked towards the other party's face. This time there was no attack from Zanpakuto. If you hit it, you can directly poke. Blast the latter's forehead. However, the premise is to hit. Whoosh. Senju Kunyu's head was sideways, and he easily avoided the opponent's one-handed hand. Immediately after that, he hugged each other's arms. Here comes a hard shoulder throw. Bang. Third Raikage was thrown to the ground. But he quickly kicked Senju Kunyu, who was trying to make up the knife. Hateful. Third Raikage just stood up. Once again, Senju Kunyu jumped and flew his knees, knocking him to the ground. Wow. He opened his mouth and spit out again. A mouthful of blood came out. But he couldn't take a breath and rolled over on the ground. Boom. Senju Kunyu's foot stomped heavily on the opponent's original location. Don't underestimate Raikage. After Third Raikage avoided, he raised his hand. A book of hand poking. On Senju Kunyu's big lap. The amazing penetrating power brought by the strongest spear. Straight through his big legs. Drink. 39. Third Raikage chased after the victory, and even pointed out. On Senju Kunyu's body, he quickly poked through a few transparent holes. However, this is of no use. High-speed regeneration. The blood hole in his body healed quickly. I respect you very much, Lord Raikage. As Senju Kunyu said, he hit an uppercut. Hit Raikage's jaw so badly that he even got a concussion. S.A. Let's keep fighting. 55. A rare war-loving smile appeared on Senju Kunyu's face. Humph. In a war of attrition. The old man has never been afraid of anyone. 35. Third Raikage shook his head and continued to fight tenaciously. Inheriting the excellent blood of the Yayu family, he was born with a huge chakra and a tough physique. Raikage once opened 5-5 with 8 tails, and they both collapsed to the ground in the end. Is it possible that Senju Kunyu can fight better than the tailed beast? That's it. Under the unbelievable gaze of the crowd, Senju Kunyu and Third Raikage fought all day and night. Skill proficiency. Advanced, 20%. White hits, advanced -20%. Shunpo, premium, 20%. Kido, advanced 21%. Kyoka Suijutsu, advanced 16%. Hogyaku, unlocked -77%. 0 Ask for flowers. 0. Each has an average improvement of more than 2 percentage points. This is a very rare gain for entering advanced skills. Although Third Raikage still has the energy to keep playing. But the more he fights, the more he finds that Senju Kunyu's power has not weakened, but has increased further. What a hell! What the hell is going on with this guy? Humanoid-tailed beast? Third Raikage expresses incomprehensible. At the same time, a long, high-intensity fight, even if the body can hold it. The spirit can't stand it. You're careless, Lord Raikage. Senju Kunyu saw the moment when the other party lost his mind. A knife slashed at the latter. This time, his slash directly smashed Third Raikage's lightning-style armor. A large blood flower was cut out on the latter's body. Pfft! Third Raikage clutched at the bleeding wound. His face also became heavy. This time, I can be sure. Your slash has become stronger. 35. 0. Senju Kunyu sheathed the knife. No doubt. My ninjutsu has also gotten stronger. Hands open, palms forward. The dark blue flames quickly condensed. Heido number 73, Double Lotus Kang Fire Pendant. Boom. Third Raikage took this shot head-on. The lightning-style chakram mode on the body is directly scattered. He was covered in charred smoke and suffered severe burns. Whoosh. 99. Shunpo. Senju Kunyu's figure appeared in front of him. My physical skills seem to have become a little stronger. Kick away Raikage. Kunyu in a boxing. Both sides went backwards. Cough. Raikage vomited blood again. Hi. As expected of Mr. Raikage, you are really good at fighting. 39. Senju Kunyu patted the dust on his body. Then let's go on. Senju Kunyu has simply regarded the opponent as a sandbag for skill proficiency. Ready for another 3 days and 3 nights. It's enough. Third Raikage wiped his mouth. The blood on the corners. This endless battle completely drained his patience. This time the reconnaissance mission was a failure. Not only did he fail to test the strength of the Konoha army. On the contrary, he also exposed almost all of his ability information. Senju Kunyu. The old man remembers you. Third Raikage made a cipher gesture. Gaha, who had been lurking for a long time, immediately shot. Lane Dun laser circus. Countless lasers, shot from a distance. Come. Whoosh. Senju Kinyu dodged easily. Covered by Lan Dun's attack. Third Raikage hurriedly exited the battlefield. Watching the other party leave. Senju Kinyu didn't chase after him. 7. Today's battle is enough fun. Moreover, he has follow-up hands to deal with. Crack it, Kyoka Suijutsu, before. Chapter 146. Break apart, Kyoka Suijutsu. Senju Kinyu's battle with Third Raikage was too intense. To avoid scaring Konoha's children, he confused everyone's vision. So that in the eyes of everyone in Konoha, Kinyu and Raikage were evenly matched. Raikage has a slight upper hand. After a day and night of fighting, Kinyu was defeated because of incapacity. Raikage admired the young and promising Kinyu and chose to be merciful. The two sides shook hands and made peace. Raikage took the initiative to retreat. Look. What a friendly ending. Kinyu, are you alright? 35. Senju Tsunade stepped forward immediately and performed medical ninjutsu on him to recover. Fortunately. 35. I'm just some skin 920 trauma. 35. Senju Kinyu said with a relaxed expression. In fact, his injuries were not light. Raikage's hand stabbed several blood holes in him. Just the ability of high-speed regeneration can heal most of the wounds. So now it looks like Senju Kinyu's body. Only a few pinhole-sized, insignificant small wounds remained. It seems, this Third Raikage. He's also a loyal man. Senju Tsunade came to a conclusion after carefully examining the wound. Raikage showed mercy in battle. Otherwise, how could there be only this little skin injury on Kinyu's body? It was amazing. This is the heart of a top ninja. A bright smile appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. In his opinion, if you are a master, you should stop. Even enemies can recognize each other and sympathize with each other. As long as everyone stays on the line. Ninja world, one day peace can be achieved. That's it. Senju Kinyu's life and death struggle with Third Raikage. In the eyes of everyone, it became a friendly exchange of ninjas. The other side. Raikage and his party have returned to the Cloud Shinobi army. Because the details of the Konoha troop could not be detected, Raikage ordered Cloud Shinobi's army to stop advancing. A camp was built on the spot. With the vanguard of Konoha, a confrontation was formed. Such a situation also greatly exceeded the expectations of the senior officials of Konoha. According to their calculations, Third Raikage personally led an army of 10,000 Cloud Shinobi, which is a menacing force. The vanguard of Senju Tsunade's army consisted of only 1,000 ninjas. And quite a few are Genin's baby soldiers. More than 10 times the number of people. The strength is also completely incomparable. After the first battle, Konoha was not completely wiped out even if he didn't. There is a high probability that more than half of them will be killed or injured. This is in line with the cannon fodder tactics of the top management of Konoha. 0. As a result, there was no direct firefight between the two sides. The Cloud Shinobi army stopped moving forward. On the contrary, the position was built very carefully. What is this? Raikage, when did you become so cautious? Konoha executives said they were puzzled. Untie. Untie. Tsunade and Kinyu lifted the puppet technique. All 4,000 shadow clone disappeared. Konoha's vanguard force immediately shrunk dramatically. Only 1,000 real ninjas remain. Puppet army technique. I don't know how long I can fool Cloud Shinobi. Senju Tsunade let out a long sigh. With 1,000 Konoha Shinobi, face 10,000 Cloud Shinobi ninja. Such a crazy plan. Thank goodness Senju Kinyu was able to figure it out. It's okay. 35. In Raikage's perception, we have 5,000 people. The enemy does not act rashly. Senju Kinyu said calmly. 10,000 to 5,000. Although Cloud Shinobi still has the advantage in the number of ninjas. But this is the land of fire. Konoha's main battlefield. Reinforcements can be dispatched at any time. Cloud Shinobi is playing away from home and reinforcements and supplies are difficult. Before getting accurate information, it is impossible for Cloud Shinobi to have a wave of studs and die with Konoha. That's why they adopted the strategy of garrisoning, planning to confront Konoha for a long time. However, in order to probe the real situation of our army, Cloud Shinobi will definitely send a large reconnaissance force. Namikaze Minato hangs on his arms, splinted and bandaged. His face also looked pale. This is the wound he suffered while fighting Raikage. High-speed regeneration without Senju Kinyu. There is no strong pedigree. Namikaze Minato's injury will take some time to recover. Minato said it well. Passive defense will only reveal more flaws. 35. So we have to take the initiative to attack. Senju Kinyu said this. Immediately caused an uproar among the Konoha crowd. Good guy. 1,000 to 10,000. Do you still want to attack? This courage is too big. This. How many men will you send? Akana Hachinan asked tentatively. 1000. I saw Senju Kinyu slightly stretched out a finger. Isn't this the equivalent of a full army attack? What about the defense in the camp? The camp stores ninja gear, food, medicine, and other military supplies. If there is no guard, I am afraid that it will be burned by the enemy's fire. Don't worry, I'll stay with multiple shadow clones. However, the camp still needs a 3.0 Jonin to guard our rear. Senju Kinyu turned his gaze to a patch of Namikaze Minato. Minato, don't go to the front until your injury is healed. But our rear, can you please? It sounds like he is taking good care of Namikaze Minato's health. In fact, the danger of staying behind is no less than the front line. Because Cloud Shinobi was so numerous, when the two armies went to war, almost 100% of them will split up a unit to attack Konoha's camp. However, Namikaze Minato is straightforward. He didn't know the hole Kinyu dug for him at all. I swore to take up this task. Chapter 147. The next day, according to Senju Kinyu's battle plan, the Konoha vanguard troop strikes. Namikaze Minato alone, with multiple shadow clones, stayed behind the camp. This time Kinyu only allocated very few chakra, shadow clone only has Genin's strength. I wish you a prosperous martial arts. Senior Kinyu, if you are fighting on the front line and are not strong enough, can recycle part of shadow clone. Namikaze Minato said sincerely. He is an honest man. Not only did he not notice that the other party was cheating on him, but he was worried that Senju Kinyu's chakra would not be enough. Hehe. I will. Senju Kinyu smiled happily. No. He has to endure. The feeling of bullying honest people is really great. However, in Namikaze Minato's view, this is another place worthy of admiration. On the battlefield, you can still chat and laugh. As expected of Senior Kinyu. Kushina would be so fascinated by this man. Let's go. 35. Senju Tsunade though felt the plan was too risky. But she still chose to trust Kinyu. Cloud Shinobi Camp. Emergency 01 report. The Konoha Shinobi are coming. The perception class of Cloud Shinobi will report the situation as soon as possible. Can't you finally help yourself? How many people came? Third Raikage said solemnly. From the current point of view, Konoha sent 1,000 people. Cloud Shinobi reports. What? Only 1,000 people? Is Konoha looking down on us? 99. AI immediately stood up and said angrily. Calm. Based on the last Konoha Shinobi we saw. At least 5,000 people. Gaha frowned. Only 20% of the ninjas were dispatched. That is to say, Konoha's attack this time is mainly tentative. Tutai carefully analyzed. Humph. It just so happens that the old man also wants to test Konoha's strength. Then fight. Third Raikage said coldly. No matter how you hide your strength. As long as you fight, it will be clear. The enemy is tempted, we are tempted too. 20% to 20%. It's fair, it's okay. Killer Bee hummed a lame rap. Since it is a war, there is nothing fair or unfair. 35. We can send another troop to attack Konoha's rear 5. Although Konoha has probably already made a defense. But as long as you fight a battle, you can calculate the strength of Konoha. Cloud Shinobi Elite Jonin Troy suggested. Cloud Shinobi's magnet style is a famous blood successor, which is different from Sand Shinobi's magnet style. It uses magnetic force to control the ninja tools. Very good. Just follow this tactic. Third Raikage acted in a resolute manner, and in just a few words, the battle plan was finalized. Haha, Troy, follow me and lead 2,000 ninjas to battle. AI, bye, you lead 1,000 troops to attack the rear of Konoha. 39. Tutai is responsible for guarding our camp. Konoha vs Cloud Shinobi, the first battle officially begins. Army attack. Senju Tsunade led the charge to the forefront. Although she is female, she has a lot of heroic spirit. Dry the leaves. Third Raikage shouted, and also ran to the front row. This is his usual fighting style. Tsitsaiza 27. Enable lightning style chakram mode. Third Raikage turned into a lightning bolt and charged forward rapidly. Using the unique ninjutsu of the Yaya clan. Lightning straight. Humph. 99. This time, it's different. 35. Senju Tsunade's eyes flickered, waving his fists to meet him. Using the unique magic of the Senju clan. Don't move the diamond power. Clang. The two fists collided hard. The terrifying force shook the ground beneath the two of them. Boom. A blast of air. The two each took a few steps back. What? How can the power increase so much this time? Third Raikage was amazed. In terms of power alone, the opponent's strange power is not even half a point behind him. Your Excellency Raikage. Let's continue the last contest. 99. Senju Tsunade clenched his fists with both hands and assumed a taijutsu fighting stance. The last time they lost, it was because most of Senju Tsunade's chakra was assigned to multiple shadow clone. Now she is in full bloom. 35. You Senju family really like to hide and tuck. Third Raikage turned his eyes and looked at another figure not far away. Whoosh! Shunpo! Senju Kinyu rushed into Cloud Shinobi's team alone. Swipe across. Puff puff puff. Multiple Cloud Shinobi ninjas have been cut down. Wow! There's a ruthless man here. 55. Ask for support, poof. The speaker had his head chopped off. UBD. Cloud Shinobi was shocked and angry. Hundreds of people gathered and surrounded Senju Kinyu. Do not. It should be said. Senju Kinyu surrounded them all by himself. Hades 57, the earth turns and dances. The earth burst open and shattered into countless boulders. Smashed Cloud Shinobi to the brink of blood. You guys are too weak. I don't even have enough experience to practice skills. Senju Kinyu's face was expressionless. While talking, another series of flying kicks hit the Cloud Shinobi ninja to the ground. At this level of combat, the improvement in proficiency is minimal. But 920 mosquito meat is also meat, better than nothing. Magnet-style double blades. Troy controlled the thick square shuriken through magnetism. Flanking left and right, it flew towards Senju Kinyu. Chong! Chong! Senju Kinyu swung his sword from left to right at extreme speed. Hit the square shuriken flying. Magnetic adsorption, retract the flying weapon. Troy's eyes fell on the square shuriken, the cut that was cut. His face changed involuntarily. What a heavy blow. It was able to slash my special magnetic weapon. The square shuriken in Troy's hand has been tempered by magnet-style chakra for a long time. Both the quality and sharpness are far beyond ordinary ninja tools. Unexpectedly, he was slashed by the opponent's casual swing of the knife. Don't be careless, Troy. This man is fighting head-to-head with Lord Raikage 5. Jiahai looked at Senju Kinyu with a dignified expression on his face. Are two Cloud Shinobi's elite jonin? It should be worth a shot. Senju Kinyu nodded. FFT. Even if Gaha and Troy join forces, I am afraid they are not the opponents of that guy. Third Raikage's heart sank, and he wanted to run over to help. But he was stopped by Senju Tsunade in front of him. Don't get in the way of Kinyu. 35. Your opponent is me. As Kinyu's older sister, how can she fall behind? Chapter 148. Boom. 35. Senju Tsunade slammed into Third Raikage's fists hard. Get out of the way. 39. The old man's goal is not you. Third Raikage's arm shook, and the power of lightning style broke out and injured the latter. Don't let it. I said, I won't let you get in the way of Kinyu. 35. Senju Tsunade made a mark with both hands and untied the 100 healings mark on his forehead. Opened forbidden technique by How technique. Unleash the massive chakra from your daily reserves. I saw the wound on her body healed automatically. Strength, speed, and resilience have all been boosted by leaps and bounds. Whoosh! Senju Tsunade jumped into the air with a 180-degree high, long legs. Strange power, heaven guards feet. A terrifying strange force fell from the sky and fell. Tsitsaiza. Third Raikage concentrates the power of lightning style on the legs. Ninjutsu guillotine drop. Thunder kick, kick up. Boom. The terrifying energy shook the ground around him. There were even a few hapless Konoha shinobi and Cloud Shinobi ninjas who were hit by the aftermath and flew out. If you don't want to die, step back for me. Third Raikage shouted loudly. Whoosh! Senju Tsunade was kicked by the opponent's thunder and flew into the air. The hard-hitting foot became bruised, and swollen. The difference in strength is almost the same, but does the speed lose? The same force, but the faster the movement, the more kinetic energy will be released eventually. Therefore, in this Taijo collision, Tsunade was at a disadvantage. This is not surprising. After all, Third Raikage is a long-established top powerhouse. Tsunade's title of Sunin was only spread during the Second Ninja War. Humph. One of Konoha's Sunin, it's still tender. A little. Third Raikage said arrogantly. Don't be old-fashioned, Lord Raikage. I'm not a woman who gets knocked down so easily. Senju Tsunade has a certain look. Under the automatic repair of Baihao technique, the bruises on the legs disappeared quickly. Come again. Boom. 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 The two started a fierce and protracted battle. The other side. Senju Kinyu's battle was much easier. It can even be said that it is completely one-sided crushing. Lan Yun Laser Circus. Hades 58th Tianlan. The violent storm blew away the laser beam. Impossible. Just an ordinary wind style, can I defeat my Lan Dun Shueji limit? Jiahai's face was shocked and unbelievable. There's nothing impossible. Under absolute power, all attributes are the same. Senju Kinyu was talking. He grabbed the magnetic shuriken controlled by Troy with his bare hands. Hateful. Troy pulled his hands apart. However, no matter how he applied the magnetic force, he still couldn't take back his weapon. It turned out like this. Click. Senju Kinyu pinched his fingers. Like kneading a piece of paper, it broke the opponent's magnet-style shuriken. Whoosh! Shunpo! His figure disappeared in front of the two of them. Not good. Where? The expressions of Jiahai and Troy changed drastically. His eyes looked left and right, his limbs were so tight that he could react at any time. But the pupils of the two suddenly tightened, and they only felt a chill in their chests and mouths. Look. 35. I can easily touch your heart. I saw the figure of Senju Kunyu and Shadow Clone pressed against their hearts respectively. Do not come. Jiahai was so frightened that he drew his sword and slashed towards the former. Bang! Shadow Clone was hacked. But Troy wasn't so lucky. Pfft! A smear of blood burst out from his chest. Senju Kunyu is doing the action of putting the knife into the sheath. The other party didn't even see the process of his knife attack clearly. It was pierced through the heart. Strength, not in one dimension. Troy lost his body and fell weakly to the ground. Troy. Gaha's eyes widened. The one who was killed in front of him was his best friend. Relax. 35. I'll send you to meet your friend now. Senju Kunyu spoke at the same time. In an instant, he came to Jiahai's eyes. He held the opponent's face with one hand, and then slammed it down heavily on the ground. Hi! The back of his head hit the ground, and he was smashed with blood. Immediately afterwards, Senju Kunyu raised his sword and dropped it. Decapitated Gaha's head. Skill proficiency. Advanced -21%. White hits, advanced 21%. Shunpo, advanced, 21%. Kido, advanced 22%. Kyoka Suijutsu, premium -16%. Hogyaku, unlocked -77%. Cut the fist and walk away, each of the 4 skills has increased by 1 percentage point. The experience pack for 2 elite jonin is worth it. Senju Kunyu casually flicked the blood stained on Zanpakuto. Ouch! Lord Troy and Lord Gaha are dead. 2 Cloud Shinobi elite jonins were killed. This dealt a heavy morale blow to the Cloud Shinobi army. Damn Senju Kunyu! Third Reikage was furious. However, he was still entangled by Senju Tsunade. Although his overall strength is higher than Tsunade. But Tsunade's Bai-Hao technique has super recovery ability. Like a little strong of immune to death. Kunyu's victory is inevitable. 99. Senju Tsunade wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. There was a triumphant smile on his face. For her, her brother's victory is her victory. Jonin, the 2 most important members of Cloud Shinobi, was killed. Reikage was again held back, unable to command the troops. The Cloud Shinobi army suddenly began to be in chaos. 2,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas were beaten by 1,000 Konoha Shinobi. Illusion, tree-bound kill. Red Ui casts an illusion and immobilizes a Cloud Shinobi, promised, ninja. Hidden weapon needle bomb. Shizun shot the poison needle and killed the immobile Cloud Shinobi ninja. Fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito sneaks up on a Cloud Shinobi ninja with fire style. A little carried away. Haha. Now it's the protagonist's turn, ouch. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by a Kiwa stab from the dark. It hurt so much that he cried and called his mother. Obito, be careful. No Lin hurried over to perform medical ninjutsu treatment. Earth-style earth flow wall. Heitake Kakashi summoned an earthen wall to protect the two. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Hurricane. Might Where's Might Guy and his son? Defeated the Cloud Shinobi ninja in front of him. Familiar ninjas all performed well. The frontline battlefield situation is very good. At this time, a fierce battle broke out in the rear battlefield. Chapter 149. AI, Killer B, led 1,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Act according to the plan and attack the rear camp of Konoha. Sure enough, it was as expected by Senior Kunyu, 99. Namikaze Minato stepped forward immediately and launched a preemptive attack on Cloud Shinobi's forces. Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Use the advanced ninja techniques taught by 3rd Hokage. Intensive fire power is launched towards Cloud Shinobi ninja. Puff puff puff. Ah! Dozens of Cloud Shinobi ninjas were shot and killed on the spot, wailing loudly. Damn, is it you who performed the spell? AI's face sank, and his eyes were fixed on the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes in the distance. Awesome ninja. Looks hurt. Good chance to knock it down. 39. Killer B groaned. His eyes were fixed on the bandage that Namikaze Minato was hanging on. Kill. With AI's order, the Cloud Shinobi ninja rushed to the Konoha camp. Please everyone. Long-range fire cover. Namikaze Minato ordered. Because the Konoha Shinobi behind him are all Kunyu's shadow clone. In direct combat, it is easy to expose. So he asked the shadow clones to use long-range attacks as far back as possible. Whoosh! Holding kunao with one hand, Namikaze Minato charged towards the Cloud Shinobi unit alone. Pft! Pft! 35. Pft! 99. The high-speed instant body technique is like a golden flash of 920. Wherever he goes, Kunao continues to harvest the heads of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Don't be too arrogant, UBD. AI ninjutsu hit the opponent with an elbow. Recurrent storm. The Namikaze Minato in front of him suddenly disappeared. Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato appears on a tree, picking up a pre-placed special kunao. His expression seemed a little dignified. He secretly said in his heart, "This man is so fast. As far as the instant body technique is concerned, I am afraid that it is above me. Only time and space ninjutsu can overwhelm him." Cloud Shinobi's strongest Abi group is here. Killer Bee yelled and charged at Namikaze Minato with his knives. Ajajajaj. Namikaze Minato strikes with the kunao with one hand. "I'm a three swordsman, hey." 55. Killer Bee took the third ninja knife and bit it with his mouth. Adolescent Killer Bee, there is no Master 7 Blades yet. Played a set of extremely strange swordsmanship. Ding. Namikaze Minato tackles this bizarre knife technique for the first time. He was caught off guard, and the kunwu in his hand was picked off. At the same time, his body was also slashed with blood. Puchi puchi puchi. The last blow, to end you. Killer Bee continued to use the three-knife flow, trying to come forward to make up for the knife. The speed is so fast that people simply have no time to seal the spell. B. In Namikaze Minato's hand, a chakra ball of light instantly condensed. Raise non. Boom. It broke Killer Bee's three ninja swords and hit the latter's stomach at the same time. Wow. Killer Bee was beaten and flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ordinary ninjas have already fallen after this blow. But as Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he is very strong. Soon to stand up again. Compare. Aie saw that his brother was severely injured, and his anger welled up in his heart. Lariat. Boom. The sturdy tree was hit by this violent arm and broke. Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato flashed to another tree. Call. Suck micro. Slightly urgent. His face was also slightly pale. Only because of his previous injuries, he has not recovered yet. But don't wait for him to breathe a sigh of relief. Cloud Shinobi ninjas have stormed into the camp and fought with Konoha Shinobi. Not good. Namikaze Minato's expression changed. As Kunyu said before, the multiple shadow clones he left behind this time are just appearances. The individual chakra is very few, and the average combat power is only the level of genin. The fight against the Cloud Shinobi ninja became very strenuous. What? These Konoha Shinobi? AI also found something wrong. Crash at a touch. So weak Konoha Shinobi. Disappearing. Forehead. Disappear? The scene in front of him made Killer Bee's rap stop, and he accidentally bit his tongue. Bang bang bang. I saw several defeated Konoha Shinobi, their bodies turned into a white smoke and disappeared. This is Shadow Clone. 99. No way. Isn't it all fake? 99. Cloud Shinobi was also stunned. Abda. They found out that the Konoha Shinobi they killed were all transformed by Shadow Clone. It's all Shadow Clone. Konoha doesn't have 5,000 ninjas at all. AI finally realized the truth. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Disguise as a large force with Shadow Clone. Who the hell came up with this wild plan? FK. Deceived. So angry. Killer Bee's rasp. Tongue can't go on. Because this is so annoying. Despicable Konoha Shinobi. 35. To do this kind of tricks that can't get on stage. Brothers, bring me their camp. AI shouted angrily. You stop me. Namikaze Minato was in a hurry. Flying Thunder God plus Raise Non. Killed dozens of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. However, with his own power, it is impossible to stop thousands of enemies. Hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas stormed the camp, easily eliminating the Konoha Shinobi disguised as Shadow Clone. Then moved towards the food storehouse, ninja tool storehouse, medicine storehouse, etc. in the camp where military supplies are stored. Scattered down a lot of detonating charms. Boom. 35. Boom. 55. Boom. A series of explosions filled the entire Konoha camp. 7. Namikaze Minato felt a chill in his heart. A sense of self-blame flooded his body. Mission to guard the camp failed. He is sorry for Senior Kinyu's trust. The camp behind Konoha was ablaze with fire. Caused a series of chain reactions. Look over there. Our camp is on fire. 35. A Konoha Shinobi who fought on the front line, someone discovered the accident in the rear. Face to face. Shocked. The color of fear. Materials and supplies can play a pivotal role in a war. People are iron, rice is steel. If you don't even have food and weapons, how can you fight? This made the Konoha Shinobi who had an advantage at first suddenly become in chaos. How could this be? 99. Has the puppet army technique been exposed? Senju Tsunade was in a hurry. Concerns are messed up, and her actions are flawed. You're careless, Senju Tsunade. Third Raikage keenly aimed at the opponent's flaws. Hell puncture one stop. Thunder with one finger, turn it into the strongest spear. T7, 99. In an emergency, Tsunade had to protect his vitals with his arms. Pfft. Thunder penetrated her arms, and the scattered thunder and lightning poured on her body, blasting her out. Third Reikage was about to step forward to fill in, only to find out that Senju Kinyu has caught the injured Tsunade. This guy! A look of fear flashed in Third Reikage's eyes. He decisively gave up the chance to hunt down Tsunade. He raised his arms and shouted at his subordinate Cloud Shinobi Ninja. Senju Tsunade, the leader of Konoha, has been defeated by this old man. The rear camp of Konoha has also been breached by AI and by. This is our Cloud Shinobi victory. Kill The offensive and defensive trend is reversed here. G. Chapter 150. The battlefield is changing rapidly. With Namikaze Minato lost the rear camp of Konoha. Now the offensive and defensive trend has been reversed. Kill it. Cloud Shinobi Ninja morale boosted. They were already twice as many as Konoha Shinobi. Fighting back is even more ferocious, fierce. Puff puff puff. More and more Konoha Shinobi were beheaded, on the ground. Blood splattered the Genin's faces. Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment. He saw with his own eyes, a member of Uchiha's clan. To protect him, he was stabbed with a knife by Cloud Shinobi Ninja. He pierced his heart. Live. Although the Uchiha family is arrogant, but he still cares about his family. They are willing to sacrifice themselves for the life of the younger generation. Uncle. Tears welled up in his eyes. Uchiha Obito opens Sharingan. One Tomo. You bastards. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, picking up a kunai and fighting the enemy desperately. As a result, before taking 2 steps, he was electrocuted and fainted. Lightning style go. Where's the kid from? Cloud Shinobi displayed lightning style and said coldly. Obito. 35. No Lin saw that her teammates were injured and wanted to save them. But she herself is insecure. Kicked to the ground by a Cloud Shinobi Ninja. Illusion, Thunder Phantom Lightning Pillar. What? Under the illusion cast of a Cloud Shinobi Jonin. Kurane Ui and Shizun were both brought to the ground. Am I spinning you? Might Guy was knocked to the ground with a ninjutsu by a Cloud Shinobi of the Night Moon clan. Just an ant ninja like you, are you worthy of fighting with our Yaya clan? Cloud Shinobi of Yaya clan stepped on Might Guy's face with his foot, so arrogant. Genin Shiranui, Ebisu and Ibiki Mori were beaten down before they knew what was going on. Familiar characters, knocked down one by one. Only one person did not fall. Earth-style Earth Stream Wall. Heitake Kakashi first blocked Cloud Shinobi's shuriken attack with Earth-style. Then he took the ninja sword and used the Heitake-style sword technique. I had a good relationship with Chunin of Cloud Shinobi. At a young age, he had already become a Chunin. Cough cough. I'm fine, Kinyu. Senju Tsunade's wound healed quickly with the recovery of Baihao technique. But due to a lot of chakra consumption, she was forced to dismiss Baihao technique. The war is against us now. 5. Senju Kinyu maintained a calm attitude throughout. It can play a good role in stabilizing people's hearts. Jonin is in charge of the break, Chunin is in charge of the rescue, and let Genin evacuate first. Senju Kinyu's order came. The panic-stricken Konoha Shinobi devotees have a direction all of a sudden. Do you want to run away now? Late. Kill them all. With a big wave of his hand, Third Reikage led the Cloud Shinobi Ninja to siege. More than half of Konoha Shinobi killed and wounded. But as ordered by Senju Kinyu, both Konoha Jonin and Chunin fought vigorously. Do your best to protect Genin. Kai. Might Dai saw that his son was abused. Furious in his heart, he resorted to forbidden technique 8 inner gates. The setting here is the book of seals that Third Hokage showed Might to watch, in order to cultivate self-destruction pieces. Where's the stubble uncle? Cloud Shinobi, the Yaya clan, looked disdainful and was about to say something. As a result, he was kicked flying by Might wearing high speed. The lotus flower of Konoha is blooming at this moment. Might Dai untied the bandages on his arms and tied Cloud Shinobi in the air. Then hold the opponent and spin at a high speed, falling head first. Beautiful lotus. Born in the famous Cloud Shinobi, he was smashed so that his head burst and died on the spot. Wearing this 10,000 years Genin, Might showed his power to the world for the first time. Punch Chunin kick Jonin. He successfully rescued Shiranui Genma, Ebisu, Mori Ibushi and others from the hands of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Uncle, mighty. Everyone was grateful. Quick, I'll escort you out of here. The 8 inner gates worn by Might have a limited time and must escort the children out before they run out of energy. Wait daddy. We still have a lot of comrades trapped. 35. Might Guy looked back with a worried look on his face. His friend Heitake Kakashi is also surrounded by Cloud Shinobi. This, 99. Might wears a face. He has now opened the 5th gate of 8 inner gates. If it continues, the damage to the body will be more serious. Even life-threatening. He is just an ordinary father. For his son's life, he could sacrifice himself without hesitation. But if it's for someone else's child, that's another story. Don't worry, Mr. Dai. You keep up with Tsunade's team. I'll save the rest. Senju Kinyu ordered. When everyone heard it, they immediately expressed their trust. Lord Kinyu, please, make sure to rescue Kakashi. Might Guy pleaded. And Red and Shizun, 5. Yebaisu and the others pleaded. Red Ui and Shizun, they are the two school flowers in the same class. I will. Senju Kinyu nodded with a smile. These children are his important experimental candidates. How could it be so easy to let him die? Ninja multiple shadow clone technique. Senju Kinyu summoned a large number of shadow clone, scattered action. Hey take flow flash. Hey take Kakashi used a family sword technique and slashed a cloud shinobi Chunin. This sword technique. And this silver hair. Who are you at Konoha's White Fang? Cloud shinobi questioned. It's my father. Hey take Kakashi answered blankly. You are the son of the famous S-class rebel. Cloud shinobi sneered yin and yang. What did you say? Hey take Kakashi was instantly furious. Young and energetic, he was easily picked on and moved. Anger just makes people lose their minds. There is a flaw. Cloud shinobi knocked down Hey take Kakashi's ninja with a backhand. And kicked him to the ground. Hateful. Hey take Kakashi lay on the ground in remorse. But at this moment, suddenly he saw. A Cloud shinobi's head fell in front of him. Pfft. Blood splattered, and Cloud shinobi's headless corpse fell. That's not how knives are used, Kakashi. 99. Pick up the knife and fight with me. Senju Kinyu threw a handful of Zanpakuto in front of Kakashi. Zanpakuto sealed state made with Hogyaku. Yes. After a brief thought, Hey take Kakashi resolutely picked up the weapon that looked like a samurai sword. I only felt that after the knife started, a mysterious power flowed into the body. Let his soul be connected with the knife. The other side. Senju Kinyu walked up to Yuhaka. Red, illusion is not used like this. Illusion darkness technique. Illusion, thunder phantom lightning pillar. Dark against light. The illusion of light cast by Cloud Shinobi Jonin, engulfed by the endless darkness. Lord Kinyu. How handsome. Red Ui and Shizun gave them the look of longing like a little fangirl. Come with me. I will take you to a safe place. 35. Senju Kinyu stretched out his hand and put his glasses together, the corners of his mouth curled into a mysterious smile. At the same time, his shadow clone also rescued Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rinke respectively.